the center of the imperial city. The academy's walls rise high in the center of the bridge over the gently flowing waterway. The bridge is quiet at dawn. There are few passers-by along the usually bustling streets, only a few hard-working individuals who have started their day early. Vikir crosses the bridge and makes his way to the academy. Slowly. He was in worse shape than he thought. The blood from his back had congealed and stopped bleeding, but the energy that had been drained from him was slow to return. Even with the resilience I gained by changing into a dog's body, I'll barely be able to survive this in a human body. Perhaps in a human body he would have passed out already. With that, Vikir dragged his crumbling body and barely made it to the outer walls of the academy. Hack! A black puppy walking with its tongue hanging out. The guards patrolling the academy's outer walls spotted Vikir like that. What a cute little puppy, and he's so tiny. Hey, don't touch him, it looks like a sick dog. What if it gets something dirty? It's dirty, let's get rid of it. One of the guards tried to pet Vikir, but the other guard next to him stopped him. Pow! The other guard walked out with a sullen look on his face and kicked Vikir. Getting his ass handed to him, Vikir was forced to walk away. The guards giggled at Vikir and then walked away without looking back. What a pitiful stray dog. It's not like I hadn't been on the streets before, so I knew that life on the streets was hard. However, the feeling of the streets for humans and the feeling of the streets for dogs were worlds apart. Vikir gritted his teeth and stuck to the outside of the wall. He walked as close to the wall as he could without being seen. Even a casual passerby would be wary and move away. He didn't know when he would be attacked again. Whoa, look. A drunken passerby pulls a sausage out of his pocket and throws it at him, but of course he doesn't eat it. In fact, it only makes him move further away from the dangerous creature. What a stubborn dog. The drunk shakes the sausage a few times before dropping it on the ground and walking away. Vikir walks silently against the wall, his eyes scanning his surroundings but his mind replaying the previous battle. With the 8 corpse, Morg Snake should have been the corpse king long ago. Cinderwendy had given him a progress report not long ago, and so far he hasn't shown any signs of disturbance. Looks like he's still human. And at that point the corpse queen appeared. What does this mean? The corpse of Geronto and Ahiman. And the last thing she said was, there was more to think about. When it came down to it, the main reason he couldn't end the corpse queen's life was his lack of swordsmanship. Vikir remembered Hugo's performance against Andromalius. The 7 teeth he had created with a single blow, the upper and lower jaws, that had closed like the gills of a monster, the way he had split the sky in 7. They were the same Baskerville 7, but Vikir's 7 and Hugo's 7 were different. That would be the gap between graduator and swordmaster. However, there was a moment when Vikir crossed the gap and reached the level of master. It was against Dantalion when he received the buff from Saintess Dolores. For a brief moment Vikir's power rivaled Hugo's and he was able to turn Dantalion's back on him. The problem is, even without the Saintess help, you need to be able to summon that much power to survive the fight ahead. If you want to reach the peak of your powers as soon as possible, you need to. I've lost too much blood and my thoughts keep getting interrupted. I have a lot to think about, but my concentration is slipping. He needed to find a safe place to rest before he could formulate his next plan and take action. Let's get back to the academy. I need to get to my dorm or the infirmary and get some sleep. Vikir dug his forepaws into the ground and made a burrow. The opening beneath the rampart-like wall had been filled with softened soil and fallen leaves, making it easy to dig back in. Vikir had just dug a hole under the wall and entered the academy. He heard the sound of laughter from the bushes. Ugh, I've been drinking too much, I'm getting sleepy. Let's just burn this one and get back inside. It's almost dawn. 3 boys and 3 girls were leaning against the fence flirting. They reeked of alcohol and cigarettes and hadn't slept until this hour. Vikir saw the scars that still marked their foreheads. The scars are familiar, because they were all made by Vikir himself. The sophomores who used to bully Piggy. A bunch of low-life scumbags who thought it was the beginning of the school year and picked on Piggy because he was nervous. So Vikir had followed them masked and once dragged them into a back alley to give them a good beating when they went outside the academy. At that point Vikir pulled out a sword and carved a cross-shaped scar into the bullies' foreheads. If you ever make a nuisance of yourselves inside the academy again, I will not only kill you but also your father and mother, he said. The murderous threat was a bonus. Ever since they'd been beaten to a pulp by the masked Vikir, the six had been living like rats in the academy. They usually insulted and bullied not only their juniors but also their classmates, even their seniors, if they seemed a little weak. However, if they think they are stronger or have a higher status than them, they are despicable servants who will fart and grovel regardless of whether they are a junior classmate or senior. But after being exposed to overwhelming violence and fear, they barely breathe inside the academy. Who had paid for the assault and then to harm their parents? There were too many people to pinpoint the culprits. All they could do was grit their teeth and relive the karma they had accumulated, not knowing when or where retribution would strike again. Once the bullies were silenced, there were fewer problems in the academy. But did I mention that people are not meant to be fixed? They were hiding in fear of being watched, but their caution didn't extend to the puppy who had nowhere to go. What the fuck, asshole? One of the boys who had been drinking from a bottle spotted Vikir emerging from the bushes. Vikir turned his head to look away. The dog's body had recovered quickly, but the wounds on his body still hadn't fully healed. The six sophomores giggled and surrounded Vikir. Hey, is it okay for stray dogs to roam around the academy like this? They'll spread disease. Let's clean it up. It's a nice thing to do, picking up trash. I've been under a lot of stress lately. Let's tie him up somewhere. Shall we burn it alive? A poor thing, just throw him in the sewer over there and be done with. I suddenly remember that masked bastard. Next time I see him, I'm going to carve a knife mark in his skull just like that. Let's practice first and carve it into that bastard's body. The six bullies giggle, holding cigarette butts and daggers in their hands. Several throw lit cigarette butts at Vikir and a few throw liquor bottles at him, shattering them. Spitting and kicking were commonplace. Vikir thought for a moment, maybe I should just kill them. It takes strength to endure, and when you're in such bad shape it's hard to endure. No matter how badly he was injured, if he were back in his human form he could probably make six heads roll on the floor in a second or even half a second. In fact, I could probably do it in a dog's body. But that would mean a big headline in the academy's morning paper tomorrow. ITLL set other dogs and cats on fire. I don't have a place to dispose of the body, and I don't have the stamina to do so, especially since my eyelids kept trying to close earlier. Growl. A small cry came from above, barely audible to Vikir's ears. He looked up to see the cub perched on the wall, its fur standing upright, looking down at him. It looked like it might jump at any moment. But Vikir shook his head. The second-year students at Colosio Academy are strong in their own way. 6 of them together would be a formidable foe for a young cub. I can't help it, I have to take on a human form for a while. Vikir was mulling over the various ways to dispose of a corpse without leaving a trace in his head. Cold Warrior, second year, Class B. An extremely dry and cold voice came from somewhere.
Attendance no 8 pau uspiar no 29 bet Realbelt no 58 Holzer Yelop. No 63 CAVE Daimecon no 66 Bison Redmin no 71 Oiler Soult Midley.
A voice calling out the attendance numbers and names of the 6 scumbags. Letter by letter. What do you guys think you're doing? An unexpected source appeared. A female student holding a bowl of food in one hand and a bowl of water in the other. It was the Student Council President Dolores L. Covades. What do you guys think you're doing? Student Council President Dolores, the Academy's youngest early entrant and current third-year senior. The most prominent member of the faithful Covades, one of the 7 great houses of the empire and the most influential among the empire's young nobles. In her presence, the second-year tremblers froze in their tracks. Senior students inferior in skill, in grades, and in family connections. As long as they weren't idiots, they should be able to read the atmosphere. The food and water bowls in Dolores' hands obviously prepared for the stray dogs and cats in the vicinity. They put one of the abandoned puppies in the center of the space and kicked. Spit on, stabbed with broken liquor bottles and burned with cigarettes. How long have you been watching? The one in the front asked in a shaky voice. Dolores replied with a grim look and a voice he hadn't seen or heard from in the nearly 2 years they'd been in school. I haven't seen it since the beginning. The second-year students were slightly relieved. But I have seen enough to despise you. Their faces began to turn white again at Dolores' next words. The word saint could not be more fitting, for Dolores had always had an angelic heart. Her warm smile, kind demeanor, and gentle voice had always been liked and followed by everyone in the school, whether they liked it or not. But what about now? Dolores' expression was as cold as the wind in the North Sea. It's always more frightening when someone who doesn't usually get angry gets angry. No one had ever seen Dolores so angry before. Then Dolores pushed her way through the crowd and picked up Vikir from the ground. Vikir, a small black puppy, squirmed and was picked up by Dolores. Cook. Dolores reached out, careful not to touch Vikir in case he felt any pain, and pulled him close to her chest. That hurt, didn't it? The warm voice in his ear was imbued with a faint holy power. Just hearing it made the wounds on his body hurt a little less. Meanwhile, the 6 second-year students were slowly backing away, looking away. Oh dear, we're going to get tarred and feathered for messing with the wrong bastard. I thought President Dolores really hated this kind of thing. Instead of wasting time by harassing it, I should just kill it. Then Dolores looked at the second-year students in front of her and said, that most serial killers begin their crimes by abusing animals. Do you guys know that? Everyone craned their necks between their shoulders at the piercing stare. But even they had arguments. That's too much of an analogy. Aren't we the elite who will lead this country? Yes, and you're accusing us of being a little rough with an ownerless dog. Because of academic stress. We apologize that we were drunk and made a few mistakes, but aren't those dogs just dirty dogs that carry diseases anyway? The men's defenses only made Dolores' expression grow even more icy. Leading the country, you guys. The second-year students' faces drained of all color. Dolores continued. The academy is where we train people to lead the country and to graduate. From this academy and serve the state, you must have a spirit that is weak to the weak and strong to the strong. There was a conviction in her words that was harder than steel. And it was forged and honed by passion, sharpened to a razor-sharp edge. But you are the opposite, strong for the weak and weak for the strong. Such men are everywhere, even outside the academy. Why should we entrust the affairs of state to such common folk? Disqualification from nobility. Yellow sprout, those who do not deserve to be called elite, a pest that harms more people the more high-ranking people become successful. To them Dolores showed no mercy. By the authority of the president, I'm giving each of you demerits. I'm giving all 6 of you all the demerits I can give in a year. The power of the student council president is enormous because the professors have granted the student council some authority. This means that the student council president can kick a few students out of school a year if Husha feels the need. Of course, if this were done to the children of powerful families, it might raise a few eyebrows, but the 6 bullies here don't have any powerful backers. There's no way that a small noble family from the countryside would be able to protest against Quo Vadis the faithful. The 6 people in front of him realized what was happening. Ms. President, this is not right, is it? How can you expel a junior? Expulsion for harassing a dog were from the aristocracy too. I belong to the aristocratic faction as well, please have mercy. The second-year students crouched down on the ground, their sobriety gone. They had every reason to be. Admitting a child to the academy was an enormous expense. It's unimaginable for an ordinary family and quite a burden even for a well-to-do noble family. However, the wealth and power that comes with graduating from this academy is so great that it is quite an honor just to be admitted. But what if you were to be expelled? Great honor can only lead to great dishonor. Moreover, the influence of the Quo Vadis on the entire nation was immense, and once you were disrespected by them, your path was blocked. Rune is the state religion of the empire, and the family that represents the order of Rune is the Quo Vadis. Once you've been stampeded by Saintess Dolores here in Quo Vadis, your life as a noble within the empire is effectively over. You will never be able to take a new name. What's more, the plight of a young junior member of the family means that even the family itself is in decline. The stock price will plummet and the market capitalization will evaporate. There was a strong possibility that all trade routes and jobs within the family would be cut off.
I'm sorry, President.
Please cut me some slack, please, please. Help me, my father is going to beat me to death, please have mercy. The second-year students, who finally understood exactly what was happening, fell to their knees in unison and begged, "Did you have mercy on this poor puppy?" Dolores was still firm. Not even a needle could get in. Bathroom. Puddle. Vikir stepped into the warm water. Splashing. Who doesn't like warm water? His tail wags against his will. Night Hound, wounded and exhausted, still a black pup. Vikir closed his eyes and recalled the events of earlier. "Did you have mercy on this poor puppy?" Dolores was unusually firm. It was as if there was a glimpse, however slight, of the woman who had been known as the Iron Saint on the battlefield before the regression. Surprisingly, until the war of destruction with the demons began, she was often evaluated as indecisive. Apparently the fight with Dantalion had changed her a lot. Boggle. Vikir thought to himself as he submerged his nose in the tub. He could feel his body slowly recovering. It was no wonder then that the waters of Dolores favored baths had a slight but holy power, to the point of being considered holy water. Vikir soaked in it, lost in thought. The eighth corpse, the corpse queen. He hadn't been able to kill her in the end. If only my cultivation had been higher. Peak graduator, a power powerful enough to represent an entire country, but still it would be a struggle to face her in single combat. Moreover, the fact that he had struggled so much against a corpse queen who could only use about half of her power, no matter how unexpected the encounter, was something to reflect on. Well, during Andromalius I borrowed the Knights of the House of Baskerville. And during Dantalion I had Saintess Dolores with me. After all, it takes strength to hunt demons unknown. Vikir began to explore the path to Swordmaster while also perfecting his still imperfect mastery of the Baskerville 7. The incisors, central incisors, lateral incisors, and molars of the upper jaw. The upper incisors, central incisors, lateral incisors, and molars. The sixth and seventh teeth must be in proper harmony to form a true 7. But the seventh tooth that Vikir can produce is still small and unstable. The sixth and seventh teeth of the 10th ambush tooth as the ambush. Horizontal bicuspids. This is the ultimate killing technique that can only be mastered by understanding the subtleties between the sixth and seventh teeth. The sixth form manual clearly states the following. In order to cross the barrier of the sixth form, one must abandon all human emotions of happiness, joy, and pleasure. And in the seventh form manual, the twin swordsmanship manual, which is an exquisite combination of the sixth form, the following was described. To reach the seventh level, one must regain the human emotions of joy and happiness. Only by abandoning the emotion of happiness can one cross the barrier to the highest level of the graduator. But in order to become a swordmaster, he would have to reclaim his feelings of happiness and joy. I don't understand what this means. Are you telling me that I have to revive an emotion that I've already killed? In his previous life, Vikir had also become a graduator. As he crossed countless lines and lost countless companions, Vikir became an increasingly precise and cold-blooded killing machine, and was even able to step onto the level of a graduator with ease. But that was all. Vikir could never become a swordmaster. He didn't know the theory, and he didn't know how to become one. But now is different. The path to mastery and beyond was paved. Vikir was lost in thought, recalling Hugo's inaction in slaughtering Andromalius. To become an Iron Man, I killed all my emotions, but to become a superhuman, I need emotions. What is this? Vikir had been trained by Hugo to kill his emotions. It was the way hounds are bred, not to be good but to be used and discarded. Now that I think about it, it's a way to quickly raise a character to a Certain level of power, it's a method of training to create an entry level. Graduator army, so it doesn't really suit me now. I realized that I needed to change the way I was training, which was based on Hansen experience. How could I bring back the emotions that were already dried up and worn out? When Vikir was really thinking about it, a small noise made Vikir's ears perk up. And then, all of Vikir's thoughts were interrupted in an instant. Something so startling that even the veteran Vikir lost his composure for a moment. Choco, your sister is here, let's wash together. Saintess Dolores, she came into the bathroom. Vikir was a lot embarrassed. Choco, your sister is here too, let's wash together. Saintess Dolores came into the bathroom. Dolores El Quavadis, who is she? A saintess of the former world who appeared during the Age of Destruction. A hero of the ages, healing the wounded and slaying evil. During the Warring States period, when many small countries were proliferating, she was evaluated as much more than Saint Joan d'Arc or Saint Helena, the classical saints whose names were widely known across the continent. The authority and sanctity of Dolores' name in the Age of Destruction, when blood flowed like rivers and corpses made mountains, was comparable to that of a goddess. And I never thought I'd see Dolores with my own eyes as she entered the bathroom to bathe. Vikir closed his eyes tightly and swallowed hard. Of course, I don't have any unholy feelings of lust or anything. But regardless of that, if my comrades saw this, they would try to kill me. For those comrades who shared the battle against the demon world, Dolores was an object of worship. In those days, everyone owed her their lives at one time or another, great or small. So knowing that Vikir is now sharing a bathroom with Dolores in the form of a dog would certainly raise eyebrows, especially those of the paladin class who would surely draw their swords at the blasphemy. I apologize, comrades, I'll get out of here as soon as I can. Vikir felt a surge of guilt and quickly tried to get out of the bathtub. Of course. Choco, where are you going? You should be bathing with your sister. Dolores smiled brightly and grabbed Vikir's body, pulling him back into the tub. Dolores then began to scrub Vikir's body with a light lather of soap. What are you, a little kid with all these scars? Did you get into a fight with the other kids? Vikir closed his eyes and tried to stay as still as possible. But there was no way to escape the gentle touch as it ravaged every inch of his body. It is said that the rune gods are manipulators of cause and effect. If so, the god of this world must be a delusional man with a grim ego. Vikir gritted his teeth in internal blasphemy. Dolores meanwhile pulled Vikir into her arms and soaked in the herbal bath. It's warm, Choco, right? I work so hard to clean you and you don't clean me, it's a little unfair. Isn't it? Meanwhile, Vikir was forced to blaspheme once more. Regardless, Vikir felt his body recovering. The wounds inflicted by the Lich and the ragged golem, too high-ranking undead, were healing quickly. Internal wounds that were not easily healed even with the resilience of a dog's flesh were healing, and his depleted mana was rapidly replenishing. When Vikir closed his eyes and remained motionless, Dolores said curiously, "What, you closed your eyes? That feels good, my Choco, huh?" But Vikir was thinking of something else entirely. If I want to reach Swordmaster, I need to change my training methods a bit. A good idea, no, a thought for the path of salvation. Vikir began to closely analyze his mana and sword skills. His current aura was at the level of a sticky liquid, the highest level of the graduator. My swordsmanship is at the level of a Baskerville 6th form master, barely scratching the surface of the 7th form. To reach the level of Swordmaster, you must be able to solidify the density of your aura to the level of a solid, and you must also master the 7th form. Baskerville 7th form. Currently, the only person who has mastered the 7th form is the head of the family, Hugo Baskerville. Considering the prowess he displayed when he slaughtered Andromalius, there was a huge gap between Hugo's 7th and Vikir's 7th. Baskerville's teeth are used for biting, chewing, cutting, crushing, and mincing prey. The sword itself resembles the upper and lower jaws of a hunting dog. The 7th tooth in particular is crucial in its connection to the 6th, and to fully realize the look of this ambush horizontal bicuspid canine. Vikir is deliberately and diligently rolling his hair. But Vikir's preconceptions are quickly shattered. Wow, look at the pink jelly on his paws. Dolores lifted Vikir's front paw and kissed the pads. She stroked his head, pressed his cheeks, touched his chin, and rubbed his belly, and Vikir couldn't think straight. Finally Dolores wiped the foam from the tip of Vikir's nose with the tip of her own and said, "Dogs usually kiss often. You don't give me kisses, it's a shame. Are you sure you're a dog? This is suspicious." Dolores cupped Vikir's cheeks and laughed. And the moment he heard the words, Vikir's heart sank. If she's found out I'm not a dog, it's over. He couldn't imagine what terrible things would happen then. Perhaps I'd have to wage a bloody slaughter against the entire Inquisition of Quo Vadis, who would be enraged. If that were to happen, Baskerville might be moved. The Baskervilles and the Quo Vadis are the backbone of the empire. If war were to break out between these two families, it would be on a scale as large as any of the nation-state wars of the Warring States period before the unification of the empire. In that case, it might be better to close your eyes once and for all. We can't afford to cause internal strife among mankind in the face of an annihilation war with the demons. In many ways I can't help it. I'm sorry, comrades. Vikir closed his eyes and did something he had never done before in his entire life. Deviate. Jacques. He ran his tongue across Dolores' cheek once. And Dolores, who was kissed by Vikir, said, "How cute." She hugged Vikir tightly and bombarded him with kisses. This was also an unexpected accident. The long but short bath was over. Dolores stepped out of the bathroom, dried herself off, and went straight to bed. In the third year, everyone is in a single occupancy room and the bed is narrow for a single person. Dolores pulled the blankets over her and hugged Vikir tightly. It's good to have someone to talk to and fall asleep with tonight. Vikir did not escape her lips on his nose again. After a while, Dolores lay down with Vikir in her arms and opened her mouth. Many people come to me for counseling, confessing their vices and misdeeds, seeking indulgence and repentance. But I have no one to whom I can confide my troubles or misdeeds. Where can I go to confess? Vikir closed his eyes and thought. Once while fighting Dantalion, Vikir had experienced a strong connection with her spirit when the awakened Dolores had buffed him. Dolores' words from that time came back to her now. Everyone in the world confesses their sins and pours out their troubles to me, but to whom do I confess my sins and pour out my troubles? Sometimes it's not enough to talk to God. There are moments when you want to talk to a fellow human being. Coincidentally, Dolores was confiding in the Night Hound about the same thing, although she doesn't recognize them as the same person. Dolores' relationship with her father, who was divided between the Old and New Testaments, tired of always being the model student, the one who is expected to do well, always having to be good, always having to perform well, and only being good enough. A life where one slip-up is met with consternation and undue criticism. All of this pressure weighs heavily on Dolores' shoulders. Dolores looked at Vikir and said, "It's strange that I'm saying all this to you. It feels strangely familiar." Vikir closed his eyes wordlessly. Hadn't she been told once that she could read the souls of her subjects? Her ability, though still faint, seems to be growing. Is that why? Dolores confided to Vikir one of the biggest questions that had been on her mind lately. Am I going to die a virgin, never having held a man's hand in my life? At the same time, Dolores squeezed Vikir's front paw. She closed her eyes and whispered in Vikir's ear, "Actually, there's a guy who's been bothering me a bit lately." The words came as a surprise. Vikir perked up one ear. What kind of man could be on the mind of Dolores of all people? I don't know who it is, but must be the enemy of many men. Vikir thought quietly to himself. If Dolores had spoken these words during the age of destruction, many men would have been outraged. After all, she was the idol of the age. Meanwhile, Dolores held Vikir tightly in her arms and pictured a nameless, faceless man. In her mind,
The Night Hound.
A man who had saved her from a terrifying demon who had kept a terrible plague at bay, who had taken her under his wing when she felt unappreciated and unwanted. If he wasn't that kind of man, was there any man in the world who could handle herself? Dolores thought so. An unknown but good man, a handsome man. A man with enough power to defeat a mighty demon but who would still help the sick and poor covered in filth and profanity and who understood their pain. And then the demon said he was handsome too. Dolores blushed for a moment. She didn't think a person's appearance was important, but well, it couldn't hurt to be good-looking, could it? She decided to think so. After taking a bath and lying naked on the fluffy bedding, she drifted off to sleep. Oh well, I still have some work to do today. I need to write to the Pope and ask him about the phenomena of awakening and resonance in saints. But at dawn, when the weight of her eyelids was the heaviest in the world, Dolores finally fell asleep. She fell into a deep sleep, her face glowing. And a hound stares down at her sleeping face. And then, beep, the window opened. I owe you. The hound, now fully recovered, began to melt into the darkness once more. The day has dawned. The exam period was over and there was a holiday over the weekend, a perfect time to relax. And the students of the academy were using this time to discuss the upcoming festival. The festival planning committee decided that each class or club should come up with a concept for the festival, which was also the case for the students of the newspaper club Ryukian. Dolores, the student council president and the club's leader, nodded. Our club is doing a haunted house and a bar right. Halloween in the Empire falls in late summer. It was the perfect excuse to celebrate, especially since they had just been released from a grueling exam. Well then, let's decide in advance which ghost you're going to dress up as. At Tutor's words, the first, second, and third years all nodded. Then Bianca spoke up. But the tradition is it's still in effect this time. Bianca's words brought everyone's eyes together. There was no one who didn't understand what she was saying. At the academy, men always disguise themselves as women and women as men during festivals. It's a time-honored tradition that even the professors can't escape. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca Sinclair, and all the other members of the class had an idea. So we'll have the men dress up as female ghosts and the women as male ghosts. Right, that's right, we'll dress up as ghosts and switch genders. But are there separate female ghosts and male ghosts? No, there's no such thing as a female ghost and a male ghost, you just switch genders while wearing the ghost costume. For example, there are female zombies and male zombies. And then we can serve drinks or meals as them. Okay, so let's draw lots for which ghost we'll each dress up as. Okay, let's draw lots for freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors. That's a good idea since each grade has a different number and gender ratio. Next, the members drew a lot from the box. Tutor was the first to draw a lot. Shuffle, shuffle, shuffle. The scraps of paper in the box brushed against his fingertips. He had to be careful because if he picked the wrong lot, he could be stuffed into black history. Please give me the one that's okay. Tutor closed his eyes, prayed, and grabbed the scrap of paper. He unfolded the tightly folded lot to reveal the concept of the ghost. This will do, and I don't particularly care what gender. With black armor and a bloody sword, anyone can dress up as a death knight, regardless of gender. Tutor had kept his blue eyes and blonde hair intact and head simply added long hair. It was a handsome look, but as with his previous cross-dressing trials, the lines were bold and the look didn't quite work. Next, Sancho drew his lot. As a warrior who grew up on the frozen soil of the north, Sancho got the concept of a ghost with a cold image. Ugh, I don't like this role. Unlike roles such as zombies and vampires, the Snow Maiden is a role that definitely requires cross-dressing, which is not good for men. When the makeup was applied to his muscular body, Tutor burst out laughing. Isn't it an ice golem, not a snow maiden? Ha ha ha, let it go, buddy. Everyone laughed hilariously at Sancho's unsuccessful attempt at cross-dressing. Fortunately, Sancho didn't seem to mind cross-dressing. After all, he firmly believes that cross-dressing is something that only men can do, so it's a manly act. After that, Piggy also drew a lot. Piggy is now able to show off his tiny cute appearance to the fullest. With the wings on his back, he looks like a real fairy. Next up was Bianca. Bianca has stitches all over her body and nails in her hair. Her mustache was a bonus. She was naturally tall and attractive and androgynous, so this makeup suited her perfectly. Okay, next up is... Bianca turned her head to see Sinclair standing there. However, Sinclair seemed to have something else in mind. You know, I've been working on a costume. Really, what is it? Bianca's eyes widened. She hadn't expected Sinclair to be so enthusiastic about dressing up for Halloween. Next, Sinclair opened her bag and pulled out the costume she'd brought. It was a single giant spider with clumsy sewing. On top of her head was a tiny crown. Tada, it's the Spider Queen, how is it? Oh, I didn't realize you liked spiders so much, by the way, didn't you? Scream like crazy the other day when a spider came out of the bathroom. Yeah, did I remember it well. Anyway, I love spiders. Bianca can only shake her head at Sinclair's almost apologetic tone. And then, everyone's eyes moved toward the same spot. The one person whose turn it was to draw lots. A tired-looking Vikir stood up from his seat. Drat. Everyone swallowed hard from the tension as Vikir's chair was pushed back. For some reason, what Vikir would choose was of considerable interest to the entire academy. There were already reporters from the cold class with cameras ready to capture the mana screen. Tutor Sancho and Piggy murmured with envious glances. I heard there was a line from first years to fourth years lined up to take part in dressing up Vikir. I heard that even the Imperial Palace's makeup artists have formally applied to the Academy. Apparently the Empire's most prestigious magazines are paying big bucks for Vikir's cross-dressing photos. Of course, all of these outside approaches were dismissed out of hand in the interest of protecting the Academy's students. Professor Morg Banshee, in a fit of irritation, rejected all applications and requests for interviews. Next, Vikir's lot was revealed. A ghost with a perfect female concept, it is a role that requires a delicate and complete makeup like the Snow Queen. If any male student had picked this lot, the audience would have burst into laughter, just like Sancho did once. But no one in the room laughed at Vikir's role. Instead, there was a strange sense of unidentifiable anticipation in the room. Soon a witch's costume was thrust in front of Vikir. A black hat, a black cloak, a tattered broom, and long black false nails. It was a witchy look ready to cast forbidden black magic at a moment's notice. But the quality of the witch's outfit was already the focus of attention. The girls who had been assigned to make up Vikir's face had a blank look on their faces. Wow, it's really a waste to watch it alone. Is he really a guy, right? This mana screen is going to be a big hit in tomorrow's newspaper. Amidst the chatter, Vikir's brow furrowed slightly. White skin, a sharp nose, blood-red lips, and eyelashes so long they could have fallen as snow. With makeup on, Vikir looked pretty like a face not of this world. So much so that the boys watching were confused about his gender identity. It's no wonder that the native tribes of the Depth Black Mountain started a war of aggression after learning of Vikir's appearance. However, Vikir himself was uncomfortable with these reactions. This never happened in my previous life. Before his regression, Vikir was more used to being looked at with disdain. He was much shorter and thinner-boned than he is now, and a childhood injury had left him with a limp. His face was scarred with knife marks and burns from his various missions. The sight of Vikir's face made girls his own age as well as younger and older women cry or run away. Of course, the younger, prettier ladies of the academy wouldn't even deal with him. They would give him disdainful glances or even spit on him. They would throw away anything he happened to touch. They even avoided being in the same room together, not wanting to breathe the same air. Of course, as a hunting dog, Vikir was trained to be completely emotionless. So he wasn't hurt by any of this. However, in this life he ate well, grew taller, and didn't have a single scar on his face. This was quite a change from what he had expected, and it was not easy for Vikir to adjust. Vikir furrowed his brow once, and the room erupted into an uproar. Vikir, why, what's wrong? Just tell me. Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? Are you stuffy? Are you uncomfortable? Somewhere can I get you something to drink? Are your clothes too tight? Should I loosen the corset on your back? Are your high heels the right size? Are your toes hurting? Are the eyelashes too heavy? Are these your original eyelashes? Is the makeup too dark? Are you feeling stuffy? Should I lighten the makeup and make sure your skin doesn't have any blemishes? Ugh. Isn't it too sunny by the window? I'll cover it with my back. By the way, do you have a sister? Does she look like you? And if so, can I call you brother-in-law? Hey, this is a big deal. Everyone block behind me if this face leaks it. Will at least be stampede. But are you a witch or an angel? You look like one. Oh, Rune, this is the face I'll be wearing to confession tonight, please. Forgive this lustful lamb. Just then, a startled whistling noise was heard from the other side of the clubroom. Everyone who had been focusing on Vikir's face turned their heads to see a third-year student holding a box of lots, his face white as a sheet. Standing there was Dolores, who had just plucked a lot. She looked at the lot in her hand with a thoughtful expression. The part Dolores was to play at this festival. The words were written inside the swallow. The festival has begun. Numerous stalls were set up inside the academy. Lively music echoed here and there, and colorful lights lit up the night. Huge stacks of food were piled high and overflowing, with men and women coming and going in colorful costumes. Everyone enjoying the festival was dressed as a ghost. Most were zombies or skeletons, with the occasional vampire or mummy. The same was true for Ryukian, the newspaper club that opened the bar. Welcome to a ghostly bar with romance and chivalry. The snacks are friendly and the boss is delicious. Come on in. Sancho, the snacks and the boss have changed. Tutor Sancho and Piggy are hard at work hawking their wares. Tutor, dressed in black armor and a Death Knight costume, was wooing female customers with talk of chivalry and romance. Beautiful lady, why don't you join me in Ryukian's bar to discuss drink and poetry? Kayak, okay. You look like a wandering knight. Sancho, dressed as a snow maiden, was a favorite among his fellow muscular macho men. Wahahaha, come to Ryukian's bar. If you stay until 9 p.m. I'll serve you blood stew as hot as a warrior's boiling blood. Ho ho, that must be a hunk of protein and iron I can make up for my muscle loss. I can aim for 3 tons. Cross-dressing, you're dressed quite manly, aren't you? Ha ha ha, go now. Piggy, dressed as a fairy, is also attracting quite a bit of attention among the women. Hey hey hey, over here, I need a flyer. What, look at this cute kid. Are you a student at the academy too? If it's a concept that stimulates maternal love, it's a success. Ha ho ho. Ho, come on, my sisters will buy it for you. As a result, the front of Ryukian's bar was bustling with people. Meanwhile, hey, this is such a blasphemous outfit. Wanna cause a controversy? Who wears a swallow like this? Saintess Dolores hesitated in the back of the bar. Black leather gloves, black cloak, boots, and a plague doctor's mask covering his entire face. It was the look of a night hound. Tutor walked by and laughed at Dolores. A bit of a social controversy, the night hound. Is that true? Still, the plague doctor mask isn't the only trademark of the night hound, is it? It's a look that's often seen on Halloween, and it's always been a part of the festivities. Wouldn't it be weird if we banned a certain costume because of the night hounds? If you look at the bar next door to us, there are often people wearing plague doctor masks. It's been a staple of Halloween celebrations since the beginning of the empire, so I don't think it's something that should be enforced. Dolores was conflicted. Only she knew that the night hound was innocent. But that didn't mean she shouldn't be dressed in a way that might make some people uncomfortable. Dolores was just deciding whether or not to step out in front of the tent. What is that outfit? As expected, there's someone who doesn't like Dolores' outfit. Professor Morg Banshee, in addition to being the professor of the hot class. He was also the advisor to Ryukian of the newspaper department. President Dolores, I didn't expect you to dress so inconsiderately. Even though it's a festival you enjoy, without thinking about, you wouldn't say you didn't think about the social repercussions your outfit would cause. Right? How can you possibly imitate such an irredeemable trash criminal? Professor Banshee's criticism was harsh. His words were well within the realm of rational understanding, but the last line cut deeply into Dolores' emotions. He is not a criminal, but rather a holy and sublime. But Dolores couldn't shout that. It would be against the will of the night hound, who did not want to reveal his identity. So Dolores decided to be bold. I like this outfit. What? They'll be serving like this? Professor Banshee's mouth dropped open in disbelief as Dolores bit her lip tightly. I'm disappointed in you, Ms. Dolores. I thought you were a smart student. Even if you are young, Well, you'll have to take responsibility for your own behavior even though I'm your advisor. I have no right to interfere with your attire, so do whatever you want. Professor Banshee clicked her tongue in frustration and returned to the tent. Meanwhile, Tutor Sancho and Piggy, who had been watching, were gossiping amongst themselves. What's going on? Professor Banshee is here. Why is he here? Professor Banshee isn't the only one. There are other professors. Usually during the festival, the professors go around to the bars in each division and class to make sales. That's right, professors enjoy the festival too. It was an unspoken custom among professors to visit the bars of the students. They were responsible for and sell them alcohol and snacks, giving them compliments and attracting other customers. Thus Professor Morg Banshee had come to the bar here in Ryukian today. But none of the students working in the bar welcomed Professor Banshee's visit. That's right, TSK. Professor Banshee took a bite of the food Tutor had brought him and spit it right back out on the floor. This chicken is so undercooked that if a skilled veterinarian treats it, it could be saved. That wasn't all. Professor Banshee continued to lash out at the food that followed. It's a good thing the Empire is united, because if there were still many other nations on the continent, they'd surely be greedy for oil and invade. These pork chops. You'd better keep this beef separate from the salad. It's so undercooked. I think it's still alive and it's still trying to eat the salad next to it. What a fine mace. It's hard and heavy, so I can crush the head of my enemy at any time. Oh, and by the way, is the bread I ordered still here? If I had to choose the most delicious thing on this table, I would choose this water without hesitation. Of course, even this water is dry and hard. These beans are so undercooked that if they do well, I might plant them and hope for another year. This pork isn't cooked at all. Can't you hear the Hakuna Matata that this pork is singing? Professor Banshee is known for having an incredibly picky palate. The students working in the kitchen began to resent his relentless taste assessments. Dolores, who was less than impressed, stepped forward. If you're going to make so many complaints, why did you bother visiting? I don't want to visit either, but it's customary among professors to go to the bars of their students and give them a boost in sales, which is why I'm sitting here in this dirty chair eating low-quality ingredients, poor hygiene and condiment-laden food served by workers who don't pay taxes and don't have health certificates, even though the food isn't cheap and they only take cash, so it's not tax-deductible and I don't get a cash receipt. Not even Dolores can argue with Banshee's point. Professor Banshee looks down at the fried potatoes and chicken dish in front of him in disgust. But if it had any flavor, I wouldn't be complaining about it. Taste is the most important thing, and the absence of it makes the bad stuff seem even more pronounced, doesn't it? There's nothing to see here. This snack probably tastes like waste. However, after scooping up a spoonful of chicken and potatoes, Professor Banshee couldn't finish his sentence. Tasty. Delicious. It was definitely delicious. What is it? Why is it delicious? The subtle flavor of fire, the richness of the bone broth from the shredded chicken, the savory flavor from the soft crunch of Morg's specialty potatoes, and the tangy salty taste from the mysterious red sauce. Holy, this is definitely a flavor I've had before, but only in the most prestigious restaurants in the Imperial City, not in a bar at an academy festival like this. Professor Banshee scooped up a few more spoonfuls of chicken stew and looked. Who made this? Did they bring in a professional chef from out of town? I doubt it. Dolores looks a little puzzled too. Just then a passing tutor turned his head. So it's to your liking. By the way, I just replaced the chef in charge of the kitchen. Replacing the chef with who? Well, there's this one guy who's an unusually good cook, and he decided to take over the entire kitchen. And there, Tutor pointed a finger and the heads of Professor Banshee and President Dolores turned. Then beyond their feet in the kitchen they saw a face holding a large frying pan to the flames. Kirk. A sharp-nosed, dark eyebrows, flawless white skin, and eyes like a lake of blood. A schoolgirl in a black hat and cloak stirs a wok with mystical flames. A slight frown, beads of sweat on her forehead. But her face, bathed in firelight, is mesmerizing. It was like watching a witch possess and control her victims with her flavor. Both Professor Banshee and Dolores are stunned by the sight. Was there a girl like that in our class? The scene was so magical that even the great Professor Banshee was mesmerized. For a moment. But then Tutor's voice interrupted their reverie. Professor, have you forgotten the traditions of our academy? Professor Banshee shook his head, unable to understand Tutor's words. Then an exclamation point appeared above his head. That's right. There is a long-standing tradition at the academy. It's called T.S. Men to women, women to men. In other words, the bewitched witch in the kitchen is a boy dressed as a girl. And the boy's identity was obvious. Order 3 plates of Vikir's special chicken stew, 2 plates of Vikir's special seafood, 6 plates of Vikir's special sausage vegetable stir-fry, 5 plates of Vikir's special meatball rice balls, and another Vikir's special. Oh, look guys, another new menu. How in the world did you manage to make such delicious snacks out of leftover ingredients? What's the name of this? What, nothing, it's just made with leftover ingredients. Let's put this on the menu as soon as possible. This is the 30-second special new menu. Ugh, ever since we opened the kitchen to the public we've been getting too many male customers at this rate. We'd better reveal that this is a guy. Oh no, this time it's the girls. Get more number tags. No, the number of male customers hasn't decreased at all. In fact, they've increased. What's going on? The staff is silently taking in the rush of orders. He's a student, but he's incredibly skilled at creating simple, practical, and delicious dishes. It was Vikir. Vikir, dressed as a witch, was stir-frying vegetables and meat. A limited amount and quality of ingredients. But the number of dishes that could be made from their combination is endless. Memories. I used to eat this a lot in the field. Vikir dipped a piece of dry bread into the milk, reminiscing about the past. Before the regression. As the age of destruction dragged on, the more food ran out. Most of the supplies brought to the front lines were burned by demon raids. And what little did arrive was stolen or embezzled by the higher-ups. What did eventually fall into the hands of officers and soldiers at the end of the line withered, rotted, or spoiled. Aside from their anger, the men on the front lines had to make the most of this extremely limited food supply. Along the way, Vikir learned a lot from his comrades. How to prepare inedible ingredients to make them edible, what parts of poisonous vegetables to remove, how to restore freshness to meat that has lost its flavor, how to make astringent, bitter, or sour vegetables palatable, how to kill the individuality of spices that are too intense to be liked or disliked, how to make them taste universally acceptable, how to boil, how to stew, how to bake, how to grill, how to steam, how to stir-fry. Now Vikir was using his experience to make the most of the limited space and limited ingredients. A few simple snack menus will definitely be better than the chefs at the moment. After decades on the battlefield, a few of the old soldiers' signature dishes were enough to overwhelm most chefs. This, of course, is due to the advanced recipes of previous eras and the taste of time spent in the field. The potatoes developed by Morg are earthy and tasteless, and the texture is like chewing sand. But Vikir chopped up the potatoes, seasoned them with salt and vinegar, and added mandrake leaves and sabak berries to the wok and fried them over high heat. This will completely remove the earthy flavor and bring out the sweetness and texture. Come to think of it, I had done this to potatoes once before. You don't have anything like this at home, do you? Suddenly a clear face flashed before Vikir's eyes, and then it was disappeared. He stared at it with teary eyes. Hey, why don't you come over and cook for me? I'll take you in. Speaking of which, when do you get into the academy? Let's see, improbably. Going to get in early by a year or two. It would be so much fun if we were in first grade together. And then, as if on cue, they tangled, planning their future together. Where you are now and what you're doing. Vikir thought briefly. Then he surprised himself that he still had time to think of others. I wonder if I have any sensitivity left. Vikir shook his head to clear his thoughts. He turned his attention back to the reality. They'll see you soon enough. It's always a good idea to keep your hands busy when your mind wanders. Cluck. The chicken and potatoes are stir-fried and the red soup seasoning is poured over the top. This nameless dish, once eaten by mercenaries on the front lines in the age of destruction over the carcasses of demons, has been transported back in time. and created in the Academy's festival bar and has become a very popular new menu item. Vikir gripped the wok and turned his head. Outside the kitchen on the tables he could see people drinking and eating. Snacks. Good food makes people happy. Everyone was eating Vikir's food with a smile on their faces. It was the same way back then. My comrades-in-arms who are now dead also enjoyed my cooking. The people who made it, the people who ate it, and the scenery in which it was enjoyed have changed dramatically, but the flavor is timeless. And although it is a slightly different view, the comrades-in-arms who are dead and gone are still alive in this era. The comrades who ate rough food together and crossed rough lines together are still alive with young and innocent faces. Quack. Vikir tightened his grip on the wok. For their sake he had to live this day, this moment as best he could. There would be more demons to kill, more lines of fire to cross, more strength to grow. With that resolve, that sense of mission, Vikir turned his attention to the food in front of him. Vikir put aside his personal thoughts and focused on the small tasks at hand. Meanwhile, Dolores stared blankly at Vikir in the kitchen. Wah! Dolores' lips parted even though she was holding it together. It's a very admirable look. She had always thought of herself as the type of person who looked at the inside rather than the outside, but that didn't mean she didn't look at the outside at all. It wasn't that she didn't care about a man's face, it was just that she hadn't ever seen one that really impressed her. It was only now that Dolores realized the significance of this. I can't believe he's wearing such a blasphemous outfit with a face like that. Why is he dressed like a witch? She stumbled back to her senses and looked away. A witch is the opposite of a saint, so it was natural for Dolores to be offended by the outfit. But the other girls behind her had a different opinion. He's so fucking handsome. The voice of the heart unfiltered. Dolores gasped, wondering if she'd said it out loud, but she hadn't. Turning her head, she spotted a group of schoolgirls who hadn't made it inside the crowded bar but had gathered at the fence outside to watch the kitchen. Most of them were dressed as zombies, so the scene was quite apocalyptic. How can a man be so pretty? This is a scam. Vikir, I love you, can you please take a look at this place? Please don't just take my word for it, it's steamed. Oh really, it looks like our Vikir is going to win all the 20th golden Sexiest Newcomer Awards this year. Do you remember how when I was giving my acceptance speech the entire audience was in tears, so I boiled and ate bear soup with it? In the real world, all the sexiest creatures looked at our Vikir's breathtaking figure and retreating and disappearing even outside the empire, so they were all turned into barbarians. There's nothing we can do about it. Vikir is responsible for this. Vikir, the sexiness that has disappeared in this world from everyone but himself. Let's eat it all, ha. Really? Vikir is so sexy that he beat up all the walls and broke the old border fence of the warring states period with his fists to unify the country. Can he win the Imperial Peace Prize? Yes. Ha, wait a minute, I gave up on people who thought Vikir was sexy and the empire was cut in half, so I came here high-fiving my friend from the northern Varangian. A large crowd of zombie cosplayers crowded around the bar's perimeter fence to get a glimpse of Vikir. The sight of them clinging to the fence and shaking the fence stakes to gain access to the kitchen was apocalyptic. Yay, sales are exploding. You're the best. Tudor and Sinclair excitedly began handing out numbered tags to customers outside the fence. Despite the extra zeros added to the prices of the food on the menu, Vikir's creations are selling like crazy. Most of the customers were from the nobility, so they weren't afraid to open their wallets despite the high prices. Huh, look guys, there's a new menu again. How in the world did you manage to make such a delicious snack out of leftover ingredients? What's the name of this thing? What, nothing, it's just leftover ingredients. Let's put it on the menu as soon as possible. It's Vikir's special new menu. After revealing the fact that Vikir was actually a man, the number of female customers began to increase dramatically. Surprisingly, the number of male customers didn't decrease at all but actually increased. Wow, look at all the guys. Men just need to be pretty. Hey, it's a big deal, she's a guy. I thought it was all about being really pretty. Girls just need to be pretty too. Eek. Did my school have a girl like that? He's a freshman in this year's cold class. He's famous for doing a Colossio. Naphtali, I heard this place is a good restaurant. Take my order please, I'll pay for my meal here in advance. Oh, and could you please put the drinks and food away, they're distracting from the view. Ugh, professors and students, a crowd. Excuse me Vikir, I'm sorry you're so busy, but do these come with extra toppings and I'd like to try one of the new items you just added. Even Professor Banshee had taken up a table and was sitting down placing one order after another. Just then, Bianca walked into the kitchen fresh from a publicity stint. When she saw Vikir holding the pots and ladles, she exclaimed in surprise. What the hell, why are you in the kitchen? Get out there and sell. Why are you rotting in the kitchen with that face? Hearing that, Vikir nodded and let go of the ladle. At that very moment, no, the kitchen is ruined without Vikir's touch. Tudor rushes over and stops Vikir. Soon Tudor the chef and Bianca the hustler were arguing. Vikir is an asset to the kitchen, don't you dare take him away from us. How many lonely gourmets have fallen in love with Vikir's taste right now? Are you kidding me? You want him to stew in that perfect witch costume every time he steps outside. Sales go through the roof. Suddenly a group of kitchen students swarmed behind Tudor and a group of charmers behind Bianca, and they began to argue. Don't disrespect the kitchen. The flower of a festival is attracting customers. Students from both positions, including Tudor and Bianca, began to fight for Vikir's position. Just then, they shouldn't be fighting. There was one person pulling Vikir to his feet. A moment, Vikir's expression turned slightly blank. A familiar face. Why is this person who should be on the far western border now here in the imperial capital? Vikir should be in the kitchen. What's the point of having a kitchen if you don't have a pimp? An extreme case of pimpy please in my front yard, as each side tries to get Vikir to join their side. In this gap between the kitchen faction and the pimping faction, local egoism blossoms beautifully. We shouldn't fight.
Amam hiket hikir.
Vikir frowned. Why is this person here now? A familiar face. He was wearing a vampire costume and a mask, but Vikir could tell by the momentum. Who else could be of this size and age and exude this much intimidation? Osiris Les Baskervilles. The head of Baskerville, the iron-blooded swordsman, Hugo's legitimate successor. He is now hugging Vikir in his witch disguise. For a moment Vikir's mind raced with thoughts. The first thing that came to mind was the cryptic message that Cinderwendy had sent him the other day. The 10 corpse information obtained need time to analyze 1 month. 2 night Hound, 2 copycats emerge, one for praise, the other purpose unknown. 3 Osiris of the House of Baskerville family crest emptied, supposedly headed for the imperial city. The third entry apparently states that Osiris, the head of the Baskerville family, has emptied his household and is headed for the imperial city, although the exact purpose was unknown. Meanwhile, public opinion is up in arms about the masked man who appears out of nowhere and takes Vikir away. Who is he? He's very tall. Is it Vikir's family? I can't see his face because of the mask. Most people are curious about Osiris' identity. However, Osiris took Vikir with him and quickly left the scene, as if he had no intention of making a scene. And then back behind the tent, Osiris set Vikir down. You've gotten a lot prettier since I last saw you, little brother. Donksing, he said with a hint of gravity in his voice. But Vikir's expression remained cold. What brings you here, Hyungnim? Hyungnim, wouldn't it be more appropriate to call me Appa? According to the traditions of the academy, it would be correct to call you Uni. It was a joke. So was I. Vikir asked again. What brings you here, brother? It is the duty of an older brother to come to the rescue when his younger brother is in trouble. Just then, Samchuan, a hand shot out from Osiris' back. Vikir's eyes widened slightly. He could see the Pomeranian being carried by Osiris' broad shoulders, and back had been hidden until now. Inging, I miss you, Samchun, why aren't you coming? Pomeranian has a sorrowful look on her face as she hugs Vikir and rubs her face. When Vikir lifted his head, feeling the dampness around his belly, Osiris revealed his purpose for coming. Pomeranian has missed you so much. My father has granted me a special Vacation to take Pomeranian to the academy. At the words Vikir doubted his ears. A vacation, Hugo. Seeing Vikir's puzzled expression, Osiris laughed softly beneath his mask. He's got a tight grip on the reins of the family these days. Osiris' words were surprising. Mention the Pomeranian's fondness for blood bean chocolate and the marshland. Along the western front is turned to mush and cacao plantations. Take its place. If the Pomeranian says he wants to spend his summers by the river, the lands along the southern front are swept away by silt and rapids and turned into rivers. The Baskervilles even raided the ruby mines of their ally Morgue when Pomeranian showed an interest in jewelry making. Pomeranian protested that she missed Vikir, and after a long hunger strike that lasted 2 meals, Hugo granted her a visit. Of course, this was done in the utmost secrecy so as not to reveal Vikir's relationship with the family, and Pomeranian was escorted by Osiris Les Baskervilles himself. What a world! Vikir rubbed his forehead at the butterfly effect of the storm he had created. But at the center of the storm, Pomeranian is just hugging his legs and whimpering for Vikir's amusement. Ha ha ha, our princess is finally showing her smile. Pomeranian has been quite depressed since you disappeared, and the atmosphere in the house hasn't been right for a while. Your father has been so worried about you. Osiris looks at Pomeranian with a gentle expression. His expression is also softer than I've ever seen before. It's as if Baskerville, the iron-blooded swordsman, is changing a little bit due to Pomeranian's appearance. On the other hand, Osiris was also looking around the academy's bars as if he had a new appreciation for them. It's been a long time since I've been here too. I was once a student at the academy, and I was in charge of many things as student council president. But now that I've graduated, it's all just a memory. Muttering to himself, Osiris looked back at Vikir as if suddenly remembering. Oh, by the way, on the way here I saw a pretty girl inside the bar's tent. And she was staring at you. What's your relationship? A pretty girl, Osiris would say. You mean student council president Dolores? Vikir asked without thinking. At that very moment, Waduljag, the area beyond the tent, suddenly shook. Vikir turned to see what it was and saw the back of Dolores' figure scurrying away. Dolores hadn't made a move until we started talking about her family, so it's possible she was just passing by and overheard our conversation. But why are those ears red? Well, it doesn't matter. I hadn't said anything bad. I'd just been caught saying something nice, so I didn't think anything would come of it. Maybe she was offended that I was judging her appearance, but I don't think I need to think about it because it's not going to happen again. As for Ms. Dolores, we're not in a relationship, we're just senior and junior. Vikir cut to the chase and Osiris cocked his head. Dolores, you mean the lady of the Quavadis? If she is, I recognize her face. I didn't mean Dolores. Then who were you referring to? I don't know her name, but she was dressed as a yeti. It's a joke. Clearly Osiris' personality had changed a lot since I'd last seen him. Vikir was silent for a moment, wondering if this was another Pomeranian influence, perhaps in the face of a wall at the top of the graduator. Regaining one's emotions may be more advantageous for growth. I don't know about Osiris himself, but it must be good for him. I had no idea that having a younger sister, actually a niece, in a house full of brothers would have such a profound effect. Well, aside from that, Osiris gave Vikir a lot of information. A general overview of what was going on in the family. The trade deal you arranged is well underway. It's been in the works since our alliance with Messinadnero. The three-way trade between Balak, Baskerville, and Sinduendi was finally on track. However, there was one strange thing. Vikir turned to Osiris. House Messinadnero. That's right, the same family that was outlawed by the Baskervilles. Osiris seemed to already know about Sinduendi's past. Vikir is left to wonder why Sinduendi, who has a grudge against the Baskervilles, would join forces with them. Osiris explained again. Do you remember the Truth Commission we created before you entered the academy? I've been chairing it ever since, and we've reinvestigated everything that happened in the past. 7 families involved in the club burning suspension were disowned. The misunderstandings and misdeeds between the Baskervilles and the Messinadnero were also brought to light. As a result, the Baskervilles have formally apologized to the Messinadnero and have made restitution. It was a win-win situation, as many of the old Baskervilles who had participated in the conspiracy were forced to give their heads, and Osiris was able to reorganize the family's order and power structure once more. In the end, Hugo and Osiris completely overpowered the Senate led by the seventh Count and seized control of the house. It seemed that Cinderwendy had also been somewhat relieved by this series of events and had joined forces with the Baskervilles. Well, that's her own mind. Whether she had truly forgiven Baskerville or not, only she would know the exact details. Indeed, Osiris turned to Vikir as if remembering something. I have come to see you today not only to tell you these things. He pulled something out of his pocket and held it out to Vikir. Is this? Vikir's eyes sparkled as he examined the object. Osiris tilted his head and said, "It's an artifact that fell from the spot where Set died. I don't know what it can be used for, so I brought it to you. When demons die, they drop their artifacts. Just as Dantalion had dropped the picaresque mask, Andromalius would have done the same. It was a shame I couldn't keep it, but now I have it." Sparkle. A black strange ring appeared in Vikir's hand, shining brightly. Ring. Finit hic deus off. Finit hic deus, the realm of the gods ends here. It's an orb that contains the skills that Andromalius used to specialize in when he was alive. It was a covenant-forming ring with the ability to create spaces so secretive that even the eyes of the rune gods could not see into it. The moment he held it in his hand, Vikir couldn't help but think of a cliched line. "You're lucky." Usher Po Bianca, 18 years old, originally from Usher the Divine Bow Palace. Early admission to the Colosio Academy. As a member of the festival organizing committee, she found herself in the middle of another annoyance. "Hey there, I've been watching you all this time and I like you." The boy standing in front of her holding out the letter was someone she remembered seeing a few times in her joint class with Hot Class. Bianca frowned. She stroked the fake mustache at the base of her nose. Bianca studied the face of the boy in front of her again. Her sharp eyes sparkled as she fired a needle from 100 paces away. Caked on makeup 13 points, flaky skin 11 points, unkempt eyebrows 12 points, incongruous lip tone 14 points, cuts from shaving 4 points, untrimmed nail cuticles 4 points, mismatch of personal color and clothing 5 points, split ends of hair from excessive bleaching 8 points, awkward cross dressing 22 points, total score of 7 out of 100. The boy in front of her was quite handsome, but he didn't reach Bianca's aesthetic threshold. The cross-dressing was an additional point deduction as it looked very sloppy. If you were dressed as a woman, you need to be pretty. It's not even pretty. I don't need anything that isn't pretty. From a young age, she loved pretty things. Pretty clothes, pretty food, of course. Pretty dolls, pretty weapons, pretty men, pretty women, pretty horses, pretty saddles, pretty horseshoes, pretty carpets, pretty carpet cleaning brooms, pretty carpet cleaning broom holders. As such, Bianca was known for her demanding aesthetic even within the Usher family. So much so, in fact, that she handpicked her nannies as babies. Maybe that's why Bianca wasn't interested in men. Men are basically ugly. They don't dress up or take care of themselves as much as women do. If they happen to wear makeup to look pretty, they're called unmanly even amongst themselves. So Bianca's entire life has been about getting attention from men. To her, men were basically ugly creatures, people she had nothing to do with in her life. That's why since the beginning of the semester she's been asked out countless times by seniors and classmates alike, but she's always turned them down. "Bianca, would you like to go see the newly released play Worn Out Newbie 2? I've seen all 3. Bianca, have you had dinner? If not, would you like to join us? I already ate lunch for tomorrow. Bianca, let's go worship at the temple this weekend. I'm a heretic, I believe in voodoo. Hey Bianca, when are you free this weekend? Try to find some time." "I don't have a weekend." "Bianca, why don't you go to this Christmas?" "No. I'd rather hang out with pretty girls, but I never felt like hanging out with ugly guys. The only exception would be Tudor, the little bully I grew up bickering with. But I can't help but like pretty people. I blamed myself for this personality and tried to change it, but I couldn't change my taste. How can I change the fact that I've been insisting on pretty women since I was a baby, even for my nanny and maids? If I could find a guy who could score at least 20 out of 100, I'd be happy. But there weren't many of them in the academy. And even if there were men who barely met the physical requirements, none of them were of such great ability or status that she, the eldest daughter of the usher family and head of the cold class, would dare to approach her first. Yeah, me, and I don't have to change who I am to fit in. So Bianca had given up on meeting and socializing with men since she started school. But now her resolve has long since been shattered. 100 points, 100 points. Vikir is in the kitchen stirring a pot full of stew with a ladle. Bianca's gaze half unraveled at the sight of him. Crazy, giddy, ecstatic, dreamy, and decadent. She had never seen such dangerously beautiful things, not even among her own kind. Where the hell did that nonsense come from? It's like a character ripped off the page and popped out of one of those cringeworthy 19th century doujinshi comics I read as a kid. And not just any character, but the decadent heroine of the story itself. Bianca was grateful to her parents at this point. They had given her the eyesight to see a needle in a haystack from 100 paces away, so of course she should be grateful. Wow, how can a man be so pretty there's nothing to see? Even from a very long distance, if you energize your eyes with mana, you can see things as if they were right in front of you. So Bianca continued to marvel as she handed out flyers for a bar from miles away. Skin as white and smooth as ivory without a single blemish, eyelashes so long and luxuriant they seemed to fall and pile up, eyebrows so dark and straight, and eyes as red as a lake of blood beneath them. I always knew he was good-looking, but the makeup made him even more insane. No wonder onlookers were swarming around him with mana screenshot cameras. Should I take a mana screenshot too? Despite the bustling crowd of people dressed as zombies, skeletons, ghouls, vampires, death knights, witches, werewolves, and more, Bianca couldn't take her eyes off Vikir. Just then, bam! Bianca's shoulders shook once. Palalag. A few flyers in her hand fell to the ground. Her shoulders bumped together in the bustling crowd. Oh really, where are your eyes? Bianca turned her head with an annoyed expression. But then a face caught her eye. Bones, a skull mask, and a pair of glowing bloodshot eyes. Bianca gulped down the wind. A woman dressed as a skeleton was staring at them. A chill ran down her spine that was almost indescribable. The skull mask and armor were too elaborate for a Halloween costume. She looks real.
Bianca swallowed DRYLY.
She'd never been pushed in an energy fight before, but for some reason she couldn't use her energy against the skull-masked woman in front of her. There was an overwhelming aura emanating from her, not mana or aura, but a presence a class apart. Then a hoarse voice came from within the skull mask. Be careful. It said. It sounded as if it was giving the insignificant bug a pass for once. Bianca couldn't say anything in response to that though, and could only lower her gaze. Keep your mouth shut and your eyes down. Instinctive warnings screamed in her head. It was the creepiest thing I've ever experienced in my 18 years of life. None of my classmates, not the skinny kids, not the weightlifting seniors, not even my professors had ever given me the creeps. No, if I had to pick one, it would be Professor Sadie, the only one with the same level of creepiness. The hairs on my body stood on end and my back was damp with sweat. Feeling like a hedgehog in front of a giant pit, Bianca backed away, forgetting to pick up the flyers that had fallen to the floor. The skull-masked woman snorted and turned away as if she wasn't worth dealing with, judging by the condition of her skin, body shape, and voice that occasionally peeked out of her mask or armor. She was around the same age. But the presence she exudes overwhelms Bianca, the usher family prodigy and top enrollee in the Cold Warrior class. Who the hell is that? She must be a student at the academy if she's taken the trouble to dress up in a Halloween costume like that, and if she is, there's no way Bianca wouldn't know it. Maybe he's from Magic Tower or Varangian, but I don't think there's anyone of her caliber there. Maybe a returning student. Bianca broke out in a cold sweat and backed away, moving at a shuffling pace, heading for the newspaper publisher's bar. The solicitation stops here. Her legs were shaking from the terror shed just endured. He'll go back to the bar and ask Vakir for a shift. Honestly, I think he'll do a better job of bringing in customers than I will. Bianca was somewhat confident in her cooking, so it was a more efficient decision. And she needed to get away from that murderous woman as soon as possible. What's wrong?
Bianca qui der pace.
The kitchen of the newspaper's bar, toward where Vakir was. Be careful. The corpse queen opened her mouth in an irritated tone. Her irritation rose in her voice from the depths of her lungs, the source of which contained the heat of the infernal fires simmering in the depths of the black demon world. Naturally, the female student whose shoulder was bumped could only shudder and didn't say anything in response. The corpse queen snorted and turned her attention away. The girl who had just bumped into her shoulder seemed to be from the academy. Judging by the look on her face, she might be a new student, maybe even an early enrollee. The corpse queen suddenly felt uncomfortable as she thought about it. Maybe, really just maybe. What if she hadn't become a corpse queen? What if she hadn't been admitted to the academy like so many other girls her age? She knew full well that there were no ifs in history, but just this one time, if she could put on an age-appropriate act, she might think so. With him. The corpse queen saw a face in her thoughts. The waves of time would slowly sweep everything away until eventually nothing remained, but they would never erase this one face. The gaze always expressionless, always looking so far away that it was impossible to tell where it was looking. The face she could still remember so clearly and distinctly. At the same time, she remembers the conversations she had with him before she became the corpse queen. Hey, do you want to come to my house and cook? Yeah, I'll just take you in. So when are you getting into the academy? Let's match it up with me. I'm probably gonna get in a year or two early. It would be so much fun if we could be first years together. Then, there was a presence that scattered the corpse queen's thoughts. Nod. A small woman beside her tugged on the collar of the corpse queen's cloak. Geronto, a red-haired mage with bandages covering her entire body including her face and neck. She was a lich, a high-ranking undead who had been brought back to life by the corpse queen. The corpse queen listened to Geronto's unspoken report and nodded. Yes, Rose the night hound, his scent seems to be leading this way. The corpse queen naturally couldn't help but recall the events of the previous night. The disruptor who appeared out of nowhere. It was only recently that she realized he was an unprecedented villain who had been terrorizing the knights of the Imperial City recently. Certainly no ordinary man. The barbarian's archery, his swordplay, all too familiar. At the crucial moment, however, the blinding light from the tip of his blade prevented me from reading its exact trajectory. However, the corpse queen had witnessed a sun-like aura like this once before. Madam of the Eight Legs in that night's battle. The corpse queen felt her heart beat for the first time in a very long time. She hadn't felt her heart beat in a very long time ever since she had forced herself to peer into the abyss of magic in an attempt to leap to a higher realm during her closed training and suffered a mana backflow that killed half of her body. Since then, her heart has been beating again, even though it hadn't beaten properly since then. What does this mean? No way, that can't be possible, but even she couldn't pinpoint what she was hoping for, what she expected, what she wanted to see. And so the corpse queen had come to the academy in a state of confusion. To meet the night hound she had met the night before. Next, Geronto led her to a dormitory. A dormitory, this place looks like it's for students. Surely the night hound that's been wreaking havoc across the Imperial City isn't a student at the academy. The corpse queen shook her head in disbelief. She fumbled with the lock on the back door of her dormitory. Chayig. At the corpse queen's touch, the lock instantly melted into molten iron like ice dumped on a stove. The corridors inside the dormitory were dark and empty. It was the festive season and everyone seemed to have gone out to play. After melting down a few more locks in her way, the corpse queen broke into one of the rooms in the dormitory and swallowed a small gulp. This looks like a girl's room, doesn't it? A plainly decorated single occupancy room. However, judging from the decorative items and the smell in the room, this is definitely a girl's room. The room was empty as I had guessed based on the atmosphere in the hallway. What's unusual is that there are a few small paw prints on the windowsill that appear to belong to a dog. You have a dog, let's get it off your hands. The corpse queen muttered hoarsely. How many animals had she cut and pasted as experiments in order to reach the pinnacle of black magic? Naturally, there were many dogs among them. Therefore, the corpse queen harbored a vague feeling of guilt or indebtedness for having pets, including dogs. Meanwhile, bam! Geronto stood there and shook his head. It was a sign that the scent had stopped. The corpse queen was forced to leave the dormitory without much of a payoff. Well, at this point, the only thing we can do is capture and interrogate the owner of this room. Following the trail of the room's owner, the corpse queen emerged into the festival streets once again. There was a scene in front of her. Countless cherry blossom petals, those pink waves. The skull mask's eyes widened at the sight of a cherry blossom rain on an epic scale. Even if they were just fake petals created by magic, it was still spectacular. As she stares at the festival petals fluttering in the night sky. Wow, you did a great job with your costume. A group of schoolboys said to the corpse queen, grinning broadly. Before the corpse queen can turn her head, the boys walk past laughing amongst themselves. Wow, I thought her helmet and armor were made of real bones. She must have put a lot of work into her costume. Did you see that? Didn't he have a nice jawline under that skull mask? Ugh, the proportions and the lines are so graceful, you should walk a horse. Small talk. The corpse queen found it quite refreshing to be the subject of such small talk. Compared to the atmosphere of her previous groups or her current one, it was hard to imagine. But he didn't feel any new feelings of offense or anger. It was Halloween after all. Halloween, which symbolizes the Academy's summer festival, is more passionate and open. Unlike Halloween in the winter, is a festival where even strangers pass by and exchange greetings and hugs. The corpse queen watched the crowd of passersby come and go with newfound emotion. Students dressed as zombies, skeletons, ghouls, vampires, death knights, ghosts, mummies, and more. Outsiders enjoying the students' costumes and imitating them in their own ways. Then, hey pretty girls, buy a skewer, it's half price because you're pretty. A female student started hawking the corpse queen. Wow, your costume is really tight, you must be looking forward to the festival. I feel great you're enjoying the festival so much I'll give you one more as a service. The corpse queen was taken aback by the skewer that was suddenly thrust in front of her and was immediately subjected to a hard sell. Delicious. Nod. The corpse queen walks down the street with her sugared fruit skewers and Geronto with his ice cream waffles. For the first time since her heart stopped beating, the corpse queen felt just a little bit good about this situation, even if it was only for a moment. Following the scent from her room, Geronto walked from tavern to bar, from passerby to passerby, up and down the street, right and left, back and forth, left and right. Everywhere. Handsome bards busking, dance troupes performing water balloon tosses and whack-a-mole games with all sorts of prizes. The corpse queen looked suspiciously at Geronto, who was carrying water balloons, ice cream, whirling potatoes, and a giant teddy bear. Are we on the right track, Rose? Nod. Geronto flinches slightly but then nods and points to a spot. A bar came into the corpse queen's view. A ghost bar run by a newspaper club. Students dressed as ghosts were hawking, serving, and cooking, welcoming customers to the bar. On a large stage opposite, guest dancers dressed as skeletons were performing to loud music. Flames roared and heart-pounding drums pounded. A melting pot of chaos and revelry, with crowds of people weeping and laughing and stomping their feet. And there the corpse queen could see one familiar face again. Isn't that the woman who bumped shoulders with me earlier? The woman she bumped shoulders with earlier is standing here again, looking dazed. ID warned her to be careful in the future, but here she was again, looking so stupid. The corpse queen clicked her tongue. You haven't woken up yet, stupid girl, you won't live long. This is puzzling since she seems to have pretty good instincts, given that. Her eyes immediately snapped shut. Suddenly the corpse queen stopped clicking her tongue and turned her head to the side. She was curious as to what it was that had so mesmerized the pretty girl. The corpse queen's eyes, which had been turned away without a second thought, soon opened wide enough to tear. It was a person cooking in the bar's kitchen. Upon seeing that face, the corpse queen couldn't help but freeze in place, shocked as if struck by lightning. Then she stuttered and opened her mouth. Did he have a sister? Did he have a sister? Not likely. There are no women in his family, no daughters are born. Daughters have been rare in their family ever since the disappearance of their only daughter a long time ago, as if a curse had been placed on them. But what is this woman in front of her? A schoolgirl dressed as a witch and cooking. Pale skin, a sharp nose, a veil-like jawline, deep eyes, and thick lashes. Add to that a slight frown, and you have the ultimate in decadence. Add to that hair as black as the night sky and red eyes that shine like rubies, and it's like he's come back to life. If it hadn't been for the woman, I might have actually believed it. Blood, but that doesn't explain it. What the hell happened after that night? In the depth, the corpse queen muttered softly. She had apparently cut herself off from everything in the world after that. One day, she didn't know, because in order to plunge into the depths of the black magic, she would have to cut all her ties to the world and weigh herself down. So she did not know any information beyond the one day that involved him. Moreover, no more thinking, or the existence of it, that was preventing the corpse queen from thinking clearly. The corpse queen was momentarily thrown off balance by the impact of a large, thick awl piercing her skull. Her brain is immediately restricted from deep thought. A terrible headache was kicking her half-dead, half-alive brain. Stop thinking about your headache, it'll take care of all that for you. The demonic whisper in my ear, it tempts you to let go of your complicated thoughts and woes and respond to the simple stimulus in front of you. The corpse queen gritted her teeth. Am not a corpse, incapable of independent thought and judgment, not a puppet that moves only at your will. The voice in her ear paused at those words. It closed its mouth. The corpse queen clenched her teeth and covered her ears. I told you, I'm only giving you half the day. And to fulfill the part of the contract, I must go to that bar now. Don't forget why I made the contract with you. Then it whispered in a sweet voice once again. Of course, that's why I found your sister with my powers. The corpse queen turned her head at those words and looked to the side. Geronto the mage turned Lich, the girl who would have been 16 this year. Had she lived? The corpse queen opened her mouth. I know your ability, the mystical one that lets you meet the person you want to meet, but you know there's one other person I've been looking for. Besides my sister, right? The main reason I accepted your contract offer was to find his body, but you never did, even after 2 years of scouring every inch of the red and black mountain. And now I don't know if it's because of your powers or if this is my destiny, but I've once again gotten a lead on him. Somehow I feel like if I go there, he'll know everything. So don't stop me. The corpse queen was the first to resist the voice of it. This was because the corpse queen and it were not in a master-servant or one-sided contractual relationship, but rather a mutually beneficial one, which was quite different from the way most demons would enter into a contract with a dying human to take over their body completely. But it continued to speak to the corpse queen. It's dangerous. I smell danger. What? I sense something sinister in that bar. It reeks of the disgusting odor of demon hunters. Geronto next to the corpse queen seems to sense it as well. The corpse queen saw Geronto nod in agreement and thought for a moment. But why now, demon hunter, and what on earth is going on while I sleep half the day? It was still pestering the corpse queen. While the corpse queen was living half the day, it was also living half the day. The corpse queen gritted her teeth. I have come prepared, and the identity of your uneasiness is probably the night hound, and I will meet him and unmask him myself, and that woman's identity as well. Then the thing shut up and was silent for a long time. The corpse queen is about to take a step forward when it gives up. We don't have much time left. It opened its mouth. It's midnight, and after midnight this body is mine. That's enough. The corpse queen stopped talking. It was silent, as if it too had decided that further conversation was pointless. Caw. A crow cawed ominously and flew through the rain of festival cherry blossoms. The corpse queen's eyes immediately calmed down. She stopped thinking and let her instincts guide her. It was time to clear up the confusion. The corpse queen was about to take a step forward. Wawa, you're so pretty. Who the hell is that witch? It's not my sister, it's my brother. Whoa, 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 big sister, please take a look at this. Witch, please cast a spell on me too. I love you, just give me a drink. A huge crowd suddenly rushed into the newspaper club bar. Click, 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 click. Screenshot flashes of mana exploding everywhere. The corpse queen was pinned down by a crowd of people. She was crushed so hard that her cheeks bulged out of her skull mask. The corpse queen slowly drew up her mana. She was going to clear her mind of everything that bothered her and move forward, as she had always done. But, had she sensed a change of plans, a footstep blocked the corpse queen's path. Stop. Bianca, it was her. Stop. The corpse queen's eyebrows moved. The bitch who couldn't even keep her mouth shut earlier. What the hell was she doing standing in her way now? But Bianca stood firmly in front of the corpse queen, her body trembling slightly. I understand your feelings, but that's it. Understand your feelings? How dare the bitch say she understands? The corpse queen was just about to open her mouth to say something. Bianca opened her mouth first. So much for fandom, you have to stay in line. No matter how pretty that kid is, you can't do that by raising your mana. Are you doing this because we're not mana users? The corpse queen stared blankly behind her mask for a moment. Then another face popped out from beside Bianca's. A girl with gray hair and sleepy eyes. It was Sinclair. That's right, only our staff is allowed to see our witch. The corpse queen had no idea what these chicks were talking about. Are these bloodsuckers crazy? And blood, you look like you're about our age, but you sound like you've just come out of the grave. Sisters, if you'll excuse me, I'd like you to step aside or take your number. And wait. Bianca and Sinclair worked together to keep the corpse queen at a distance. Eventually the corpse queen was forced to reveal her power. Sutsits. Bianca and Sinclair's expressions changed as she drew on her dark mana and
émittait da sinistre aura.
Black mage. Even the Empire classified them as Class 1 dangerous people. The black mages under their care are usually identified as those who feed on the rust of the state and move only under its control. But the skull-masked woman in front of them looks suspicious. Maybe all those bones on her face and body aren't just cosplay. Bianca and Sinclair's faces go white. There's no way the elite of the cold and hot class, a newcomer who had just finished her first-year midterms, could have withstood the momentum of the corpse queen. And then, Tiag. Bianca and Sinclair weren't the only ones blocking the corpse queen's path. Black coat, gilded boots, chains, and daggers dangling from her body. And crucially, a plague doctor's mask covering his face. Who are you, and what are you doing on someone else's property? It was the night hound. Boom. The sound of loud firecrackers echoes through the air. A fireworks festival colorfully decorates the night sky. Music blasts from the ground and dancers dressed as skeletons and zombies put on enthusiastic performances. A specialty of the imperial capital. A concert where Academy insiders and outsiders stomp their feet and cheer in unison. And in front of him, in the newspaper club's bar, something strange was happening right now. The corpse queen put her hands in her bosom and stretched them out. Huddle, huddle, huddle. A large amount of skeletal fragments fly out from under her black cloak and scatter on the ground. Suts. At the same time, the black mana that emanated from the corpse queen's body enveloped each and every one of the bones. Germination, evil roots and sinister shoots sprouted from the bony seeds. Thud thud. A black magic circle formed on the ground where the bones touched and skeletal soldiers were summoned. Skeleton. Danger rating C. Size 17 meters. Found in all continents. Name the bone men. A common sight in graveyards, battlefields, abandoned houses and sewers. In rural areas and rundown cities they're almost as common as street rats. Skeletons, the most basic form of the dead. All they need is a piece of bone and they can use it as a seed to root and sprout a magic circle, drawing from it an unlimited amount of power. It is much more portable than zombie, which can be summoned through flesh or Wraith which can be summoned through a fragment of the soul. Flesh, even if dried and made into jerky, will eventually decay and disappear. And souls, no matter how well sealed in a vial, will eventually evaporate. On the other hand, a high-level warlock who has attained a certain level of mastery can produce an endless supply of skull vials simply by scattering tiny bits of bone that are close to bone powder. Woody, 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 woody. Bianca and Sinclair's faces hardened as they watched the skeletal soldiers rise from the ground. As the elite of the academy, there was no way they couldn't feel these ominous waves of mana. Undead soldiers here. The two female students' mouths dropped open. This skull-masked woman in front of them was definitely one of them. Either she's a child who doesn't realize how terrifying it is to break the taboo of black magic, which is strictly controlled by the Empire, or she's an absolute powerhouse who knows it and has the guts to do it. But judging by the thick, strong, bony creatures in front of them now, it was overwhelmingly the first. Where did these monsters come from? Is she one of those night hounds or something? That's not the point. We need to get the professors here now. Bianca and Sinclair didn't even dare to stand up to the powerful black magic in front of them. Then, wow, the performance is starting. Awesome, a real performance. But what's behind the concert? Wow, there are skeleton backup dancers in the back. But they really came out of the shadows. Who are they? What are they doing? Boom, new face dance team. Their costumes are real, brothers. The crowd around them had a different reaction. Maybe it's because it's a Halloween party where everyone is dressed up as skeletons and zombies, but no one thinks it's weird to see the skeleton soldiers summoned by the corpse queen, who says humans are animals of atmosphere. Even if there's a fire or smoke in the room, if the person next to you is sitting calmly, it makes you feel uneasy, but if you sit still, you may suffocate to death. That was exactly what was happening here at the Academy's festival. Although an Academy student who is sensitive to mana, but in fact 99 of the party people gathered here are outsiders, illiterate in mana, and probably because they're intoxicated by alcohol and the excitement of the party, so even standing next to the skeleton soldiers, you don't feel anything other than a little eerie. But of course there are those who can recognize anomalies even in these situations. Black Mage, what are you doing? If you're in the Imperial Army, please state your rank. Saint Dolores, dressed as a night hound, stepped forward. The holy aura she emanated stopped the skeleton soldiers crawling up from the abyss. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The corpse queen's aura was so powerful that the skeleton soldiers were not killed, but they were still frozen in place by the holy power of Dolores, who had been somewhat awakened since the Battle of Dantalion. The Saintess' protection also properly blocked the Black Mage's negative emotions, such as the fear that his powerful aura caused in those around him. Also, the way the skeleton soldiers flailed about made the audience think that this was some sort of dance troupe performance. Oh, it's performance art. Is that a flash mob or something? A performance where an unspecified number of people gather in a specific space at a specific time and do the same thing for no purpose. I heard it's the latest trend in the Imperial capital. Wow, now that I see it, it looks real. Even the guest singers and dancers on stage began to mimic the behavior. Who are they? When were they booked? I've never seen them before. I don't know, but they're pretty hip. The quality of their costumes and props is amazing. They seem to have a good crowd. Should we try it? As professional dancers dressed as zombies and skeletons mimic the stumbling movements of the skeleton soldiers, the cheers become more frenzied. Firecrackers popped everywhere and the music got louder. The crowd's attention now shifts back to center stage. But all the while Dolores' expression was hardening. Ugh, so strong. What is this person, or is she even a person at all? The skull-masked woman in front of Dolores was a terrifying force that even her holy power couldn't handle. She thought she'd become much more skilled since her battle with Guilty, or rather Dantalion, but she was still far from it. The Black Mage woman in front of her appeared to be her age, but she possessed an incredibly powerful mana that was incomparable to her own. This kind of ominous and dangerous mana was something she had only ever felt when dealing with a demon of Dantalion's level. No wonder Dolores' strength alone was insufficient. The Night Hound was with me then. Dolores broke out in a cold sweat. It reminded Dolores of the terrifying enemies she had fought and the weight of her mission and burden. Meanwhile, the Corpse Queen had known all along that the Night Hound before her was a fake. She also recognized Dolores as the owner of the girls' dormitory room she had visited earlier. The Corpse Queen growled and asked, "Where have you taken the Night Hound?" "What?" Dolores asked with a frown. The Night Hound's whereabouts were something Dolores had been wondering about herself. But the skull-masked woman in front of her almost seemed to assume that Dolores knew the whereabouts of the Night Hound. "The Night Hound's tracks were found in your room and I'm already on my way to check them out." Dolores' expression hardened even more. "No one has ever been in my room." Dolores, who values her privacy, doesn't allow anyone to enter her space. Not only does she clean up after herself, but she also fixes her own furniture and equipment when it breaks. This is true whether she's in her home in Quo Vadis or in her dormitory at the academy. Dolores couldn't figure out why the enemy in front of her was making such an outrageous misunderstanding, but she decided it wasn't important right now. "I don't know what you mean, but it doesn't sound like you're looking for him with good intentions if you're not a black mage in the Imperial Army then. You're clearly an enemy if you are, then I can't tell you anything." "Him? What are you related to him?" the Corpse Queen asked in a sharp tone. Dolores answered after some thought, "Soulmate," and boom. After hearing Dolores' answer, the Corpse Queen exploded. "Really? In that case, I'll tear that soul to pieces and turn it into a disease of the dead." A fierce rage that even the Corpse Queen herself couldn't understand the source of caused her black mana to boil over even more. A fiery night of roaring flames, earth-shattering music, and partying. In the midst of it all, a witch and a saint stand in sharp opposition. And, "Stop." A voice intervened in the middle of the two women's nervous battle. Thick and low like nails scraping across vocal cords. Both the Corpse Queen and Dolores took half a step back, startled by the appearance of a new figure. A man wearing the mask of a plague doctor and a black cloak wrapped around his entire body. Vikir. It was the moment when the true Night Hound appeared. Vikir the Night Hound stood before his prey. Moments ago Vikir had been cooking in the kitchen when a familiar sensation caused him to throw down the wok and run out of the bar. This was no time to be stir-frying potatoes, judging by the fierce shivering of the demon sword Beelzebub lurking in his arteries. Is this aura? The smell of the demon? How can I forget the hateful scent of blood? From the looks of it, the entity that invaded the academy was the Corpse Queen. I had fought her once before in the ruins of House Indulgentia. It is unknown why she is inside the academy or for what purpose she has entered the chaos of the festival. But it was a crisis, and it was certainly an opportunity. Take this opportunity to eliminate one of them once and for all. But you want to make sure that as few people as possible get caught in the crossfire, especially if it's a classmate you care about. Back off unless you want to die. Vikir warned briefly from beneath his Night Hound mask. Bianca and Sinclair shuddered slightly at the words. This was the first time they'd ever seen the Night Hound in person, nor have they ever heard its voice. For Bianca and Sinclair, who have only ever read about the Night Hound in newspapers, he's just another villain. So Vikir purposely spoke in a cold voice without a single ounce of warmth, filled with mana, so that Bianca and Sinclair would be terrified simply by hearing the warning. Is that really the Night Hound? I've never heard such a horrible voice in my life. I'm sure the face behind the mask is just as terrifying as that voice. But Dolores had a different reaction. Guys, let's stay back. She knows the Night Hound, that his inner self is sublime and holy, and that he is the only one who can stand up to the demon at this point. At the same time, Dolores sent some of her juniors to inform the professors of the current situation. We cannot summon too many professors, or even the Night Hound will be in
danger.
We need a saving grace, someone who can calm things down a bit. 1 or 2 academy professors would be just the right number. Dolores adjusted the power of the Salvation Army while simultaneously radiating divine power to control the undead around her. Next the Night Hound and the Corpse Queen faced off once more. Vikir murmured low, "This time I want miss." But the Corpse Queen's reaction was slightly different. "Take it off." Vikir shook his head and the Corpse Queen made herself clear once more. "Take off your mask, reveal your face." The Corpse Queen makes strange demands out of nowhere, but there is no reason for Vikir to comply. Vikir draws his black bow Anubis. Boom! 5 trajectories of Balak's archery tear the atmosphere into pieces. Seeing this, the Corpse Queen's aura exploded. Thud! The skeleton soldiers rose up and formed a wall to block the arrows, followed by a vague inferno as a topping. Pow! Vikir quickly stepped back. A fireball fell from the spot where he had just stood, engulfing everything in its path. Meanwhile, Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair, who had watched the Night Hound and the Corpse Queen clash, each said something. Is this villain versus villain? I don't know what these villains are fighting about, but it would be perfect if they both died. We need to get the professors. This is one of those moments when the phrase "stop poisoning by poison" and "fight against one another." Let's get out of the way, we might end up in a whale fight. The Night Hounds are an evil defined by the Empire that must be eradicated. Black mages outside of the Empire's control are also dangerous, and their power and harm are not far behind the Night Hounds. Therefore, everyone who could see the situation wanted the Night Hound and the Corpse Queen to be exterminated here and now. Only one except for Dolores, who knew what was going on. "Please don't get hurt." She was cheering on the Night Hound with a piteous expression. A pilgrim on a path of sacrifice and hardship, a great being who sacrifices for the sake of all yet never shows any sign of regret. I can't help but cast a pitying glance at him who must be bearing all the blood wounds and pain alone at this very moment. And the Corpse Queen, noticing the same gaze from Dolores, became even more uncomfortable. "Soul mate, you're kidding." A veil of pitch-black fire formed around her and sharp iron skewers began to protrude from it. "Remove your mask and reveal your identity, Night Hound." It's the Corpse Queen, still obsessed with the face in the mask from earlier. But death to the demon. Vikir doesn't answer, only sending arrows flying. The Corpse Queen's fire grows hotter and hotter as she continues to make demands. "Really, you don't have any intention of speaking, do you?" She momentarily sidetracks the dead soldier's advance. "Then I will force you to speak." Suddenly the hordes of skeletons change direction and spread out, intent on inflicting AoE damage on an unspecified number of people. The first targets were the crowd near the bar, Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair among others. "Ouch, they're coming this way, well, stop them. We can't let the civilians get hurt." "Ooh, do you think we can stop it from our line?" "We have to try. We have to hold on." This is where my experience with midterms at the academy comes in handy. Defense test, a defense against an onslaught of monsters. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair had already been through this before and were able to hold off the skeleton soldiers. But practice isn't the same as the real thing. The students were overwhelmed by the momentum of the creatures as they clung to them, baring their teeth and nails. "Ouch, we're breached. We're in danger. Hey, is there anyone who can help him? Pierced. We're breached too. Wrong, there's no way we can do this." Even if you're in the mood for a party, you can't help but notice what's going on at this point. Slowly the crowd at the very back of the concert began to realize what was happening. The dead, with their unconditional hatred of the living, descend upon the students. Catastrophe was inevitable. Then, quack, quack, quack. The storm raged, sweeping away the skeletons in its wake. A black cloak fluttered before the eyes of the exhausted students. "Professor!" Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair shouted together, their faces flushed with color. The man who had reduced countless skeleton soldiers to bone dust with a single blow. It was Professor Morg Banshee. What the hell is going on here? Why are there undead on campus? It didn't take him long to realize what was happening. This was a crisis of the first order. Wake-up call. The skeleton soldiers are on the move, targeting students and spectators at the academy, but not a single one of them managed to break through Professor Banshee's defenses. You will not be able to harm my students by a hair's breadth. Professor Banshee stood in the way of his students with his usual stern and sarcastic demeanor. Whoosh! Hellfire and iron skewers flew, but Professor Banshee blocked them all with a wall of wind and ice. Woohoo! But even Professor Banshee's storm windows and ice walls couldn't completely block the Corpse Queen's attack. Taking advantage of Professor Banshee's distraction, the Legion of the Dead broke ranks and attempted to cross over to the concert hall beyond the bar. Professor Sadie. Professor Banshee opened his mouth to call out, but a high-pitched chuckle came from the other side. Ho ho ho, I told you not to call me by my first name, grim old man. A stalk of whip flew out like a snake, crushing the skeleton soldiers on the other side. Thud. Kill Hill's heel pierced the crown of a skeleton rolling across the floor. Then a tall, slender woman in killer heels, Professor Sadie, appeared. Puff puff puff. The whip she wielded devastated a radius of several dozen meters, sweeping the dead away like garbage. Professor Banshee glared at Sadie in an annoyed tone. How unlucky for you to be on duty at a festival. I don't care who's on call, it's ridiculous. But aside from her work attitude, Sata skills are the real deal. She quickly subdues every single one of the dead who make their way toward the crowd. Professor Banshee meanwhile had multicast several great spells of fire, ice, and earth and was aiming for the back of the bar. The other professors who were contacted should be here soon, and it's time to hunt down the bad guys. Professor Banshee was confident of victory. As the Night Hound and the Corpse Queen bared their teeth at each other, he was ready to ambush them. But beside him, Professor Sadie had no answer. She just glances around, her unreadable eyes scanning the area for any sign of backup. Just then, a strange phenomenon was detected. A black curtain suddenly descended around them. A shield made of an unknown eerie aura, dark mana, descended like a curtain, marking the end of the stage. The curtain was composed of a demonic energy so powerful and strange that even Professor Banshee, who was well versed in magic, had never seen it before. Barrier. Professor Banshee hurriedly cast a series of spells that had been created. Oh, how hat is this? Is it a barrier? Who hit it? Professor Sadie cracked his whip but couldn't pierce the black curtain. Soon the barrier disappeared in an instant, hiding its presence. It didn't run away, it's still in the space, we just can't see it. Professor Banshee scanned his surroundings with a sharp gaze. The Night Hound and the Corpse Queen, who had disappeared into the subspace of the barrier, were still out there somewhere. Knowing that both Professor Banshee and Sadie remained alert and on guard. But they did not know it. Ring. Finit hic Deus on. Finit hic Deus, the realm of God ends here. This ring is the product of the power of Andromalius, one of the 10, and it is the most powerful ring of all, so powerful that anyone but a monster or a child under the age of 8 cannot even look into it. And you will die here, in a subspace void that no one can peek into. The Night Hound and the Corpse Queen were about to begin their fight once again alone. A black curtain falls. Suts. Vikir rubbed his ring to create a barrier. Creating the barrier took a lot of mana, but it was definitely worth it. Two spaces are overlapping in one coordinate, but they are distinctly different concepts and cannot interfere with each other. This would be very useful if you needed to store a lot of stuff, or if you needed to get into a big fight with a lot of people watching. Vikir stared into the space between the barrier. An empty abyss, a barren, vast wasteland. Countless swords stuck into the ground, old and weathered by the winds of time. Only broken and destroyed stone statues roll around. Beyond the countless swords, Vikir gazed at the two statues that stood tall in the center of the abyssal hollow. One was that of Hugo Les Baskerville, and beside him was that of Osiris Les Baskerville. They were enormous compared to the size of the other miscellaneous statues. And though they were chipped here and there, they were still solid. And beneath them were a number of smaller, shattered statues, all of them with familiar faces. The Baskerville family's servants, nannies, butlers, guardian knights. Occasionally I saw stone statues that seemed quite large, and they were the 7 counts. Vikir had an instinctive hunch. This is the mind of Set Les Baskerville. If he was right, what was Set's state of mind before he was possessed by the demon? What had he seen, what had he heard, what had he thought, what had he lived in? The statues of his father and brother still loomed large in the space that had been left empty after their deaths. Vikir recalled the battle with Andromalius. "Son, what are you doing there?" "A father, I came here on business." Andromalius froze at the mere sight of Hugo because of the residual thoughts of Set, the original owner of the body. His inability to live up to his father's expectations, the inferiority complex he had with his brother, and his intense self-hatred. It must have destroyed his relationships with everyone around him, and it would have driven him to the depths of his mind where there was nothing but empty darkness. Set must have heard Andromalius' voice in the deepest reaches of this barren space, when he was at his most bitter and most desperate. Well, those who make contracts with the demon are usually like that. They come when a person's heart is completely broken. A broken heart means you've given up on life. Unlike the lesser demons who packed through emotions such as momentary pleasure or greed, the higher demons of the Demon King class only visit such people the moment when a man, once the most virtuous of all, falls from the top to the bottom in the greatest of falls. A terrible temptation, an irresistible offer. Such is probably the case with the Corpse Queen who now stands before Vikir's. Is this within the barrier of the 10 corpse? The 8th, the Corpse Queen raised her head and looked at the Vikir before her. Vikir looked at the Corpse Queen through the eyeholes of his mask. The skull-masked woman must have a story too. Perhaps Shed struggled through unimaginable pain, sorrow, and screams before accepting the demon's offer. But no grave without an excuse. What the Corpse Queen's story was that led her to take Morgue Snake's place in the position of 8 corpse. As far as Vikir is concerned, she is simply an absolute evil that killed countless allies before she was turned. Let's end this demon. The battle would have been much more difficult if it had been the 8 corpse who had taken over Morgue Snake's body. But the current Corpse Queen is not yet up to par. Her talent and potential for magic was on par with Morgue Snake's, even exceeding his, but time had not yet allowed the 8 corpse seer itself to develop much strength. Furthermore, the Corpse Queen, for some reason, had not yet fully surrendered herself to the demon. This is good news in many ways. Vikir immediately fed Anubis an arrow. Puff, puff, puff. The deadly snipe he had learned from Iron shot towards the Corpse Queen and flew away. But, pop, a rock wall rising 90 degrees from the ground deflected all the arrows. Geronto stood firmly in front of the Corpse Queen. Hoodadux. The bone seeds sown by the Corpse Queen began to produce countless skeleton soldiers once again. With her undead army at her side, the Corpse Queen once again regained her monarchical dignity. "Show me your face." She was determined to tear off the mask of the Night Hound and leave him naked. Vikir frowned at her persistence. Soon a large number of dead soldiers began to press in around him. Archery was at a disadvantage against such a large number. The Corpse Queen was well aware of this and was pressuring Vikir from all sides. However, a flash. Vikir unleashed his true power only now that all the eyes were gone. Hack! Vikir, who had attached the threads from the cub to Hugo's statue, rose up from his seat. The ground where Vikir stood a moment ago was covered in skeleton soldiers. Quack, quack, quack. A blood-red aura swirls around like a 6.5-headed snake, tearing the ground apart. Baskerville form sword technique. A crimson aura rises up and engulfs the dead soldiers. Passes. An exorcism ritual using physical force, the undead return to where they belong. Crackle, 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 pow. The power of the highest level of the graduator burst forth unchecked. Vikir pushed forward, slaughtering his enemies relentlessly. 6.5 gigantic wheels made of aura were moving forward, breaking, crushing, and tearing the bone wall without hesitation. Lich Geronto cast a few spells to try and stop Vikir's attack, but it was no use. Source. The Corpse Queen does nothing as she watches Geronto get pushed back. Vikir was able to easily break through the encirclement and stand in front of the Corpse Queen. Soon he'll be able to kill the demon and its host in front of him. First well separate the neck and head, then remove the skull mask to see what's inside. You will remove the mask. With that, the tip of the blade extending from Vikir's wrist is aimed at the corpse queen's throat. You will now know the identity of the one who has taken the place of the eighth corpse, the Morgue Snake, who rules the dark faction of Morgue the Mage. Then,
No.
the corpse queen's mouth opened. I can't take off my mask. At the same time, pow, the tip of Vikir's blade deflected. It wasn't because the corpse queen had done something tricky, and it wasn't because of a lapse in concentration or stamina. Instinct, the instincts of a veteran hound who has seen countless battles, and at the last second the tip of the sword slightly twisted its trajectory. In the end, Vikir struck the corpse queen near her forehead, and it ricocheted off the hard part of her skull mask. Crack. It was as if he had struck a chestnut. Crack. The ears of the skull mask were incontinent. Vikir landed on the ground and shook his head. He didn't understand why Head just twisted the tip of his sword even to himself. What is this? Has this ever happened before? No, I assure you, not once in all my life before and after my regression in all the many slopes I've crossed. I've never made that mistake. Only, the right hand holding the magic sword Beelzebub trembled faintly. This was not a matter of the flesh but of the spirit, a movement of the mind. The emotions he had killed or thought he had killed as he rose to the highest levels of the graduator were still alive and stirring, albeit faintly. What the hell? The night hound's brow furrowed slightly at a situation he had never experienced before. The corpse queen, in contrast, remained nonchalant. Her voice was steadfast, as if she had some sort of conviction. I can't take off the mask. This was put on by contract. I can neither show my face nor reveal my name of my own volition. That's why I need you to reveal your identity. The corpse queen's voice trembles slightly. A voice so hoarse from crying so much, from shouting so much, from being so overwhelmed. But the watery voice at the end resembles the voice of the past, if only for a moment. No way. Vikir froze for a moment. And when the corpse queen saw him hesitate, she shouted again. So show me your face, tell me your name. At the same time, hot flames erupted from the corpse queen's hands. Black infernal flames and iron skewers poking out of the center of the flames. In the heat of the fire and the skewers, Deadpool stepped in front of Vikir and quickly raised his sword. Baskerville's fangs burst forth, shredding both the flames and the skewers, and it plunged straight into the defenseless corpse queen. Wooduk snap. Another crack in her skull mask. Soon the bone fragments slowly scattered. Time passed slowly. The pieces of the mask fall apart and the pieces of the memory fit together. In a distant memory amidst the shards and bones, the face of a child, a young girl, rises to the surface of my subconscious. No, Vikir, please come back. The same voice I last heard. A face from so long ago was here. The corpse queen. The skull mask that covered her face was pulled off. Inside was a very familiar face, one that hadn't changed much since she was 8 years old. Eyes as big as deer's, always moist whenever she looked this way, dark eyebrows, a sharp nose, and plump lips. The only thing that has changed a little is that most of the fat on the cheeks has disappeared, all the freckles on the face have disappeared, and the color combination of the black and white eyes has changed. Morgue Camus. She was looking at him, her expression exactly the same as the last time he had seen her in Vikir's memory. The face streaked with tears and snot, the expression that now refused to speak, the hoarse throat. It was as if time had stood still since that moment when she had fought to the death against the Madame of the Eight Legs in the depth of the black and red mountain. Vikir was silent for a moment. Why hadn't he known before? The original culprit, the main enemy, the Black Curtain, had been running tirelessly, thinking he had to kill the demon and stop the age of destruction. The appearance of the 10 corpses in front of him completely excluded all thoughts and feelings. He was only concerned with killing his enemies. Was that why Vikir could think of all the things Head been missing, all the things Head deliberately avoided thinking about? Camus hadn't missed a day in the years since Vikir's disappearance. After leaving the light faction of her uncle Morgadolph, with whom she had Such a good relationship she joined the dark faction of his maternal uncle, Morg Snake, with whom she had a bad relationship. Afterward she declared herself in a closed training and cut off all ties with the world. Coincidentally, there was an event that occurred at this point. A ghostly woman took the place of Morg Snake, who was supposed to be the Corpse King, the Corpse Queen, whose identity in life was unclear. She raised the undead Morg Rose, who was killed in a war between her enemies and the natives of the Black Mountains to pamper her. She was also in possession of the remains of a Heman who was supposed to be abandoned in the depths of the Red and Black Mountains. In hindsight, there were many strange things about her even when we first met her. The Corpse Queen was strangely enraged by Balak's archery skills, perhaps due to the memory of losing Vikir and Rose in quick succession. Her flinching at the Baskerville-style sword technique at the end and the way she grabbed Rose from behind when she fell unconscious were both signs. Vikir asked, trying to remain as calm as possible, "Why did you become the 8 Corpse, and why does your voice sound like that?" "It's either because I've been crying for years ever since you disappeared, or it's completely locked up." The Corpse Queen's voice was even more husky than before. How many times had she wailed, screamed, struggled, collapsed in exhaustion, passed out, woke up, and wailed again? Her neck was already tattered. Camus said, tears dripping from his blackened white eyes, "Fool, I thought you were dead and I was going to find your body or something. So you're saying that you've been searching the Red and Black Mountain depths for all these years, not missing a single day. That's understandable up to a point." However, Camus' next words caused Vikir to press a hand to his forehead. "So I tried to bring you back to life. Black magic, the art of bringing the dead back to life, the resuscitation of the dead. Was that why she left the light faction and joined the dark faction?" Certainly Morg Snake, the leader of the dark faction, is a master of black magic. Before his regression, he too signed a contract with the 8 Corpse Seer to reach the ultimate in black magic. Then I remembered the testimony I had heard from High-Sis, Mid-Sis, and Low-Sis in Red Fong Castle. If it's Camus, she's in closed training right now. Closed. She split up with her uncle Adolphe. I was told that Camus had changed a bit since the search was stopped. She'd lost a lot of her bubbly personality and spoke less. Then, out of the blue, Morg Adolphe announced his withdrawal from the light faction, of which he was a member, since Camus had always followed Adolphe, who was his uncle and the leader of a light faction. Like a parent, Morg was shocked even internally, but Adolphe said that he did not express any official opinion on this. He watched in silence as Camus defected and joined the dark faction, which stood in opposition to the light faction. Knowing how sad Camus had been since that night in depth and how much she had been beating herself up over it, he hadn't dared to dissuade her. Vikir frowned. Camus, who had forsaken everything and chosen the path of the Black Mage to bring himself back from the dead and make him undead. What had happened to the woman who, if fate had its way, would one day become the Iron-Blood Empress, the Invincible, and rule the world beyond Morg? Vikir asked in a low voice. "So you're saying that you made a contract with the demon because of me? Why? Do you ask because you don't know?" "I'm asking because I don't know. It said that you became the 8 Corpse to find my body and turn it into a undead. It kind of sounds like that when you say it like that." Camus thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. She then stated her position simply. "If death would separate us, I wanted to be there behind it." There was a moment of silence between them. The Night Hound and the Corpse Queen removed their masks and faced each other's bare faces. It was Vikir who broke the awkward silence between them. "But in the end, demons must die. A man is a man, life is life. No matter how heavy an individual's personal feelings may be, they cannot be weighed against the fate of humanity as a whole." Eventually the picture became clear. A man must kill a woman to prevent the destruction of the world. A woman who doesn't care if the world ends as long as she can be with her man. Camus has no answer. Then her lips parted. "Okay." Vikir's eyes widened a little. It was a completely unexpected answer. But to his surprise, Camus didn't seem to mind. "Ever since I joined forces with the demon, I knew my life wasn't going to end well." Camus and Vikir's gazes locked together. Camus took a step in front of Vikir. Her shoulders and chest straightened. Now kill me. Vikir hesitated for a moment. One of the 10 corpses says she's going to give her head, so why is he hesitating? The faces of so many Commerdecinarms flashed through his mind. But despite his guilt and sense of debt, Beelzebub, the magic sword at his wrist, does not move. Finally Camus speaks again. What are you doing? Kill me. Kill me, kill me. Suddenly her voice rises. Quaquang Hudug, Hudug, Hudug. Emotions and mana surged, and showers of fire and iron skewers began to rain down around them. Tears well up in Camus' eyes and trickle down her cheeks. Yeah, you obviously don't like blackened witches like me, so you can kill me now and get it out of your life, or not, your meddlesome ex-girlfriend will die right here and now, and you can live happily ever after with your innocent bagel current girlfriend Saintess. Vikir's reaction was incomprehensible. What was an ex-girlfriend and what was a current girlfriend, and why the name of Saint Dolores? Vikir knew there was a fatal misunderstanding, but it was hard to explain. To add insult to injury, the demonic energy emanating from Camus seemed to be growing stronger. The closer it got to midnight, Camus unleashed a barrage of magic that seemed to use up every ounce of mana in her body, and then she slumped back in her spot and began to sob. You bastard, it's been a while since we met, so the demon must die who doesn't come from the Baskervilles, pup, you bastard. Vikir stood still, unable to speak. This was the 3rd time he had seen tears in Camus' eyes. The first time when they met at age 8, then again when they were older and reunited at Red Fawn Castle, and now. All 3 times Vikir has been unable to offer any comfort in response to Camus' tears. And as if Camus was used to it, after a while she stopped crying on her own. I know you're not good at comforting people. I suspect a similar conversation took place when she lost her cousin to the Rococo tribe. Rose, who was next to Camus, who still had red eyes, hugged her and comforted her. Then, with a pop, Camus pulled a tattered booklet out of her arms and threw it in Vikir's direction. It's my diary. Even if I disappear, read it at least once. There's a lot of stuff I can't say to your face. Of course, even if Vikir answered, there would be no Camus in this world this time. Vikir picks up the diary from the floor. It is quite heavy for a book made entirely of paper. It was the weight of all the time a woman had written to a man, inscribing feelings that would never be answered, that would forever remain questions. With Camus loosened his front cloth, the bony armor cracked to the left and right, revealing a white neck in the middle. Now do it. You're good. No, you're the only one who deserves it. I gave up on the prize when I made my contract with the demon anyway. I might as well go to your hands. Camus stepped in front of Vikir and knelt down silently. She took Vikir's right hand and brought it to the hilt of her own throat. My throat will be your sheath. Camus' lips touch Vikir's right arm. Vikir feels a small trembling breath. Vikir was still unable to move. 10 demons who crossed over from the demon world to the human world, the giant gates they would later open, the age of destruction they will bring. Before those gates open, I must kill all 10 demons. Boom! Vikir clenched his hands together. Camus looked up at Vikir as if he was determined. But why Vikir's hand didn't move? It was due to an emotion that lurked in the depths of his heart, unknown even to him. Suddenly Vikir's mind was reeling with the details of Baskerville's 7th form. To reach the pinnacle of the 6th level, you must let go of your emotions. But to open the door to the 7th, you must embrace it. To reach the highest level of the graduator, you must become a being of steel, with no emotions. But to reach the next level, the highest level swordmaster, you must bring your emotions back to life. Vikir has lived a life of hardened steel. A killing machine stripped of all emotion and driven strictly by command, a hound of death. Throughout his life he has loved no one and been loved by no one. That was also proven in the Dantalian match. Aside from comradeship, there was no bond that connected Vikir to the world. But Vikir was agitated now. The girl kneeling before him, opening her arms and chest to receive his sword. As he looked down into the demon's face, he could feel a faint emotion he hadn't realized existed stirring within him. No matter how heavy an individual's feelings may be, they cannot be weighed against the fate of the entire human race. But in the face of such a heavy sense of duty, an iron heart becomes a superhuman heart. A wall began to appear in Vikir's vision. The wall of the swordmaster, the ultimate in swordsmanship, the ability to cut through anything, even a formless spirit or abstract concept, loomed large in front of him, and at that moment, pow, pain shot through his lower abdomen. This sensation of something hot piercing through. What? Camus looked dazed for a moment. A metal skewer extended from her hand and pierced Vikir's stomach. At the same time, tsutsits, a black mist began to rise from Camus' back. It was forcibly controlling her body. It's midnight, little lady. An eerie voice flows from a crack in the fog that is torn like a mouth. Danger rating S. Size. Found in serpent's womb deep inside the gate of destruction. Nicknamed Eighth Corpse. One of the 10 plagues, natural enemies of mankind, incomprehensible and unkillable. Herds of cattle and animals shall perish. The 10 Commandments, 10 top. It was a demonic voice tangled up in half of Camus' consciousness. Camus looked stunned for a moment. A metal skewer extended from her hand and pierced Vikir's stomach. It's midnight, little one. An unpleasant voice emanated from the crack in the mist that had been torn open like a mouth. The 8th demon seer. At midnight it began forcibly controlling Camus' body. Oh no. Camus cried out in desperation. But the heaviest thing in the world is an eyelid. For a moment Camus' head snapped open like a marionette with a broken thread, and soon a completely different expression appeared on her face. Her eyes loosened slightly and she smiled bewitchingly. The demon king seer who ruled over the herds of corpses and bones was there. Vikir recognized Camus at once. How could he forget those sticky eyes that held so many of his companions in the line of fire? Ho, you're the same Vikir. I've heard so much about you from my roommate, Seer said as she looked at the Vikir in front of her. Unlike other 10 commandments which usually referred to their original owner, as the host Seer was referring to Camus' consciousness as a roommate. A form of roommate rather than host, a strange relationship. Vikir stepped back, covering the hole in his stomach with his hand. Certainly the corpse queen before him was different from the other 10 commandments. She's half Camus, half Seer, and they've come to an arrangement where they share the day by mutual agreement. Perhaps this is why the demonic aura didn't seem so strong when I first met her. Vikir regenerated the wound on his stomach using the power of the bog salamander. Tsutsits. The speed of healing was lower than before. It wasn't because her regeneration power had decreased, but because the damage from the magic had become more powerful. The dark mana floating in the air had also become much thicker since the Bodis controller had changed from Camus to Seer. Is this 100 of her? Vikir swallowed hard and looked up. In front of him Seer, who had begged for Camus' body, was walking towards him. I almost ruined the job in the end because of one trivial emotion. This is why all humans are thrown away. They don't understand the greater good. Demons generally have no concept of gender, but they still vaguely distinguish between male and female bodies. Seer was technically a female, and as such her voice, gestures, facial expressions, and everything else was tinged with deadly color. And when it manifested in the body of Camus, the impact was enormous. But fortunately there were no males around here that could be charmed within Andromalius barrier. With a strong will, Vikir cleared his mind of Seer's disturbing aura. He asked in a calm tone, "How long has it been in your body?" "I don't know, it's been a while, I guess, because it was around the time she was mastering the art of complete revival." Vikir's eyebrows twitched at that. The veteran who had lived through the age of destruction had eaten not only sword rice but also quite a bit of magic rice. As such he had a vague idea of what Seer was referring to as an art of complete revival. Seer spoke in a mixed voice. "If you're a swordsman and don't know, the art of complete revival is a magic that drains the caster's life and brings the target back to life. Completely, in short, it's like giving away one's life. However, to cast this spell, the caster must have the remains of the target. A certain amount of the target's body parts, such as ashes, blood, nails, and Hair must be present for the spell to be complete. Vikir asked briefly. But that foreign magic is considered taboo even among black mage, right? The rebound penalty in case of failure is too large compared to the slim possibility of success. The rebound penalty refers to the strain placed on the veins of the entire body, including the brain, by the explosive backflow of mana if the spell fails halfway through. At that, Seer laughed out loud. Ho ho ho, that's right, you're admitting your stupidity right after you've had an affair, but hey, I am grateful because I got this body thanks to this stupid bitch doing something like that. Vikir frowned. Seer grinned from ear to ear. This kid had dabbled in all sorts of black magic that was forbidden even by his own family and had a mana surge. Mana surge is the most burdensome of the rebound penalties and is the most feared by all mana users. Simply put, the mana in your veins bursts and spurts out of your veins, wreaking havoc on your body, and the danger is nothing short of a stroke or cerebral hemorrhage. Most will die instantly, but there is a small chance that they will go berserk, rampage, or turn vegetative. In some cases, the accumulated mana is released all at once through the sweat pores of the body, causing an explosion of terrifying proportions. This seemed to be the case with Camus. She was a fearless brat who relied on her talent and determination. Ho ho ho. There's a guy shed love to see again. What kind of fool risks her life for that? Seer sneered as she looked down at Camus' body. If I had a face like this and a body like this, I would never have lived like that. I would have been able to easily beat up young males and become stronger by draining their blood. The world is so hard. Camus practiced black magic, which was considered too dangerous even by the Morgue, the mage family. Only one reason: one day when she finds Vikir's remains, she intends to share her lifeblood to bring him back to life. But taboo magic is taboo for a reason. Outer magic is powerful and fascinating. Many geniuses who could have made their mark on human history had they lived have fallen under its spell and been destroyed by it, and the number of people who have been buried in the dust of history is countless. The stronger and smarter you are, the easier it is to fall into the trap, and it makes everyone think that they are different. And the end result is the same for everyone, crippled or dead. The mana surge causes the veins in the body to shut down. Camus experienced a mana surge at the last moment before completing her spell, leaving her teetering on the edge. With half of her brain dead, she was half dead, half alive, not really dead, and not really alive. And then, as a living corpse, a figure appeared in front of her. Little girl, why don't you make a contract with me? The fall of a noble idealist, a being who had fallen in the most dramatic trajectory from top to bottom. At the end of the fall, at the bottom, lurking with its mouth open, was the grim demon Seer. Well, a normal mage would have died 100 times over, so this girl's talent for surviving in a vegetative body in such a situation is truly remarkable. Ho ho ho, I have one good eye, don't I? Seer said in a pleased tone, as if she was quite fond of the body she was occupying. Maybe if she didn't have that longing and desperation for a man, she would have been a little less impatient, and with a little more time to mature and grow stronger, she would have been able to perfect the art of complete revival. Ho ho ho, well, that's all wrong now. Finished speaking, Seer raised her head and looked at Vikir. His aura boiled like asphalt. Only now did the demonic scent begin to flow at a 100 intensity. Puff puff puff. Black flames and iron skewers flew out, aimed at Vikir. The magic power, which had never been stronger than before, pressed down on the entire field within the formation and tightened. Vikir stepped back and raised his black bow. Anubis. The hunter's focus remained firmly fixed on the bullseye even in these extreme conditions. Pop pop pow. A hole opened up at the base of the flames, and the iron skewers were struck by the arrow and sent flying in a shower of sparks. Seer chuckled. Indeed, the hunter who killed Andromalius and Dantalion, but you can't catch me like that, huh? But the demon's laughter didn't last long. Kirik. An unpleasant sensation washed over her face. Seer frowned and waved her hand. What is this? Something like a thin thread is pressing against her face, preventing her from moving forward. It was thin enough to not be easily observed by the naked eye, but it was quite tough. It was like a wire. Carrack. There were countless such threads in the air. Hack, hack, hack. Little Madame the creature had set a trap of spider webs around Seer's body. What, isn't that a spider from the euphoric hell? Why is it here? Seer tried to break the threads with her strength as if they were a nuisance. Teeing Gigi. Surprisingly, it didn't break even with the strength of a Demon King class. Demon. Of course Seer wasn't the type to show off his physical strength, but it was still quite unexpected. How dare this bugger? Seer breathed out flames and tried to incinerate the web. But there was no way a veteran demon hunter like Vikir would miss a moment of distraction. Puff puff puck. Arrow after arrow flew piercing Seer's limbs. None of them were critical. But all were likely to affect her movements. Gah! Seer screamed and the Hound of Death bared its teeth in front of her. Whoosh! The sword's aura burned like the sun. Vikir unleashed a long black aura blade. In an instant Seer shouted in panic. If you kill me, you'll also kill this girl. The human mind is a fragile thing, easy to play with from a demon's perspective. It is. Especially when they're as deceptive as she was. But, no. Vikir's grip on the sword was firm, unwavering. Only you will die. Seer's expression becomes wet and distorted in the dark red glow emitted by the aura sword. If you kill me, this girl will die too. But Vikir replies with veiled determination. No, only you will die. At the same time, a red crescent moon rose and lodged itself in Seer's neck. Blood. Red blood dripped down. In an instant Seer jerked her neck back to avoid the blow. Vikir twisted his sword at the last second, deflecting the blow. Failure. Vikir clicked his tongue. Head verbally assured himself of success, but it was a bluff. At the last moment Vikir hesitated to slit Camus' neck, which saved Seer's life. Boom! Vikir gritted his teeth as he rolled across the skewered field. Since reaching the top of the graduator there was little matter he couldn't slice through. But he still couldn't cut through abstract things like souls and emotions. Vikir's mind flashed back to a Hugo sword strike he had once witnessed. A blow so casually swung at the fleeing Andromalius that it split the sky into 7 pieces and sliced through Andromalius' mind, which was located somewhere on the border between matter and antimatter. If I can't reach that level, I won't be able to separate Camus and Seer. For now Camus and Seer are bound together by a contract, a bond of bad blood. The unyielding knot is abstract and conceptual, and even the graduator's aura, which can cut through steel, cannot break it. But not so with the aura of the Swordmaster, the highest realm. A superhuman power that surpasses even Iron Man. Only it can completely slice and sever the relationship between Camus and Seer. With my current strength, I can only kill them both. It was a difficult task indeed. Magic and sword intersected again. Puff puff puck. 24 halberds stabbed into Vikir's left forearm. Seer was also struck by a sword, but this time T was only a blow that avoided a vital area. Ho ho ho, once again your actions don't match your words. Try being a little more impudent. The more poisonous the words that come out of her mouth, the thicker the magic. In the air, growling. As you touch the life force exuded by Seer, you can feel the underlying emotions of Camus. Sadness, affection, longing, resentment, anger, and fond longing. The emotions she's been harboring since she was 8 years old, the ones she's tried to erase and hide, the ones that keep sprouting and taking root. It's what she felt after Vikir disappeared, what she felt when she searched the depth day and night for him, what she felt when she thought he was dead and gave up the search, what she felt when she immersed herself in the research to bring him back, what she felt when she turned her back on her mother and uncle and became part of the Dark Hall, and what she felt when she was involved in a horrific accident that cost her half of her body and soul, and made a pact with the demon. Vikir gritted his teeth. No matter how hard I try, I can't do anything about it with the graduators. Skills. Dignity, even if it means crying. You must be truthful. Emotions that I thought had died out in my heart a long time ago were creeping up again. Did Hugo feel this way too? I had heard that he too had lost his wife and daughter before becoming a swordmaster, a superhuman. It was hard to imagine what kind of emotions Hugo must have felt then, and to what extent. Vakir first took a deep breath. Puff, puff, puff. Even now the iron skewers piercing his body burning hot as hell. Seer burned away all of the spider traps that Madame Cub had set. She frowned at Vakir's silent suffering. There's no chance for you to win anyway, you cannot kill this girl. Turning to the silent Vakir, Seer made a deal. Alright then, well, make a deal. Vakir's eyes narrowed. Seer smirked, thinking that Vakir's demeanor had changed. Let's make a deal. Her demands were simple. If you release this barrier, I will leave this place without killing anyone. But if you refuse this offer, you know that, right? Seer smiled broadly with Camus' face. The moment all of your mana is used up, I will break this barrier and go out and kill every single child in this academy. Seer didn't seem to be too pleased with the current situation either. In other words, no matter how hard you fight here, there is nothing to gain. For Seer, you have to survive to get your money's worth, and the demon never makes a losing deal. If you back off, we can all live, you, me, this girl, and all the civilians. At the academy, Seer demanded as if it were a given. But Vakir shook his head again. I don't make deals with demons. What, you're going to kill her? No, I will only kill you. No, this kind of wall window, by what means? At Seer's words, Vakir narrowed her eyes. The liquid aura of the graduator, surely something this fluffy can't cut the cord of Camus' contract with Seer. The swordmaster's solid aura, only something solid like that could cut through that invisible formless knot. At the same time, the thoughts that had been floating around in my head from earlier are organized. To reach the pinnacle of the sixth form, you must abandon your emotions. But to open the door to the seventh, you must retain your emotions. Vakir didn't know exactly what feelings he had for Camus now. Before the regression, respect for a hero of the age of destruction. And after returning, I became attached to my childhood friend of the same age. I wonder if I would have felt the same way if I had a younger sister. There's a similar yet subtly different feeling with his nephew Pomeranian. The feelings that Vakir thought had killed were alive and well-rooted and sprouting deep within him. And Vakir is just discovering that feeling. Now, Seer's expression suddenly changed. The whites and blacks of Camus' eyes instantly regained their original colors. She cries out with tears in her eyes. Her strength instantly pushed back Seer's spirit and regained control of her body. It was only a small amount, though. Seer protested as she was pushed backwards. Crazy bitch, how dare you take over my body after 12 hours? This is a breach of contract. Your soul will be destroyed. But Camus was still in control of her body despite the pain of her soul being shredded. Focusing only on her mouth and hands, she shouted, "Do it." Camus' hands grabbed at the hard bony armor and tore it apart, exposing her neck and chest. Soul and spirit clashing within a single body. It was only natural that a mana surge would occur. Seer, floating like a mist behind Camus' body, cried out in alarm. The mana surge is coming again. Are you going to suffer through that again? This time you're going to die. Vakir, come on. Camus cried out with her eyes tightly closed. Now indeed she and her neck and chest are ready to become Vakir's sheath. And the moment he swung the red trajectory towards Camus' neck, Vakir thought, make no mistake, only one chance. Even a veteran who had crossed so many lines of fire could not help but be drenched in sweat this time. A split second, a terrifyingly short moment. Vakir swung his sword with so much thought, anguish, and conflict. During that time, the emotions he thought he had killed took root, sprouted, and eventually bore fruit. A whirlwind of emotions that burst forth like a flood. It violently swept away all the dryness and cracked lack that had existed. A wall in front of me, the wall that was so big and high that nothing seemed to be able to overcome or break down, crumbling away like a sand castle soaked in waves. It's almost comical how easy it was. At the same time, unprecedented forces that had been blocked behind the wall began to surge in explosively. Power surges through my veins, a sense of exaltation as if he had transcended humanity and become something else, something higher. Vakir had only felt this once before. Only once before had he felt this way, when Head beheaded Dantalion under the blessing of Saintess Dolores. But there was one difference: there was no Saintess here now. There's just a scarred hound who bared his teeth to save the girl in front of him. Next, the trajectory of Vikir's sword's tip splintered into many different paths. The most prominent of them was the seventh tooth, larger and sharper than any of the others, a blood-red trajectory that stretched toward the camas neck. In front of him, and the sword that cut what could be cut became a knife that could cut what could not be cut. Sprout. It was a supreme realm. All humans live in the world wearing colored glasses that do not match the prescription. Swordmasters are those who take them off. Decapitation. They are beyond the Iron Man and have attained the status of superhuman, able to see things that ordinary people cannot. Heart sword. Capable of cutting through them. Snip. The sword which had reached the realm of the Supreme sliced through the air. Once, the seventh tooth cut space in half in a massive trajectory. Vikir felt his entire bodhis mana increase like an explosion. This wasn't a mana surge, there was a tremendous sense of power and exaltation that washed over him. The realization that had been living on the edge for so long. A sense of liberation that made his former self feel like a worm. Only then did Vikir understand the old Hugo. The self had only discovered after losing what he held dear, and the heights had reached in that moment. The Swordmaster's overwhelming power, vision, and mindset, a realm that had long since transcended humanity. It's no wonder all others are considered insects or expendable. But Vikir was not like Hugo. He could understand him but not empathize with him. Hugo lost the object of his affection the moment he crossed the last wall, and Vikir regained it. Quack, 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 quack. The sword went through first, followed by the sound about a second later. A terrifying shockwave erupted, clearing away the surrounding black mist in an
instant.
But, boom! Surprisingly, Camus, standing in the center of the storm, was unharmed. She just fell to the ground like a marionette with a broken thread. At the same time, shut up. The scattered black mist gathered again, forming a sphere. Seer, the one who was bound by a contract with Camus. But just a moment ago, Vikir's attack severed her bond with the demon. The moment the knot of their souls was severed, Seer broke free from Camus' body. No, 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 you can broke the contract with the demon. How could you do that? Seer squeezed the last of her life force together and fell out of Camus' body. But Seven Hound's teeth loomed over it. No, I have a great mission to open the gate. Seer argued why she should live, but it only made Vikir's reasons for killing her all the more clear. Flash. The space within the barrier split into 7 pieces. A boom like an explosion, a strike faster than a thunderbolt. The 7 black thunderbolts that accompanied the storm completely dissolved. Seer's remaining thoughts in the air. Pagic. Seer was gone, not a scrap of meat, not a soul. Vikir stood and thought. If only time had made Seer a little stronger, it would have been harder to deal with. Demons grow stronger the longer they remain. The 8th Corpse, Seer in particular, with its vast army of dead soldiers, was a foe that only grew more terrifying with time, and it was a tremendous blessing to have found and slain it so early. Meanwhile, Vikir recovered the mask and the black bow Anubis. The body that has reached the level of master is noticeably different from before. His stature had increased dramatically and his body had become more muscular. The flower of joy and happiness that he had dried up in order to become an iron-blooded graduator had blossomed once again after becoming a swordmaster. Then, boom! A bolt of black lightning streaked through the air. Vikir turned his head to see Camus' body fading away. A magic circle glowed on the floor, centered on her unconscious body. Pow! Teleportation, a technique for moving a short distance. It was Geronto who was moving Camus' body. The moment the teleportation spell was activated, Vikir was troubled. Should he reach for his sword and slit Geronto's throat in front of him? For a brief moment, Vikir and Geronto's gazes locked. But in the end, Vikir doesn't raise his hand. In fact, it was decided to let Camus go, whom he had reunited with after a long time. Geronto stood still and looked up at Vikir as if to say thank you. Vikir released some of the barrier and Geronto disappeared, taking Camus with her. And with that, Vikir was alone in the empty barrier. No, he was not alone. Hack hack. The hatchling landed on Vikir's shoulder and nuzzled his cheek. Its eyes seemed to ask him why he would let an enemy go. Vikir answered briefly, "This is my younger sister who cares deeply for my older sister. There must be something going on." Geronto hadn't attacked Vikir when Camus was unconscious before, only acted to protect her. Vikir figured that this time she must have her own reasons for wanting to take her away. A black mage's healing methods are different from those of a normal person. Potions and healing spells are at odds with the black mana that flows through a black mage's body, so there must be a different treatment. Since the streets of the academy appeared immediately after walking through the barrier, I had no choice but to hope that Geronto would treat Camus properly. Meanwhile, the barrier is gone. Professor Banshee, who was reading the flow of mana around him with his eyes closed, shouted. All of the professors and members of the Imperial Guard who had rushed over after receiving the call could not help but panic. Then the Night Hound and the unregistered black mages. Where did they just disappear to? But even Professor Banshee, the most advanced mage of them all, was unable to discover where this barrier had been established or where it had disappeared. He could only faintly sense that it was there but missed it. A bead of cold sweat rolled down Professor Banshee's face as he realized he had missed it. A sneaky move indeed, a level of barrier beyond the grasp of mere humans. When Professor Banshee, the Academy's newest candidate for vice principal, says something like that, it's enough. While everyone was stunned, one of them let out a high-pitched laugh. Ho ho ho, indeed this is the work of the demon so artistic Night Hound. Professor Sadie, she was giggling, one eye covered by an eye patch. Gazes around her sharpened. Professor Banshee spoke up on their behalf. As an Imperial professor and advisor to the Imperial Guard, please refrain from saying or doing anything that seems to praise criminals. Professor Sadie. Don't say my name with that mouth, old man. Professor Banshee and Professor Sadie began to argue again. Meanwhile, the students look on in bewilderment. As the night drew to a close and the festival cooled down, everyone sobered up from the alcohol and the atmosphere. What happened? Why were all the performances cancelled? Why was the music turned off? Didn't they say some villains attacked? Oh no, what's going on at the academy? It's true, that's why all the professors have just gathered and the Imperial Guard has arrived. Holy shit, the villains that attacked are the Night Hounds. Crazy, really? What's the damage? Says there's no damage. Everyone is busy shouting. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair were all chattering amongst themselves. Did you see that? Did you see that? That woman in the skull mask was really scary. I'm ashamed to say, but I was too scared to fight her. What the hell was that? Wow, I thought I was gonna pass out from all the heart pounding. The Night Hound was really scary too. Of all the things I've ever seen, that was the deadliest. Yeah, I almost peed myself just hearing the voices. Then, seriously, I was so scared I couldn't breathe. A voice creeped into their conversation. It was Vikir. His friends hadn't noticed his absence because they hadn't been in a panic, so they naturally resumed their conversation. Vikir, where have you been, you man? I was worried about you. I was in the kitchen at the bar earlier. I'm glad you're okay. Vikir, I was so worried. I brought the professors here and looked for you first, but you weren't there. Come to think of it, where were you? You went to fetch the professors too. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair each said something as they greeted Vikir. Then, Vikir. There was one being who questioned Vikir. Saint Dolores turned to Vikir with a questioning look on her face. I didn't see you while I was searching these streets. Where have you been all this time? With a character of your nature, you couldn't have hidden or run away, leaving your friends behind. Pure curiosity in her eyes. There was no way Vikir, who had sacrificed himself for his friends during the midterms, would have run away from this disaster alone. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair's gazes turned to Vikir once again as Dolores raises a reasonable question. That Vikir hesitates a moment, about to offer an excuse. You commoner, you can't just drop out of the line of defense by yourself. You almost got yourself killed. You did. You did. There were three voices that proved Vikir's alibi. Highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow. They stood in front of Vikir. He's a good bowman, but what are we if he gets ahead of us? Don't go out on the fence first. Don't show off. Don't show off. A distraction. The Baskerville's triplets squirmed as if they were trying to grab Vikir by the hair or maybe by the scruff of the neck. Suddenly Vikir glared at them from an angle no one else could see. Don't overdo it. Yes. The triplets gave Vikir a little less attention. After that, well, it was the same as before. Tutor jumped in to tell them not to bother Vikir, and the Baskerville triplets jumped in at just the right time. The professors were busy analyzing the situation. It seemed like they wanted to find good material to write a research paper on. Perhaps the night hound can only use its powers at night, which is why it fled at first light. Then it could be a vampire type of demon. But who suppressed this situation in the end? From the witnesses' statements, it seems that Professor Banshee and Professor Sadie had a lot to do with it. Before that, the student council president of the previous batch, Mr. Osiris Les Baskerville, who graduated from the academy a long time ago, was here. I'm guessing he had something to do with it. A rush to judgment, a taciturn conclusion, everything was the same as before. Vikir stood near the intersection of the end of the great event and the beginning of daily life and raised his head. The end of dusk dawn is breaking in the distance. Night passes and morning comes. Even the darkest darkness is pushed back by the weakest light. Vikir had proven it today, and he stood here alive, standing at the end of the battlefield where he had fought for his life before. He was turned back. The thrill of seeing the dawn safely upon him pounded in his heart. But only one thing. Will she be okay? I was worried about the missing Camus. About 3 years ago, in the great mansion of the Morgue family, whenever 3 or more people gathered, they told the story of the day. Stories told through the mouths of the maids. Did you hear that? I heard it. Does anyone else know the rumor that you went into the depths of the Black and Red Mountain not long ago? Yes, with a party of mages from Morgue and swordsmen from Baskerville. And you said it was to rescue Lady Camus. Well, she made it back safe and sound. But why didn't Miss Camus come out of her room? She must have been scared after the horrors of that day. However, one of the maids who had gone out to do the expedition's errands that day has a new testimony. I heard it was for a different reason. Why Camus, after returning from the depths, locked herself in her room and didn't come out for days. It's because of love. Love. Yes, on that expedition a man she's had a crush on for a long time went missing. What you mean, the one from Baskerville? That's right. In the depths of the Black and Red Mountain. If he too had gone missing at night. Yeah, he's probably dead. What else could it be? Besides, they say there was a huge monster there. He's definitely dead. I feel sorry for Ms. Camus. The maids were worried about her in their own way. Ms. Camus was always so blunt, but she was always so good to us servants. She needs to eat something she hasn't eaten in days. I don't think she's been sleeping. I keep hearing her crying. Well, she didn't seem to be crying today. Is she asleep? No, I put my ear to the door and listened, and I could faintly hear her crying. She's probably too hoarse to cry out loud. Oh no, that's going to change her voice forever. I'm really worried. Is this all because of the man from Baskerville? I don't know. Miss Camus was so sweet. I wonder what she'll do later if she's already like this at her age. That's right. If I had Ms. Camus' face, body, and status, I wouldn't be tied down to a single man. Really, what kind of man was he for you to fall this hard for? Whatever man he was, he's no match for Our Lady. Eshed, better shake it off and get up. What's a man to huck? The 3 maids gathered in the corner of the corridor and chattered. Just then, the last maid to open her mouth, her face turned blue. The maids turn their heads to see what's going on, and then they all turn the same color and shut up. The maid's jaws dropped because all of a sudden a man was standing in front of them. A man with a long red mustache. He was Marquis Morgadolph, exuding an air of authority over the maids. The maids quickly bowed their heads. I'm sorry, Marquis, we were just worried about the young lady. You're right, I didn't have any ulterior motives. We were just upset. Normally Adolphe would have paid little attention to the maids. But this time was different. Are these the same tongues that go around gossiping about the private lives of those they serve? Adolphe snapped his fingers and the tongues of the three maids darted out of their mouths in unison. Their tongues were soon joined together at the tips. Ooh, agug, e. As the tips of their tongues came together, the three maids were forced to stand in a circle cheek to cheek. Adolphe clicked his tongue. The virtue of employees is to have a heavy mouth. You guys are busy using your worries as an excuse to spread gossip about your master. Its tongue is as light as a bluebird, so I tried giving it some of my weight. The tips of the tongues, once stuck together, would remain so for about a month. To survive, you'll have to lean on someone for water and mashed food, or have the tip of their tongues amputated. Adolphe then made his way through the corridors to Camus' room deep within the manor. Before knocking on the door, Adolphe listened for a moment to hear what was going on inside. Beyond the door it was eerily silent, but a man of Adolphe's strength could hear.
A sob weint almost miflet sob.
It was like a wail of remorse from the grave, the wail of the dead, not yet dead but buried alive. Ah! Adolphe sighed heavily as he stood. He hesitated a moment longer before knocking on the door. Ding ding ding. A light knock in contrast to the heavy hand. Adolphe tried to keep his voice as soft as possible and opened it. Camus, it's your uncle. He waited, but there was no answer. With little choice, Adolphe opened his mouth once more. I'm coming in. This time there was no answer. Understanding this as permission, Adolphe slowly and very carefully opened the door. Adolphe stepped into the room and saw a bed in the center of the dimly lit room. The blanket was sticking out like a tomb. Adolphe sat down at the head of the bed. A small voice came out of the blankets. There is nothing wrong with the maids, please break the spell. The words startled Adolphe. Your voice. Adolphe carefully pulled back the blanket. In the lightened darkness he could see a grim-faced Camus lying there. Adolphe pulled back the blanket a little more. It was as if he were removing the cloth covering a corpse. What's wrong with your voice, huh? Adolphe demanded, and Camus closed her eyes helplessly. Then in a fading voice she answered. It happened to Rose and then to Vikir, and it's all because of me. Adolphe was silent for a moment. He was the type of person who couldn't say something that wasn't there, but that didn't stop him from saying you're right, because you can't say it's because of you. And knowing the nature of his uncle's character, Camus closes her eyes with a faint smile. Anyone could see that the spark of life was dying. Adolphe was not a consoler, but his love for his nephew was great, so he tried to comfort her in this situation. You shouldn't do that, Camus. Rose and Vikir wouldn't want that, and you shouldn't give up like this. Don't you realize that the weight of your life is even heavier with their share added to it? It is the duty of the living to live up to the dead. Adolphe spoke sincerely at this common consolation. But Camus' closed eyes suddenly flashed open. As if a spring had sprung, Camus sprang to her feet and looked at Adolphe. Uncle, what did you say to me? It shouldn't be like that. Then Camus scolds Adolphe in a louder voice. Adolphe couldn't remember what had just said, so after a moment's thought he said something similar. Do we have to live up to the share of the dead? Exactly. Camus' cloudy eyes sparkle with light once again. Firewood was thrown on the dying embers once more. Camus jumped out of bed. Her body, which hadn't eaten or slept in a while, swayed once. Adolphe jumped to his feet and helped her up. Camus, what the hell is going on? What happened to you? In response to her uncle's concern, Camus smiled. It was the same smile, full of energy, curiosity, and hope. The living have to live with the dead, don't they? That's what your uncle just told you, that you have to live up to the dead man's share, and that's why you shouldn't give up. Who? That's right. Adolphe nodded quickly, hoping that his consolation had worked. But Camus seemed to have come to a different conclusion than Adolphe had expected. So if the living give back their share, the dead will come back to life too, because they've gotten theirs. Is that how it works? Yes, because the total amount of the share is the same anyway. The heat radiating from Camus' eyes was now beginning to take on a slightly strange glow. That's right, the thermodynamic state function of life is the same. Magic is all about how we calculate them, and I suppose we could reverse the calculations and order a bit to get a different result if we could access the negative dimension and pull the entropy from there and replace the quotient from the positive dimension with the remainder in an equivalent exchange form. Hearing his nephew mutter, Adolphe knew something was wrong. Camus, wait, what are you thinking? But before Adolphe could stop her, Camus slammed the door open and ran out. Food, feed me. It took less than a minute for the maids who had been keeping a close eye on Camus' behavior to set the table. The morgue's little lord began to eat. It was such a surprise that head of the family Respain, who was in the middle of an important meeting dealing with the Red Fang Castle and the ruby mines, ran over to see the vassals. Wah wah wah. Camus ate her food like a madman. Spoon and fork abandoned, she shoved food into her mouth until both cheeks were bursting. Suddenly something caught her eye. It was a potato. It was a morgue bread variety. You don't have anything like this at home, do you? Suddenly Camus' eyes moistened. The moisture in her body, now dried up and seemingly unable to come out, was once again escaping through her eyes. She shoved the potatoes into her cheeks until they burst. Smells like dirt, it's not working. And she swallowed it whole. Having consumed all the food on the table in one fell swoop, Camus called out to the maids, "Give me more. More, please." Respain, pleased that her daughter had begun to eat, brought out more food. And Camus devoured them too. More. As much as you want. Raspain instructed her maids again. This time bring enough food for Camus to eat. And Camus devoured all the food that was brought to her. More. Any amount. Respain set the food down, looking a little stern. And Camus ate them. She threw up, but she ate again. She threw up, but she kept shoving them in her mouth. More. Now it wasn't enough. Respain tried to stop the gluttonous Camus, but she wouldn't listen. More, give me more, I have to eat more, I have to reserve my strength. Yuck. Camus ate and vomited, ate and vomited, ate and vomited, ate and vomited over and over again. With tears and madness in her young eyes, neither Respain nor Adolphe could say anything. Everyone was frozen in front of the table. After several rounds of vomiting, when all the food on the table was in her stomach, Camus jumped to her feet. She turned to her lord Respain, her eyes shining. Give me Morgue's military authority, let me search the forest. Time is like flowing water, so easily it passes by even if you don't hold on to it. And so it seems all the more swift to those who have nothing to hold on to. The dark hall of Morgue. This place, always immersed in shadow, takes the form of a tall tower. Towers that rise sharply under a gloomy sky where crows fly in flocks. And on the highest of them, on the throne of the great council, sat a man. Skinny and tall, with a sinister aura radiating from his back. A grim-looking man with black hair and black eyes stared down at the ground. Below, Morgue's snake, responsible for the mage master Morgue's dark hall and considered the third in rank within the family. After Morgue, Respain, the head of the family, and Morgue Adolphe, the representative of the light hall, he is the most powerful man in the house of Morgue. However, unlike Respain and Adolphe, who are close siblings, they had a good friendship, but Snake, who was a bit distant, was different from them. And Dark Hall also gives the impression that he is somehow distant within the family, in keeping with Snake's personality. Whatever, the Dark Hall lurks in the shadows, conducting secret research and experiments, and the fruits of their labor are the spear and shield of the Morgue. So Snake, who oversees all things Dark Hall, is clearly indispensable to the Morgue. Such was Snake, now frowning and looking down at the tower. There was a girl standing there looking up at him with a chubby face. Morgue Camus, a member of the Light Hall and the future owner of Morgue House. Snake spoke in a low voice. A member of the Light Hall, what are you doing here? There was little reason for a Morgue from the Light Hall to come to the Dark Hall, except for the quarterly exchange of skills. Even then, it's only between established practitioners, so there's even less reason for the recently turned 17-year-old Camus to come here. But I left the Light Hall. Snake's eyes widened a little at Camus' words. His eyebrows wiggled at the next words. I wish to join the order. The bombshell, it's not normal to switch factions. Especially not from the position of young master, the man responsible for Morgue's future. Snake was dumbfounded and speechless for a moment. Only after a long moment did he finally speak. Because I'm tired of struggling. Camus answered immediately and Snake fell silent again. Snake knew from reports that Camus had been searching the Black Mountain depths for Vikir for years. He also knew from reports that Camus had not only been unsuccessful in his search but that there had been no small harvest in recent years. I guess you didn't find it after all.
Yeah.
Camus nodded coolly, admitting her failure. They had spent the last hour frantically searching the depths, but in the end, they hadn't found Vikir's remains. A bond at age 8 and reunited at 15. Those few days at the Red Fang Castle were the happiest of Camus' life. She wondered if it would be the same if she were to get married and go through the honeymoon period. At the time she believed the happiness would last a lifetime. But it was shattered, hated by the natives of the jungle, torn to shreds by a demonic creature. Camus gritted her teeth and searched the depths. And the more she searched, the more she had to admit. Vikir was no more, he was dead, not even his bones. Is that why Camus had been blackened? I want to learn black magic and bring him back to life. How can you do that when you can't even find his body? I'm sure his spirit still wanders the netherworld, or maybe he's already turned into a ghost. Either way, I plan to summon it and bring him back to life. If we can find his remains later, so much the better. At that, Snake put a hand to his forehead. Young lady, you're taking it too easy to switch factions, aren't you? You're going to leave the light hall, enter the dark hall, and walk the path of the black magic. What does this mean? It means that I will abandon my mother, my uncle, and all my authority as young lady and live in the shadows for the rest of my life. Camus cuts off Snake's words like a knife. Snake's mouth hung half open at a loss for words. His expression doesn't change as much as his younger cousin Morg Banshee, who is a professor at the Colosio Academy in the distance, but he seems really surprised this time. With a grunt, Snake straightened his posture. What on earth do you want from me, young lady? As I said before, I have someone I want to learn black magic from and bring back to life. At best, you can animate a ghost or a corpse. I thought there was a way to imbue them with the spirituality of the living. Snake's expression twitched once more. The kind of black magic that Camus was talking about was a dangerous kind of ancient black magic, the kind that required the sacrifice of one's own life in exchange for an art of complete revival that would bring the dead back to near full life. It is of course strictly taboo both in Morg and in the Empire. It is not only difficult to learn, but the chances of success are extremely slim, and even if you succeed in saving your victim after 10,000 attempts, there is a high probability that they will corrupt or run amok afterward. The soul of the person I'm trying to save is strong. Once I succeed, I don't have to worry about anything else if I can succeed. Camus' faith was firm and steadfast. Seeing the look in her eyes, Snake paused for a moment. After a long moment, he cut her off. I refuse. A black folding screen then unfolded, closing the distance between Snake and Camouflage, a clear sign of good luck. But Camus didn't leave. Instead, she stood there unmoving and spoke. Marquis Snake, I know you love my mother. Suddenly, the unfolding folding screen stopped. Camus turned to Snake on the other side of the folding screen and continued. Love between close relatives is also an affair you hid in the shadows of the morgue, saying you had no reason to look at the sky. Even now, because of your genius talent, you were forced to become the head of the Dark Hall, and you still love the head of the family. There was no answer. Only, drrrr. The black folding screens blocking my view were cleared away. Snake, his face set in a stern expression, had slid down from his throne and was now standing in front of Camus. Did Adolphe tell you that I'm a filthy human being? Did he tell you to go and mock me with those words? But Camus was unfazed. My mother and uncle never told me that. I only knew it from the rumors that circulated among the elders. Bullshit, the elders are all old and dead already. The will of the dead, even the dead talk a lot. With that, Camus drew up her mana. A black aura formed behind her, and the spirits of old men with graying beards began to float around. They were the ghosts of the elders. Seeing that she had already learned to use black magic, Snake asked in surprise, "What is this black magic? Who taught you this?" "I'm self-taught." What? Snake was speechless. Self-taught black magic, was that even possible? It's not an exaggeration to say that she broke new ground by herself, a truly remarkable talent if true. I'm not kidding, so it's true that you're a 100 years talent. Snake stroked his chin. But that didn't change his demeanor. But that is irrelevant. I cannot allow young lady to enter the dark hall. Is that because you don't want to offend my mother, because you still love her? Camus' retort left Snake momentarily speechless. And Camus' next move was even more baffling. She untied her clothes and walked forward. Suddenly all of her clothes fell to the ground and she was naked without a single thread. Camus said to Snake, I looked just like my mother when she was young, and if I were to take you into my body, would that change the story? She stepped up to stand directly in front of Snake. Camus' eyes glowed with desire, a desire so strong and so hot that it would do anything to reach its goal. And Snake's pupils shake when he sees those eyes. Get dressed. Get dressed, young lady. Snake turned his head and gestured. Charuk. The clothes rose up like a snake and wrapped around Camus' entire body. In front of Camus, who suddenly looked like he was dressed casually. Don't you ever insult my feelings for her again. The Marquis of Morgue. Snake shook his head. For a moment she stared at him in silence. Then her mouth opened. Thank you for the favor, master. Morgue. Snake. In addition to being a member of the Morgue family, he was also a licensed black mage registered with the Imperial Army. 12730629191, which was his military number. This meant that he was a soldier with a guaranteed identity and was under the control and surveillance of the Empire. But even he had a secret place. The basement of the Dark Hall's headquarters, a deep underground space that stretched for over 600 floors. Level 666 of the crypt. It was a place beyond the reach of the Empire, beyond the gaze of the Morgue, and known only to the delegates of the Dark Hall. Walking directly down the spiral staircase that seemed to have no end in sight, Snake spoke to Camus as she followed. Young lady. Yes, master. Do you know the origins of the Morgue? Snake was still using a distant tone. Camus shook her head, saying nothing in response. Snake lifted his lantern, illuminating the darkness of the underground. The Morgue began as a mortuary, a morgue. It was a small family that specialized in such things, keeping only unidentified corpses. Morgue is a name for a very old bloodline that has been passed down since before humans established the concept of family or nation. The main job of those who inherited this lineage was collecting unidentified corpses and finding relatives. They would collect bodies that had been mutilated beyond recognition, find the relatives, hand them over, and get compensated. As a result, they naturally found themselves in the company of the dead, and over time people who could communicate with the dead gradually appeared, whether it was once a power on par with a nation or decades after its fall. When it was once again called a house of mage, there was a steady stream of people with this uncanny ability, just like the current camel. So technically the Morgue's origins are very close to the dead. From their earliest beginnings they spoke to the dead and called upon them. So you've been in touch with the black magic since birth. Exactly. Snake lifted the lantern. The room was silent and gloomy, like a stone chamber in a deep tomb. Even the air was chilly against the skin. Snake's mumbling voice was drowned out by his footsteps, forcing Camus to strain her ears even further. And so it is that the black mages of Morgue know that the truth that a man can seek and understand in a lifetime is but a handful of sand picked up from the shore. Then where is most truth? Behind death, beyond the gates. It is only by crossing the gates of death that man becomes completely free and eternal. The infinite truth behind it can be explored. Knowing this, magical geniuses who have surpassed the limits of human endeavor will eventually turn to black magic. The more intelligent and accomplished they are, the more easily they are swayed by temptation. I suppose I need to familiarize myself with death. Know before that you must first be wary of death. Camus shook her head. Then Snake turned to her, a serious look on his face. Remember, young lady, a black mage is the one who has the least regard for death. Why is that, master? Because one must first understand and familiarize oneself with life before one can understand and familiarize oneself with death. Snake's words were grim but sincere. He turned toward Camus. Life, feelings for others, love, friendship, trust, organic relationship with all that is in the world, gratitude for being alive, the preciousness of life. Understand these things first, and only then can you truly understand death. For everything is two-sided. Can't we get acquainted with death first? That would be like a bunch of drunken fools imitating a black mage. That's hard. It's hard, very hard. Contrary to popular belief, a true black mage must be able to love and understand the living more deeply than anyone else. It is one who loves all things living and pities all things dying. It's more like an archmage or a saint, as the world calls them. So this is what it means to be polar opposites. Camus was becoming increasingly interested in black magic. Not as a means to an end, but as a pure end in itself. Some time passed. Under Snake's guidance, Camus gained knowledge at an incredible rate. Soon her skills were beyond recognition. Pow! Black air currents swirled, and a woman with nothing but bones and skin rose. From them, Morgue rose. She was Camus' third cousin who had been killed in battle against the barbarians. Camus had used Rose's remains found while searching the depths to turn her into a undead soldier. Camus and Rose embraced each other. Because she had been resurrected by high-level black magic, she had only a very low level of intelligence. Even her magic level was higher than when she was alive. Meanwhile, Snake, who was watching the scene from the side, was overwhelmed with admiration. To think that you've already been able to create an undead soldier, that's quite an accomplishment. How long had it been since she'd turned to the black mage? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Camus had already mastered almost every aspect of black magic that humans had discovered. The rest was just something she could conquer as she grew older. Maybe this child will be the one to see the end of the black magic discovered by humans, Snake thought to himself. But Camus was looking at something more than just the obvious laying down of the law. It's not good enough. She looked sadly at Rose, then shook her head. Then she turned to Snake. What I'm looking for is a way to fully revive the dead. That's the realm of humans, and after that it's the realm of gods. The distinction between human and God is meaningless in the face of what must be done. At the same time, Camus unfolded a large piece of paper in front of Snake. It was a drawing of incredibly intricate and detailed shapes. Snake's eyes widened as if they were about to tear apart. What is this? The magic circle of full revival, the result of my own research. Hearing Camus' calm words, a chill ran down Snake's spine. It was several steps more advanced than the one that had resurrected Rose just a moment ago. No matter how many times he opened it, it still looked perfect. Snake turned his head towards the young genius in front of him. A mixture of emotions sprouted in him: pride, jealousy, fear, affection, and sadness. What was he looking for in that face that looked so much like her from the past? Snake has been in and out of the depths of the abyss of magic, but he's never been inside his own mind, so he doesn't know. He could only ask questions. Is a man named Vikir that good? Camus didn't answer, it just nodded slowly. Snake nodded as well. Very well, if that's what you want. He hadn't expected to say the words Head spoken to a woman so long ago, when Head ascended to the master of the Dark Hall, to her child so many decades later. The two genius black mages put their heads together at the table. Since we have no remains of the person we wish to save, what do you propose to do about that? We've enlisted the cooperation of the Baskervilles to gather some blood and hair. There may also be fragments of his soul mixed in with the unspecified number of spirits we summoned from the depths. I see. If there are fragments of his body, then there will be fragments of his soul as well, so we can sort them out then. Not just a corpse that moved at will, but a corpse with memories and a personality. No, at that point it was no longer a corpse. Snake opened his mouth. Do you know the paradox of ship of Theseus? Even if he regains his body, memories and personality, it is a question that needs to be considered. It's never too late to ponder such existential questions after success. Master, With that Camus and Snake began to imbue their drinks and ingredients with
mana.
The circle of magic fired up. Countless complex shapes glowed. The ingredients at their center. 35 liters of water, 20 kilograms of carbon, 4 liters of ammonia, 15 kilograms of lime, 800 grams of phosphorus, 250 grams of salt, 100 grams of potassium, nitrate, 80 grams of sulfur, 75 grams of fluorine, 5 grams of iron, 3 grams of silicon, 15 other trace elements and memories of blood and flesh, all of which began to emit a foul stench, heat and smoke. Wait, stench. Camus' expression stiffened for a moment. According to the theory, it was supposed to smell like human flesh at this time. But now it smelled like rotting flesh, a horrible stench. Failure. Camus knew in her gut she didn't know what had gone wrong or how, but she knew the result. I can give you power. It was a trick of the demon, it was literally a ploy from the demon. But Camus couldn't refuse, she had no other choice. Whatever it took to starve to death on a cold stone floor at the bottom of a pitch-black abyss, she had to make a deal. Okay, what's the deal? Simple, after you die, I will take over your body and I will carry out your wishes. Okay, you'll do it, contract. Oh, so soon, you're a good negotiator, you're smart, it's worth watching. The demon smiled softly at Camus. The demon then revealed her true name. My name is Seer, and by the power of the 8th demon who crossed over from the demon world to the human world, I have made a contract with the human morgue. Camus. Seer the demon, she made a contract with Camus to take over her body after her death and fulfill Camus' wishes while she was still alive. Camus made the deal before the spark of life she carried was extinguished. And now, the demon Seer inhabited Camus' body. And as soon as Seer took control of Camus' body, the first thing she did was, what is this, you're not dead yet? Was to freak out. Camus' eyes narrowed as she felt the other personality inhabiting her body. Did the master arrange this? At the last moment, Snake oxidized all the damage that was supposed to be directed at Camus in his embrace. The result was that Camus was only half dead. According to the contract, the demon Seer can only claim the body after Camus is dead, so in this case only half of the body would be Seer. The demon Seer, now in possession of half of Camus' body, began to jump up and down. This is ridiculous, it was a shock, she couldn't have survived. If you're a human, you should have been dead by now, but how are you still alive? Seer turned and looked at Snake's body, which was now sitting upright in front of Camus' eyes. It's the mage's doing, damn it, I should have taken what was his, even if it was just a little bit of a physical disparity. Take away. Oh no, I didn't take it away, I just meant that I should have made a fair contract and taken it. Take it away? Did you mean to trick me into taking your body for nothing? No, it's not like that. Seer blurted out. Camus ignores it and pushes herself up. It moved, it's not what it used to be, but her body listens. However, her body doesn't feel quite as balanced as it used to, with Seer controlling one part of her body and Camus controlling the other. In the end, Camus and Seer had to compromise. Damn, it's twisted, but it's twisted tight, so hey, race the deal, you use this body for half the day and I'll use this body for the other half of the day. What do I get in return for doing that? You're so shameless, you should have been dead and gone by now if it weren't for me. Oh shit, I'll just wait a little longer until you starve to death. Quick, tell me, what can you do for me in return for me lending you my body? Finally giving in to Camus' prodding, Seer replied irritably. I have the ability to find hidden treasure, including when it's human, and am good at killing livestock and beasts, which makes me a good match for a black mage whose job it is to resurrect the dead. But Camus didn't seem too interested in the latter ability. Good at finding people. That was enough for him. And that's how Camus entered into a two-way contract with Seer. They would wake up when each other fell asleep. Camus then held Snake's funeral and searched the Black and Red Mountains again. However, she had informed Morgue that she and Snake would be practicing there. Closed training together. Adolphe was worried, but less pain let it slide. Sister Marquis Snake, how can you trust him? He is not a man who would do any harm to Camus. But the Marquis of Snake is a delegate of the Dark Hall. Besides, we have heard nothing of him as yet. Say no more about it. There was no way anyone could have been more disgusted by the words of Lord Less Pain of Morgue. So officially the Marquis of Snake, a delegate of the Dark Hall, and his apprentice Camus went into seclusion deep within the family home. As time went on, the prying eyes slowly faded away. In the meantime, Camus continued to search the jungle alone with little success. Until that is, he picked up a strange object from the depths of the forest. This bone. The bones of a black mage with a powerful grudge and magic were lying on the ground. Why is a black mage of this caliber lying dead here? Camus immediately channeled her mana to create a lich. The high-ranking undead named Aheman became her faithful servant. A little more time passed. It was after several undead pieces she had painstakingly created were lost. Camus, who had been concentrating on searching and researching in the Red and Black Mountains, decided to come out into the world. What the undead you sent to the city disappeared. Cyr was also annoyed. That must have been Dantalion, that bastard. He's got bad taste in his mouth and likes to take what belongs to others. He must have seen some well-made undead running around the city and stolen them for his own. It's obvious. Cyr and Dantalion had crossed over to the human world together, but they didn't seem to get along very well. I don't know about the other undead, but we need to get Rose back. I felt like I had been out of the world for too long, so I sent them to find out the latest news about the city, which was a problem. Camus immediately left the forest and headed for the city. On her way to Indulgentia's orphanage, where Dantalion was supposed to be, she heard that there was a festival going on at the Colosio Academy in the distance. It has nothing to do with me now. Since Vikir's death, she hadn't thought about the academy. Camus passed the academy by and headed straight for Indulgentia. And then, Camus could see the ruins that had been left behind. Who could have left Dantalion's lair in this state? Camus quickly scanned her mana. Fortunately, Rose's soul and body were here. Though it was shattered and scattered, Camus' powerful black magic could bring it back to life. Dantalion, you lowly thief, how dare you? Camus pushed the others aside and resurrected only Rose. Sutsits. When she had just reclaimed her third cousin. Who's there? Camus sensed something was watching her. A figure in black robes and a plague doctor's mask. An ominous aura radiated from him. 8 Corpse Seer, King of the Dead, you are my copycat. An eerie voice modulation came from his mouth. Camus shook her head, not sure who was imitating whom. Who are you? Don't you know me? I do not know, not like you. You don't seem interested in what's going on in the world, don't you even read the newspaper? Camus snorted lightly at his question. Newspaper? Why would I read such a thing? I have nothing to lose in this world. After Vikir's death, Camus turned her back on the world, even if it was a family affair. Afterward, the mysterious man said, "The demon kills. If you can do it." It was Camus' first battle against an opponent of her caliber since becoming a black mage. Camus opened his eyes. The battle with the night hound had been intense. His aura, especially at the end, was like the sun, almost blinding. What was that? Camus thought as she ran a hand through her greasy hair. The first time the night hound had drawn his bow, he had momentarily let go of the leash of reason. The barbarian archery that had killed Vikir could never be spared, not after seeing the man who wielded it. But as the battle continued, something was off. The night hound, whom I knew only as an archer, drew his sword and emitted an aura. It was too dazzling to see clearly, but I knew I'd seen it before. What? A million thoughts raced through Camus' mind. Could it be that Vikir was still alive? What if he had survived his grave wounds and found his way into barbarian society, where he healed and learned the art of archery? Come to think of it, that bow wasn't even an ordinary bow. It was obviously carved from a spider's exoskeleton. What if Vikir eventually came back to life and took revenge on Madame 8-Legs? The fact that he didn't return once he was healed could be due to something like amnesia. Of course, it's all wishful thinking, but you never know, right? In the first place, Camus had risked his life on the tenuous hope that she could find Vikir's remains and bring him back to life. There was a possibility that Vikir had been lucky enough to survive that night, that he might have been accepted as a member of the tribe instead of being killed by savage barbarians. He might have learned to be an excellent archer from them. The possibility that they had killed the Madame of the Eight Legs Adepts. Nightmare. And the possibility that all these possibilities overlapped and overlapped. But that slim chance subconsciously tugged at Camus' emotions, and even in his stunned state he forced Rose to track down the night hound without killing it. "Okay, go check it out right away." As soon as she recovered, Camus created an underground chamber beneath the ruins that no one knew about. In addition, she kept a life vessel there just in case. A life vessel was a container of highly concentrated black mana, a warlock's second heart. Camus had arranged for Rose to be able to teleport here if her life was in danger. "Do you understand, Rose? If I collapse, you must bring me right here, because that's the only way it'll survive." Rose nodded slowly as she listened to Camus' conviction. It couldn't hurt to have the insurance, if only for the sake of coming here in the first place. Time to find out. If Seer really did have the ability to bring you into contact with those you wish to meet, then it was worth a shot. Camus clenched her teeth. She followed the trail of the night hound's escape to the darkened Imperial City. Pow pow pow. Fireworks lit up the night sky. Toward the Colosseo Academy, where a festival was in full swing. The one who knocks on the door is just a visitor, nothing more. It was December on the floor where dying embers burned shadows. I desperately wanted tomorrow to come and tried to forget his death and the sadness that came from it by reading books. The man who would forever be nameless in this place. I left the door wide open for any visitors who might be standing outside. There was nothing there but darkness, nothing. I stared into that darkness for a long time, puzzling, fearing, doubting, and dreaming dreams no one had ever dared to dream. I whispered Vikir, and only the words came back as an echo, Vikir. Only these words, nothing else. As I closed the door, every soul in me on fire, I heard a knock, loud and clear. Just the wind, nothing. I opened the door and a raven flapping its wings in a loud flutter. Pudleduck, I stepped inside. Up perched, and that was it. I smiled sadly and spoke to the solemn bird. Its head is shorn and naked, but it is not a coward. Tell me your old and noble name, dreadful raven that wanders the dark shores. And the crow said, nevermore. I spoke again. Prophet, wicked one, tell me whether in life or in death I shall ever meet again that noble and radiant man whom the gods have named Vikir. And the crow said, nevermore. I was enraged. That fiend must go back to the netherworld of night without leaving behind a single black feather, the mark of a liar. And the crow said, nevermore. So the crow never flew but sat still. Its eyes are like the eyes of a demon dreaming fiendishly, and the light of the lantern beneath it casts evil shadows. There is no escape for my soul from those shadows cast upon the floor. Forever. Morgue. Camus, from the Raven Diary of a December. Quote from Edgar Allan Poe's The Jackdaw. Camus closed the diary. Tucking the journal that contained all her memories under her arm, she set out for the city. Her destination was the most famous place in the entire imperial capital, the Colosseo Academy. The Academy's gates were wide open for the Halloween festival, which allowed outsiders to enter. The gates of the Colosseo are so high that you have to raise your chin as high as you can to see through them. The enormous crowd inside the lights. For a moment Camus followed their movements with wistful eyes. If I had lived a normal life, would I be here now? Good men and women her own age or perhaps slightly older bustled about. Men and women, arm in arm, holding hands or on the verge of holding hands, were building or decorating booths, doing business, or just enjoying themselves as guests. If Camus had grown up normally, she would have been the prodigy of her family. By now, growing up to be beautiful and gaining early admission to the academy, she would have cried and laughed with her classmates, created a festival bar, peddled her wares in the streets, and cooked in the kitchen. And her cousin Rose, who probably entered the academy with her or a year or two later, would be smiling shyly next to her. Also next to her. He is a good at cooking, so he probably cooked in the kitchen, and then I would take it and serve it to the guests. No, he's handsome, so I'd have to ask him out, and I'd have a hard time because there would be a lot of girls clinging to him, but then again, I wasn't the kind of girl who could get away With anything. Camus smiled bitterly. Beside her Rose, who had become lich, nodded. Then, turning an alley, Camus stopped short at a large mirror in the street. She wore a raggedy cloak and a ghoulish skull mask. Her reflection was a ghastly sight, no match for the pretty schoolgirls, crying, laughing, and enjoying themselves at the festival. Camus looked away from the mirror for a moment. Boom! The moment she looked away, the mirror shattered into hundreds of pieces. A life of normal birth, normal growth, normal entrance into a good school. Normal rise to a high position, normal relationship with a good man, normal marriage, normal children, normal growing old, normal closing her eyes in the love and respect of everyone. You can't expect that kind of life anymore. The life of the gossipy girls at the academy is now a completely different story, a life that would never apply to her. Camus thought so. And then, pow 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 pow. At the night market that night, amidst the fireworks and cherry blossoms, Camus met the love of her life. The one she'd been hoping for, the face she'd never seen, not even in her dreams.
Fikir van Baskerville.
He was at the school festival bar. Camus doubted her eyes. But no matter how hard she squinted, that face definitely belonged to Fikir. Did he have a sister? No way. I had researched my potential husband's family history. There are no women in his family, no daughters are born. Daughters have been scarce in this family ever since the disappearance of their only daughter Penelope a long time ago, as if a curse had been placed on them. Camus walked forward as if mesmerized. She was about to meet the girl, or at least get a clue. Her faint hopes were becoming concrete certainties, pointing the way forward. Just then she approached a festival bar with a sign that read newspaper. Department Ryukian. Who are you, hanging out at someone else's place of business? A familiar outfit. The night hound stops me in my tracks, only this time it was someone else. You again. Camus was furious. The clues she'd barely gotten, the hopes she'd barely gotten, kept getting in the way. She had come here to see the man she had loved for so long, and she was prepared to stop at nothing. Get out of the way. There would be no second mercy. And now time has passed again. Pot. Geronto brought the crippled Camus back to the lair and healed her using the life vessel. Despite the massive amount of highly concentrated mana potion flowing into her body, she barely recovered. However, I almost missed it for real this time. She barely managed to cling to her consciousness after being sent to death's door and back. As soon as she woke up, she checked her body. My body has become a rag, but whatever, it doesn't matter as long as you have time. You can treat anything. More importantly, Fikir was alive. Yes, he was alive, that's why I couldn't meet him. Stupid, why did I think he was dead? I can't stop laughing, even through my bloodied, battered body. I can't stop the corners of my mouth from turning up. And then I checked his heart at the end, and he couldn't kill me after all. Because he has a heart. Camus can't fully fathom Fikir's mind, but Camus can intuit that Fikir crossed a threshold when he was torn between killing her and not killing her. It was at that point that Camus took another look at her body. Most of the wounds on her body were the result of Seer's rampage, and none of Fikir's wounds were on her limbs. None of them were fatal, and even those were healing quickly. Camus looked at Rose beside her. Didn't Fikir try to kill me at the end when I was running away? Nodded. Suddenly Rose's memory came back to Camus. It worked. Camus smiles wryly. When she had first met Fikir as a night hound, she could have killed him, but a strange intuition had kept her from doing so. It was the same with Fikir. He let the unconscious Camus go, which meant he trusted her and Rose. The possibility that Camus could not only come back to life on her own, but that she could eventually break free of the demon's grip. So then how should we live up to my husband's expectations? Camus' eyes suddenly calmed down. With her eyes closed, she could see into the depths of her mind, into the abyss. There was a high, steep cliff. A peak jutted out from the edge of the cliff, and there was someone clinging to the edge. Ouch, help, somebody help me. It was Seer. Her connection to Camus had been severed by Fikir, and she was pushed to the very bottom of her consciousness. She was reduced to the size of an infant. Camus had regained nearly 9,999 control of her body and the parts of her body that had been rendered half-dead were fully restored thanks to Seer's efforts to repair the damage. Most of Seer's consciousness had been extinguished by Vikir, so very little of Seer's consciousness remained in Camus' mind. In terms of juice, it was about the amount of juice that would remain on the surface of a glass after it had been poured into it and drained. It would be an exaggeration to say there was none. Camus asked, "Why aren't you completely annihilated?" "That's because you broke the 12-hour contract and that penalty kept me alive a little bit." During the fight with Vikir, Camus had violated Seer's privileges. As a result, Siri is currently acting with a little bit of life in her body. Camus stood on the cliff and stroked her chin. Then the sulking Seer grabbed onto Camus' toes and begged, "Please, please don't let me go after all we've been through together." She did. Camus spoke in a cold tone. A fearless brat who relied on her talent and her will. Oh, if there's a guy you really want to meet again, what kind of fool risks her life for that? If I had a face like this and a body like this, I would never have lived like that. I'd have gotten stronger by beating young males and draining his blood. A life is really difficult in this world. The things Camus was saying now were the same lines she had said to Vikir when Seer was in 100 control of her body. Seer swallowed hard. Camus spoke to her in a cold voice. "Listen, don't judge people by your standards. He's not one of those fishy males. He's the real deal. Do you understand?" Yes. Yeah, he's a man worth risking your life for." Camus regained full control of her body. Seer's insignificant share at best would be enough to make her itch like a mosquito bite for about a second once a day. Camus, she was once again the master of her own life. A master who has complete control over her body and soul, the queen of Red and Black Mountain. Get down. In her consciousness, her command is absolute. Seer cried out in her diminished form, "Hying." And just like that, Seer had surrendered all of her power and strength to Camus. It was the moment when a bilateral contract turned into a one-sided master-servant relationship. The black mage gained demonic powers. Camus smirked as she held the ever-smaller Seer on her fingertips. "Your prophecy was correct, for you did lead me to him after all." Vikir had come to Camus in the course of a demon hunter's search for a demon. But the prophecy had been fulfilled anyway. Climbing gingerly onto Camus' finger, Seer looked up and asked, "Hey, what are we going to do now?" "Well, should we open the gate?" Seriously, are you really going to do that?" "You're kidding, am I crazy?" Seer visibly frowns at Camus' words. Camus smiles brightly. "The world can't end now as long as he's alive and I am alive. So what are you going to do now?" "I'm going to heal my broken body for a while. Someone's been messing with me." "Sorry, I didn't mean to do that." Under Camus' gaze, Seer completely shrank. She was sweating so profusely that it was like looking at a piece of butter thrown onto a hot pan. Camus was really starting to think about what to do next. "There are many things I need to prepare to be a good bride, and I'll start one by one as I recover. Bride, get married. Then I have to do it after all this trouble. What if I meet him again and he's already gone?" "You love him that much?" Seer asked in disbelief, and Camus nodded emphatically. "Yes, I love him so much. So much so that I want to be next to him even if he's dead." Or that she wanted to be next to him even if she was dead. A man who has to kill a woman to prevent the end of the world, and a woman who doesn't care if the world ends as long as she can be with him. In the end, they come to a dramatic conclusion, one where no one has to be unhappy and everyone can be happy. For now, I must return to Morgue. High sis, mid sis, and low sis. Those thundering sisters must be thrilled that I'm gone. I must go get them back in line. I can already see how happy my sisters will be to see me. Only then was Camus able to smile with a playful smile appropriate for his age. "They'll say hi to my mom and visit my uncle," and again. Suddenly her expression grew heavy. Morgue snake. She had to announce his death to the world. What a noble and holy sacrifice he had made, and he needed to be given a funeral worthy of it. "First and foremost, it is imperative that I carry on my master's work." It was necessary to take full control of the dark hall, which had fallen into disarray during Snake's long absence. Representative Camus had formed the idea in her mind that she would succeed. Her master as head of the Dark Hall. The death of Snake, who had ruled the Dark Hall for decades, would trigger another election of representative and a nasty power struggle. Into the mix would come Camus, who has been in hiding for the past few years. Due to her training. Once again she is a black mage with demonic powers. A being who has fully absorbed the power of Seer, the great demon king of bones and corpses, who can kill livestock and bring them back to life. Once I've completely conquered the Dark Hall, I'll become a representative. And rise to the same rank as Uncle Adolphe. It would be quite a task, but Camus was confident. In fact, no matter what I do, it will be much easier than bringing the dead back to life. And then again, Camus looked up. In the distance, far, far away, she could see the night sky of the imperial capital. The place with the sharp spire and high walls is the Colosseo Academy. Finally Camus' mouth opened. When I get in, I'll be in class 21. A junior 1 grade lower. But she was confident nonetheless. The day I come back, I'll be. Camus' eyes glowed black. She looked to Vikir in the distance, her voice full of confidence. You are mine. It was a possessive desire so strong that even the Demon King Seer shivered. For a moment, the festival is over. But even after the festival was over, the excitement remained like a residual fire, making the students feel strangely excited. The students were still talking about the events of the festival whenever they got together in groups of 3 or more. Did you hear he's dating that girl in hot class A and she's dating that girl in cold class B? Wow, I was wondering when they were going to get together. I guess it's finally happening. They confessed during the fireworks at night during the festival. Wow. How that new couple in hot class B broke up that day. How the chicken CC broke up, that's a bit of a shock. The moment someone gets together, someone breaks up. Youth is a strange thing. Everyone is talking about who confessed to whom, who flirted with whom, who fell in love with whom, who fought with whom, who broke up with whom, and love play is the hottest topic because it is a place where teenagers and 20s gather. In addition, rumors of who got drunk, fought, threw up, lied, or took a leave of absence were slowly spreading. But the hottest topic was this. By the way, is it true that the Night Hound came to the academy during the festival? Ahoo, they said he tried to come back and terrorize us again. Creepy. But the professors stopped him. That's really scary. What's with the Imperial Guard? They don't take down villains like that fast enough. That's right, he should be in the Nouvelle Vague prison for a villain like that. But from what I've seen, the Night Hound is really, really strong. And I hear there's a new villain on the scene this time, an unregistered black mage. But I heard they fought 2 of them, which is why the professors were easily dispatched. Too bad. It would have been better if we could have arrested them. Students who don't know anything about it just talk about it in a cheerful tone. The Night Hound incident, which could have turned into a horrific disaster, in the wrong hands seems to have faded into nothing more than spooky gossip. But Harem's one student who can't let it pass as urban legend. Guys, Dolores, the student council president, shouted, throwing open the door to the newspaper department. Who wrote this article? She asked, sounding more than a little annoyed. In Dolores' hand was a copy of an article that had not yet been published. Exclusive: The Night Hound on its viciousness. The Night Hound's misdeeds have crossed the line. On the 0th of last month, the Night Hound attacked the academy, which could be said to be the future of the Empire. The young sprouts who will be responsible for the future of the Empire must be protected. The actions aimed at this are inhumane and anti-national. He is a villain who must be punished. Meanwhile, the number of major facilities in the Imperial capital destroyed by the Night Hounds during the festival was the Imperial Bank, the Imperial Clock Tower, Indulgentia Orphanage, Imperial Cemetery, etc. A scathing article condemning the Night Hounds. Dolores swallowed hard at her anger. The Night Hound didn't come to the festival and cause any disturbances. The disturbances were caused by that mysterious black mage. This article makes it sound as if the Night Hound came to the festival and massacred the students. He's a criminal as defined by the Empire, but at least he didn't do anything at the festival that day, so you should take the emotion out of your article and just list the facts after that. Never mind. So who wrote this article? The entire newspaper staff, including Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca Sinclair, and others were silent. But they were all honest about their eye contact. All eyes were on the same place. That was where Vikir was. Dolores sighed. Vikir, it's you again. A child who consistently writes articles criticizing the night hounds as to why anyone would hold a grudge against it. There's nothing wrong with criticizing a criminal the Empire has declared evil. Vikir simply replies in his characteristically emotionless tone. The article was written under the direction of my club advisor, Professor Banshee. Then why did you write it when I wasn't around? Ms. Dolores, weren't you busy with student council affairs throughout the festival season, and I just happened to have the time during that period to write an article in the direction of my advisor, Professor Banshee? In a way, he had a point. Dolores sighed softly. It's official from the Imperial Guard this morning, it's not the Night Hound. Who's been responsible for the recent raids on the festivals and the destruction of the city's major facilities. Eyes widened at the words. Dolores continued. According to the captain of the guard, the Night Hound's primary weapon is a knife. However, there are very few stab wounds at recent terrorist sites. But Dolores showed me some mana screenshots. Ruined clock towers, banks, and mansions. All that remained were marks as if a giant snake had crawled across them. These are not marks that can be made with a knife, so the culprit is a different villain altogether. The Imperial Guard had identified a villain other than the Night Hound. It was named Ms. Ouroboros, a vicious terrorist of unknown purpose. Female, presumed gender unknown, purpose of attack unknown, motive but generally believed to be graduator class. We don't even know what weapon she's using because all the witnesses are dead. The entire class shuddered slightly at the introduction of a new villain. If you were a graduator, you could expect to be favored wherever you traveled. In the Empire, they were the pinnacle of martial arts. If such an existence had an evil heart and committed an act of terrorism against an unspecified number of people, how great would the repercussions be? I can't even imagine the amount of blood that would be shed. The Night Hound, an unregistered black mage, and now Miss Ouroboros. With 3 fearsome villains on the loose, the people of the imperial capital must not be able to sleep at night. Dolores was adamant about this fact. So in the future, don't blame all evil deeds on the Night Hounds alone. Not taking sides, just presenting the facts. There are 3 villains. Shouldn't there be a clear distinction between the crimes committed by each? Everyone nodded at her words. There was nothing wrong with that. Vikir nodded as well. It doesn't really matter. Vikir's criticism of the Night Hound was based on the fact that he might one day find himself in a situation where he was suspected of being a Night Hound. And if he did, it would be easier to avoid suspicion if he maintained his long-standing criticism of the Night Hound. Meanwhile, while Vikir was distracted, the conversation among the newspaper staff took a different turn. What is this Miss Ouroboros villain anyway? We don't know what she looks like, what her primary weapon is, or what her purpose is. The only thing we do know is that it leaves tracks that look like a giant snake crawled across it. The other thing is that it seems to follow the places where the Night Hound has been spotted. Certainly, judging by the route it took, it seems to want to meet the Night Hound. Is there a grudge? But she's not coming to the academy. That's where the Night Hound was last seen. Ugh, I hope not. If nothing else, it's made the professors more vigilant, so I'm sure she won't come now. How did they know it was a woman? They found high-heeled boot prints around the area. There were also lipstick marks on an abandoned vodka bottle. Is it possible that it's just a guy who enjoys high heels and lipstick? Of course it's possible. It's not uncommon these days. Ms. Ouroboros, a mysterious terrorist bent on sabotaging the Empire's major infrastructure. Vikir was already aware of her existence thanks to the information Cinderwendy had given him. She's after me. Why would she be chasing the Night Hound? Whether it was out of admiration, resentment, or curiosity, Vikir didn't care. As long as she didn't get in the way of the demon hunt. It could be said that I am more interested in the fingers and knitting needles that are currently moving diligently. Meanwhile, Sinclair next to him admired Vikir's knitting. Wow, you're really good at knitting, aren't you? No wonder, after all, no one wants to keep a torn combat uniform from a war. Vikir felt the need to make the masks even stronger after this incident, so he was in the process of recrafting the masks' cloaks and robes from the Cerberus pelts he had captured so long ago. Using only the toughest, strongest parts of Cerberus hide so they won't tear again. Of course, what he was sewing now were the useless scraps of Cerberus hides. Vikir was gathering these pieces and making a scarf. I've made a scarf as a test, but I don't need it. Do you want it? Vikir held out a scarf made of Cerberus hide to his friends. It was highly resistant to fire and poison. But Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair don't recognize the wonders of the hide, and they all shake their heads. Ugh, what is that? It's crusty and smelly.
I don't like the smell.
It's also really heavy. No one should be wearing that. Brother, this is not cool. Then Vikir nodded. I know it's kind of hard to eat. Question marks appeared over the heads of the friends, one for each of them. Sinclair stammered. Brother, did you eat this? Vikir remained silent, only nodding slightly. An age of destruction, a desperate fight for survival when you had to eat anything to stay alive. The battle to the death at Tochka Fortress back then was so desperate. During the Battle of Tochka, when we were surrounded in deep trenches and had to survive for days on end, there was nothing to eat, so I had to boil and chew my leather army boots, and that's when I first got to know the taste of Cerberus hide. It tasted like rotten fish dried in the strong sunlight and dipped in spoiled milk. Hearing Vikir's statement, all of his friends silently covered their mouths with their hands. Just then, hey Vikir, there's a letter for you. One of the seniors waves at Vikir from the window. A letter was placed in an envelope and handed to Vikir. It was not only for Vikir but also for Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair. Is this? Vikir tore open the envelope and pulled out what was inside. The writing read, First semester tuition payment notice. Name Vikir. University Colassio. Faculty Cold Warrior. Department Archery Department. Class B. School number 20. Year 1. Semester 1. Classification Tuition A. Tuition Fiji. It was something that some students would pass over without thinking about. But for others it would be a terrifying reminder. It's tuition season at Colassio Academy. Hey, did you pay your tuition? Tuition, is there such a thing at our school? I think I paid it yesterday when the butler came by. I seem to remember paying for 4 years at once when I got in. How am I supposed to study when I have to worry about that? Most of the time this season passes without even knowing if it's coming or going, but what can I do? My father couldn't find money for tuition this semester. Should I take a break from school? This isn't a part-time job. Am I going to have to worry about this for all 4 years? For some students, anxiety was written all over their faces. The academy's tuition is so significant that it can be a burden not only for commoners but also for nobles if their families are small. Even at Colassio Academy, where admission is as difficult as picking a star in the sky, it's a bitter reality that there are always a few students who take a break or drop out at this time of year. That's why Vikir is now thinking, I guess I didn't get a full scholarship after all. His attitude score was so bad that he didn't get a full scholarship. However, about 80 of the scholarships were merit-based, so the amount of money wasn't too much to ask for. This was made possible by an unexpected and unscheduled letter of recommendation from Professor Banshee. I don't know. When Vikir went to thank him, Professor Banshee didn't even look up from his book, just snorted. Whatever. But even so, since I decided not to get help from the Baskervilles or Sinduendi, I'm still going to have to find the money for tuition. The reason Vikir hadn't insisted on bringing in outside money was simple. The demons would track it back. It is to prevent that. In order to raise military funds, you must decide on a method of money transaction, the most popular being a borrowed name account or cash hiding. Vikir has seen too many hunting dogs lose their lives due to being traced back by the enemy or betrayed by intermediary contacts in the process of raising military funds. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best to keep your contacts to a minimum, especially those funding streams that can be stepped on first. The best way to hide something is to make sure it doesn't exist in the first place. so Vikir had no financial contact with either Baskerville or Sinduendi, in case one day he really needed the big bucks. Professor Banshee wrote me a letter of recommendation for a scholarship, so he'll just have to make up the rest. Vikir muttered as he fiddled with his tuition bill. Essentially, the most optimal way to raise military funds is to raise military funds directly in the field. I need to look for a high-paying short-term part-time job. Vikir stepped into the central lobby of the lecture hall. On the walls of the plaza on the first floor there were numerous posters, some of which were obviously looking for part-time jobs. High school students were already gathered in front of the bulletin board, looking for part-time jobs. Then, Vikir spotted a familiar face. Sinclair, a white-haired girl. She was staring at the advertisements on the board. There's a month and a half until tuition is due. Should I increase my part-time job? What I'm doing right now is tutoring part-time work at a cafe and librarianship. Should I take another tutoring class when I have some free time on the weekend? No, that doesn't mean I can reduce my volunteer work hours. Sinclair is one of the highest performing first-year students in the hot class. She works a part-time job to make time for her studies, and she's also taking a few classes. She's even volunteering, which makes other students think she's a freak. But Vikir was also going above and beyond, even if it wasn't visible. Every night he goes out and assassinates people who will be enemies of the human coalition in the future. But assassinations cost money and it doesn't make money. Furthermore, Vikir has a nasty habit of collecting all of his targets' ill-gotten gains and secretly dropping them off at orphanages and other
Institution.
He had been doing this ever since he met and separated from Nymphet before Dantalion. As such, there was very little wealth in Vikir's possession at the moment, at best enough to buy supplies for next week's class. He would have to find a part-time job anyway. Vikir stood a little distance away so as not to disturb Sinclair. He read through the numerous flyers that covered the bulletin board one by one. What a bunch of crap. Ignoring most of the advertisements, Vikir continued to scan the board until he found a short-term job that seemed perfect for him. It was a part-time job that involved killing monsters with bounties on them and selling their byproducts. This type of part-time work is usually done through hunting guilds or mercenary guilds, and you can go to the guilds and give or receive requests, or even ask them to dispatch workers if you want. Depending on the nature, type, and power of the guild, you could hire warriors, mages, and other mercenaries, as well as hunters, alchemists, cooks, blacksmiths, and other supportive professions, and even guides and porters. A structure in which you can become a client, carry out someone else's request, hire a separate mercenary, or become a mercenary yourself. In other words, a guild is basically a large form of labor. Of course, it is a bit unusual that the price is clearly defined in the form of money. The students of the Colosio Academy are generally skilled enough to be employed by various mercenaries. The hunting guilds welcomed them, but the academy students didn't have to work with them, unless, like Vikir, they needed a quick paycheck. When Vikir returned to his dormitory after all his errands, he found Tutor and Sancho in his room. They were tutoring Piggy in a subject he was lacking in. So Harem, a reminder of the administrative definition of settlement. A fiscal year's income and expenditures are summarized in definitive coefficients, and the imperial family must submit an imperial settlement report to the Senate, which is inspected by the Auditor General, and the head of each of the 7 great houses prepares a settlement report of their funds for each fiscal year, which is consolidated into the central office. Settlement report. I'll never get used to administration. I think information science is more difficult. I guess I'm not cut out for a desk job. Tutor and Sancho were impressed with Piggy's administrative, clerical, and information analysis and synthesis skills. What's more, Piggy is a good teacher, able to explain the professor's words in a way that would have been incomprehensible to a cancer patient. So Tutor, Sancho, and Piggy put their heads together and focused on their studies. It was a win-win situation, with each of them helping the other in practical and written work. Vikir walked into the room. Sorry to interrupt your study, guys. I'll just grab my coat and head out. Tutor Sancho and Piggy turned their heads in delight. Oh Vikir, you're just in time, you're a good student too, aren't you? Help us out this time please, we need to beat Bianca and that little bastard. Come on Vikir, I need to avoid failing next week's written exam right now. I want to break the stereotype that I'm just a big guy and not smart. I have a lot of issues I'd like to discuss with you Vikir. Just last week's note test alone we had a multiple choice controversy on the last multiple choice question. But Vikir shook his head firmly. Right now he was more concerned about paying his tuition than next week's quiz. I have to go out to earn money. Vikir briefly explained his situation and his friends looked stunned. Tutor stroked his chin. I thought you were so good at school and so skilled that you must be the scion of a noble family with a hidden identity, or that your parents were commoners but with great wealth if you're so desperate for tuition ill pay. If for you my friend, what's wrong with being a friend? We have plenty of money. Of course Vikir declined, it was a matter of money. The last thing he needed was to get his tail stepped on by the demon, only to have Tutor spark a firestorm. Vikir shook his head and Tutor gave him a disapproving look. What, why? If you can't afford it you can pay it back slowly, maybe they'll ask you to join our family after graduation. If that's the case you don't have to worry about it, you know I'm not a formal person like that. Well, my sister's been begging me to bring you home for a visit during vacation so she can introduce you, but it's not about that. Sancho and Piggy explained Vikir's situation to Tutor. We've been taught that it's not good for money to go directly between friends no matter how close, because it's a matter of pride. That's true Tutor, I'm sure Vikir would really appreciate your thoughtfulness. The normally reticent Vikir nodded once in Tutor's direction and suddenly Tutor's expression brightened again. So how are you going to come up with the money? We can mock it up together. Is that okay? I have an idea. Tutor's ears perked up at Vikir's answer, as did Sancho and Piggy. To his grateful friends Vikir asked briefly, do you know of a hunting guild that is good for short runs? The Hunters Guild Sherpa, an outsourced dispatcher of hunters and guides for monster hunting. This guild was not known for its mercenaries, but it was known for having many guides who were familiar with the ecology and geography of monsters. These guides, all of whom were native to the area for at least 3 generations, knew the ins and outs of where rare monsters lurked and swarmed. Not to mention they know all the shortcuts and stealthy escape routes. However, with only a few classes available to send out, such as guides and porters, guilds have always been at a disadvantage. This is because they're often treated unfairly, with no credit for their work and reduced pay at the end of the quest. However, the presence of the Sherpa Guild's leader has been a constant source of support for the guild's members even in these difficult times. Kigajigig. The guild gates opened. The guild members who were practicing in the training center looked back at the front door of the guild office and shouted in unison, the guild leader is coming to work. Attention, salute. Good morning. A man who commanded the respect of all the guild members. He stood at least 2 meters tall and 30 centimeters wide and weighed close to 180 kilograms. A tightly cropped, sporting haircut, scars running horizontally and vertically across his face, heavy armor-like muscles covering his entire body, and even the martial arts skills on the graduator. The name of this man, who looks like a huge beast of prey, is Miniature Pincher, also known as Minpin. How many people could punch out labor costs based on his appearance? As long as Minpin reigns supreme as guild leader, the Sherpa Guild will continue to survive, as he is both terrifying in appearance and terrifying in skill. He's even known to be relentless when it comes to training his guild members, as he's a strict meritocrat. The more you sweat in training, the less you bleed in battle. Minpin's thunderous words made the guildsmen in the barracks stiffen once more. It was all thanks to him that the Sherpa Guild's porters and guides were armed with the physical and mental strength of steel. What's more, Minpin's rank was graduator. He could be a member of any of the top mercenary guilds. Even the Imperial Army was sending scouts to train him as an officer. But Minifin had rejected all of these offers. I love hunting, fighting monsters is my calling. These were Minpin's beliefs. There was a small part of him that hoped to one day join the Baskervilles on the Western Front, but that was out of the question as they wouldn't be the first to send him a scouting offer. So Min Pin's main goal is to preserve and protect his current guild. And to do that, I need to keep my employers in check. Min Pin walked into his office and scanned through the new requests. Let's see, this is a request for a courier from another mercenary guild. They want to capture a Venampian for research, but they have too few people. If we get involved, the couriers will die. Dismissed. Is this a request for directions to a merchant? But the mercenaries escorting them are too underpowered. We may lose them. Dismiss this one. We do not accept requests from strangers. I've weeded out nearly 90 of their requests. Min Pin clicked his tongue. I wonder how many of them will be alive next year. There were too many who didn't know their place and wanted to slay powerful monsters. Attaching porters or guides to such creatures would almost always result in their annihilation. They are weaker and slower to escape, so they are the first to be used as shields in a crisis, and we cannot afford to lose members of our own guild. So Min Pin interviewed and thoroughly weeded out weak or reckless clients. Only clients with a mercenary plaque or mercenary credentials or who have served in the military are accepted, and those with lesser credentials are rejected, no matter how insignificant. This is exactly what happened. What, an academy student, even a first year? Min Pin reviewed the last request in front of him. A newcomer to the academy had requested to hire a guide. Request. Name Vikir. Affiliation Colossio Academy. Request hire a guide. Purpose defeating monsters. Students from the academy don't usually visit places like this. They're all rich kids after all. However, every once in a while an oddball will come here, mostly out of mere curiosity and a desire to experience the low life. And for the hunting guilds, if they allowed themselves to be entertained by the children of the rich, they would lose some of their most valued members, some of whom had been with them for decades. Humph, what's an academy young master doing in a place like this? Did he feel like having some fun? It doesn't even say what monsters you'll be hunting. He just wanted to hire a guide. Of course, it wasn't even worth thinking about. Min Pin crumpled up the request and tossed it in the trash. Give him a glass of milk and send him on his way, you little brat. You think this quest is for kids? Min Pin shrugged off Vikir's request. And that was the beginning of all the tragedies that followed that night. The night, a moonless night. Mr. Min Pin returned home from his night shift. When he got home, he found his bunny-like wife and bear-like child already asleep in bed. Passing through the living room and into the kitchen, Min Pin was hungry and rummaged through the storage room. He was going to boil some potatoes for a late-night snack. Then, Min Pin spotted the midnight meal on the kitchen table. There were eggs, bacon, and toasted cornbread. It was cold, but it still looked delicious. Honey, Min Pin muttered softly as he looked over at his sleeping wife. He was always grateful and sorry for her for all the trouble had put her through when she was younger, for the daughter had never done anything for, but who was growing up so well. Just be patient, one day I'll solve a big client and treat you well. Min Pin went into the bedroom determined to work even harder as the head of the household. My wife seems to have fallen asleep while putting my daughter to sleep, so today I have the large bed to myself. Eventually, when Min Pin put on his arm pillow and closed his eyes, a rustle, a small noise started coming from the second-floor window of the bedroom. What is that? Min Pin yawned and stretched. Then he saw a silhouette crash through the window. A man in a black mask opened a second-floor window and stepped inside. Min Pin's heart sank. He must be a burglar because he doesn't have a knife in his hand. But he's really an unlucky burglar. Even if you do come in, the guildmaster of the Sherpa Guild, the leader of all the guides, a man with a rank of graduator, and even the Imperial Army and prominent mercenary guilds send him love calls, so why would he come to rob his house? I guess I'll have to take some care of it after subduing him. Should I report to Tyler and discipline him, or should I hand him over to the Imperial Guard? In fact, Min Pin had done this a few times. Head scolded thieves who'd climbed over the fence out of hunger and turned them into siblings and subordinates. So this time, after listening to their excuses for coming in to steal after being subdued, he was willing to look the other way. Hey, wait, stop there. If you surrender now, I might let you off the hook. However, it was Min Pin who really had his eyes closed. Boom! The black-clad man threw a fist with lightning speed. It grazed the tip of Min Pin's ear, severing a few strands of hair before shooting off to the side. As Min Pin gulped it down, a hole appeared in the wall next to him. Boom! A fist-shaped hole was punched into the wall made of solid wood. This is a warning. An eerie voice emanated from the masked man's mouth. A cold bead of sweat trickled down Min Pin's spine. If I got hit. If that fist had hit him straight in the face, his skull would have shattered. Like a grain of sand. A level beyond human strength. Does he use mana? It doesn't make sense. Otherwise. How dare you think you know who I am? Min Pin realized that this was no ordinary opponent and immediately raised his mana. Min Pin's fist pulsed with the whitish energy of a low-grade graduator. Something between gas and liquid. But, snap. His opponent raised his fist as well. Surprisingly, his fist didn't contain a single handful of mana. Only then did Min Pin realize that the opponent's fist that had flown out just a moment ago had been driven by pure muscle power. What kind of strength? A chill ran down my spine. If his body could exude such power without using mana, what would happen if he did use mana? I'm glad he's not using mana. It had been years since I had shuddered at the pure physical power of another. Min Pin breathes a sigh of relief. To his surprise, the intruder's two fists began to erupt with mana. But Min Pin's surprise was short-lived. Bam! This is because my memory was cut off from the moment I thought the other person's fist was flying under my chin. The next day, Min Pin opened his eyes. Is this a dream? But it couldn't be. He woke up face down on the cold floor and his jaw was swollen shut. There was nothing but a blanket covering him. Suddenly an ominous intuition flashed through his mind. Oh no, honey, baby girl. Min Pin kicked the floor and ran down the stairs to the second floor. But, are you up? Daddy, good morning. Min Pin was greeted by his wife and daughter, both in good spirits. Min Pin looked dazed. The fire was warm in the fireplace and sweet potatoes and corn were cooking. The kitchen was bubbling and smelling like chicken stew. Flower petals floated in the teacups and outside the window white laundry was drying in the sun and wind. Min Pin was dumbfounded by the way everything looked. His wife and daughter's attitude toward him was no different than usual. The house was no different from yesterday. Why were you sleeping on the floor? You're so heavy I couldn't even move. What's wrong with your sleeping habits? Me on the floor. Yeah, you were sleeping soundly on the floor. I woke you up a few times, but you didn't wake up, so I just put a blanket over you. Is your neck stiff? She slaps Min Pin on the back. No, did everything go well last night? Did a burglar get in? What, a burglar? How can I hear something like that when you're here? Some big guy with a big liver. Oh no, I had a bad dream. That's because you sleep in a weird position. By the way, get the sweet potatoes and corn out of the fireplace. They should be ready. Oh, and leave the potatoes. I put them in a little late. His wife didn't know what to say. Min Pin sat down at the table and ate his wife's breakfast in disbelief. Then, as usual, he left the house on time and headed for the guild office. The streets were just as normal and routine as ever. Neighbors greeting me as I left the fence, subordinates bowing to me on my way to work. Was this a dream? But no. My jaw was definitely knocked out and the hole in the wooden wall was still there. So some crazy person broke into the house, punched Min Pin in the jaw and left. He didn't even rob anything. What the hell was he doing? Min Pin shook his head in disbelief. He vowed to be extra careful with the door tonight. That night, lying in bed, Min Pin closed his eyes only when he saw that his wife was safely asleep. Bush luck. If only it hadn't been for another small noise from the window. Whoa, no way. Min Pin looked to the window. The madman from yesterday was standing there again. The intruder had picked the lock and stepped over the threshold without a sound. He was even crumpling a piece of paper in his hand, deliberately making noise to show off his ghostly presence. Rushing. The scene is so eerie that it sends chills down your spine. Won't let me this time. Min Pin had hidden his favorite sword under his bedside table just in case. Sigh. It's a good thing my wife is the type of person who won't notice if I go to bed with her once she's asleep. For this great sword unleashes terrifying lethal force just by being pulled out of its sheath. Min Pin charged at the intruder swinging his greatsword. But, no, the unthinkable happened. The graduator's aura spinning at high speed and cutting through everything in its path intercepted the greatsword. And with the intruder's bare hands, quagajigig pow pow pow. Graduator's sword and aura were blocked. It was even crumbling into pieces by the second. This is no way. Min Pin was horrified at what was happening in front of him. But even his astonishment was not enough. Puck. Another fist to the jaw cut off his consciousness. You've been a bad sleeper lately, haven't you? His wife asks him nonchalantly when he wakes up in the morning. Min Pin woke up this morning still on the floor, unable to answer. What can I say? He's been knocked out repeatedly by nightly intruders. It's a heartbreaking story that he can't tell not only to his wife but also to his friends, colleagues, and subordinates. I can't do this. I'll have to call the Imperial Guard tonight. For the first time in his life, he leans on the power of the authorities. Min Pin prepared to leave for work, making an important decision. The night passed and the next morning. Mr. Min Pin, is your report accurate? An investigator from the Imperial Guard asked, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Min Pin had no answer. The intruder did not come last night. The Imperial Guard investigators looked up at Min Pin's massive body and said, common sense dictates that no burglar could rob Mr. Min Pin's house. Besides, to be able to capture a graduator-class aura with just bare hands. What kind of vein would someone with such skill be doing as a thief in the first place? You said you haven't held a grudge against anyone recently. After all. The stalking driven by passion. Whatever, we're not exactly idle either, so we're not going to be able to stand guard all night. Well, it's a bit of a stretch to call it a substitute, but I'll be sure to patrol this area a bit more in the future, so goodbye. In the end, Min Pin had to bow his head a few times to dismiss the investigators of the Imperial Guard. And bizarrely that night, bush luck, an intruder came to visit. Ah, you bastard, what do you think you're doing? Min Pin, wearing two helmets, ran out swinging the sword in both hands, and the result was the same as usual. Puck puck. The two helmets shattered, and so did the two swords. Min Pin was stunned by another punch to the jaw. The next day too. And the day after that. And the day after that. The midnight visits continued. When morning dawned and it was clear that nothing had been stolen from his house this time, Min Pin sat down on the couch in the guild office with a sinking feeling. He had already sent his wife and daughter to live with relatives just in case. From that day forward, Min Pin became a man afraid of the night. How could he not be scared when some madman kept climbing through his window, hitting him once and then disappearing? It was a very effective and violent natural sleeping pill. I've been suffering from stressful insomnia lately. Is some new fad? Insomnia treatment? Of course not. But I can't mention this to the guild leader, so I just groan. If I told the Imperial Guard, I'd be laughed at. Ha, that clever bastard, you only come after me when I'm alone, so what's this? Who in the world would believe that a man over 6 feet tall was constantly stalking and assaulting me? For the first time in his life, Min Pin could only feel frustrated. Just then, Guildmaster, your request has arrived. The adjutant waved a stack of papers in front of him. There were fewer this time, only one sheet. Min Pin narrowed his eyes. It's the off-season and we still get requests. Yeah, they've been sending me statements for days. It's the same person. Every time. Then, Min Pin realized something was wrong. Each time the new statement was in bad shape. It must have been written on new paper and it was badly wrinkled. What's wrong? Isn't this a new order? Why is it crumpled? I don't know, he always comes in and leaves with a crumpled one. He's a student at the academy I told you about. Academy? Who is that? You know who it is, a young man from the Colosio, the one the guild leader sent back with a glass of milk. Ah, I suddenly remembered the outrageous client who came and chased me away. Whatever, I have no intention of joining in the fun of the rich and famous. This time Min Pin didn't think much of it and just crumpled it up. Bush luck. At that moment, Min Pin stiffened as if struck by lightning. Head heard that crumpling sound before. Minpin quickly moved his hands, unfolded the request form he had just crumpled and crumpled it again. Bushluck. This paper is made of a special material, so its crinkling sound is slightly different from other papers. It was definitely the unpleasant noise of a nighttime intruder. So why was the request form, which he always crumpled up and threw in the trash in his office, back here? Minpin looked back at the adjutant and stammered. Are you cleaning my room these days? What? Yes, I do all the time. And the trash can in your room, do you empty it? I haven't emptied it because it's always empty. The adjutant's words shocked Minpin. Had thrown the request form in the guild office trash a few days ago. Then, some lunatic sends a request and then picks it up from the trash and puts it back again and again. And it's been raiding in the night, fumbling with it. What the hell? What kind of crazy person does this? Minpin's face turned blue as he opened the request fully. Request form. Name Vikir. Affiliation Colassio Academy. Request hire a guide. Purpose defeating monsters. The paper is crumpled and barely recognizable. Minpin is staring at it with a blank expression, when an unfamiliar voice came from behind the adjutant. Behind the adjutant, who was expressing his disapproval that he was not allowed to come in here. Minpin had a blank expression on his face. This is a warning. A first-year student at Colassio Academy. Vikir, do you feel like taking on a request now? He was speaking in the same voice as the intruder from last night. A night with a bright moon. Vikir silently stepped out into the wilderness of the imperial city. Beside him, Minpin drove the carriage. It's me, mister. What monster are you trying to catch? Minpin had gotten a taste of Vikir's power and temper and was treating him with great caution. That was why he had personally responded to Vikir's request for a guide. He knew that if he offended the madman, he would lose a valuable member of his guild. But Vikir didn't care much for Minpin's intentions. Considering that I'm a student at the academy, it's not too strange that I caught so many of them. Aha! Minpin nodded at Vikir's words. Certainly Vikir's strength was far beyond that of a normal academy student. Where did this monster come from? Minpin let out a small sigh. Meanwhile, Vikir was thinking about something else. Minpin, this is one of the people I need to have on my side. He's one of the best guides, one of the heroes who contributed so much to the allied forces of humanity during the Age of Destruction. Most of the monster encyclopedias that Vikir knows of were created by him, and later the research field called monster ecogeography was also founded based on his research. However, Minpin died early in the war against the demons because he had no background to fall back on. A wild man who belonged nowhere. What does that mean? The person who picks it up first is the owner. In this life, Minpin's life will be much longer. Hell, have the Baskervilles behind him, who will one day be swallowed up by Vikir. Although I did reveal some of my power because I was planning to reap it as a vassal. Vikir briefly tested Minpin, who would later rise to the ranks of heroes and soon become his confidant. What monsters do you know that would be suitable for a student to catch and still provide a decent income? The only monster that's not too strong and provides a decent income is Gnoll. Gnoll, a grotesque creature with the head of a hyena and the body of a dwarf. They are lowly creatures that walk on two legs and are covered in filthy fur and stink. They inhabit the high mountains outside the capital in packs, and their burrows are so deep underground that they cause the ground to collapse. Not only do they get in the way of civil engineering projects, but they also attack workers, making them increasingly dangerous. Minpin was indeed very knowledgeable about monsters. He generously shared his knowledge of gnolls with Vikir. Gnolls are weak in combat, so even a first-year academy student can capture many of them. Their fur is surprisingly tough and hard, and they're also good at keeping warm, so they're often used as rugs and covers their bones, and organs can also be sold for medicinal purposes. But selling them isn't as good as catching one of those powerful big monsters, is it? You don't understand. Gnolls are an ecosystem disruptor as defined by the imperial family. There's a bounty for simply killing them. Well, that's a different story. Not only does killing them bring in a certain amount of bounty per animal, but if you can sell their hides, meat, and bones, you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone and make a decent income. So how do you catch gnolls? Gnolls have a habit of collecting shiny objects when encountered. It's most common to dazzle and kill them by scattering glass or something like that. But Vikir shook his head. That's only for the few gnolls you encounter. Yes, I suppose that's true. I will use another method. Vikir's chosen method was simple. Gnolls are drawn to the fresh blood of a freshly killed animal. They have a great sense of smell, and they can smell it from miles away. That's right. How do you know that so well? Do they teach that in the academy these days? Minpin looked quite surprised, for what Vikir had just said was something only experienced hunters would know. They are the first to swarm and coil around a wounded, blood-scented prey. Like sharks in the ocean, they play a role on land. Vikir caught a boar, cut open its throat, and dragged its carcass from place to place. Its blood soaks into the soil, its fishy smell wafting across the forest on the night breeze. Vikir roamed the mountains, smearing the boar's fur and blood on the ground. Of course, Minpin, who had to follow, was horrified. You're provoking the gnolls. It's suicidal. They're only a sea danger individually, but in a group they're up to an A. The sight of all the gnolls within a few kilometers swarming toward this place would be a sight any hunter would hate to see. But Vikir merely nods with a nonchalant expression. Don't worry, it'll just lure them in and hide. Minpin is slightly relieved. A hiding, that's good to hear. Certainly they're less focused when they're eating, and if there's a competition for food among the herd, the weaker ones will surely be left behind, which will make it easier for us to pick out the easier ones to hunt. Then we can catch them one by one as they fall to the back of the pack. Vikir's next words, however, made Minpin flinch once more. No, we're chasing the lead. We will follow them wherever they lead there. Pray, what? Why is that? To locate the main pack's dens. Vikir was targeting not 1 or 2 gnolls, not a pack, but an entire colony. Gnoll hunting at the colony level, something not even the Empire's marauding armies could do. Minpin's mouth dropped halfway open at the ease with which Vikir brought it. Why would you go to such lengths? And then to Minpin, Vikir said something short. It's good to make money. Then a group of gnolls came and tore apart the boar's carcass. They cut open the boar's belly and scraped out the still hot steaming entrails, then dragged the rest of the carcass down a low path through the underbrush. Vikir and Minpin followed quietly behind. Soon they came upon a large earthen cave hidden in a low hillside. Minpin climbed onto a high branch and looked around. Do you really think this will work? But the scene in front of them proved once again that Vikir's plan was hopeless. Swarms of gnolls. Minpin was horrified at the sheer number of gnolls roaming around. Boss, I think this is a bit much. The swarm is quite large. All of the gnolls that have been causing trouble in the imperial capital have gathered here. If we mess with this place, they'll flood the nearby villages. Monster wave. If you make a mistake, there is a high possibility that you will end up committing the mistake of overthrowing. But we should look for other entrances to this cave. Vikir remained nonchalant. Within a few hours, Vikir had found several other entrances that he believed connected to the first one. Minpin was impressed with Vikir's skillful search, but he still had no idea what to do with all these gnolls. Then Vikir loaded up on mana and slammed his fist into the dirt wall. Boom, boom, boom. The piles of dried earth that made up the cliff collapsed, blocking the entrance to several private burrows. Vikir laughed bitterly, remembering popping champagne glasses at the club. Now move to the topmost cave. Minpin did as he was told and drove the carriage toward the topmost entrance. Boom! A few of the gnolls leapt out to play, only to be decapitated by Minpin's great sword. Mr. Boss, what are you going to do now, Huck? Minpin swallowed hard. Vikir pulled out all the items he had loaded into the wagon. It was oil. With all the money he had left, Vikir had bought all the waste oil that the Academy had been hoarding to throw away when it reached its expiration date. And now he was pouring it into the very top of the gnoll's den. Gurgling, gurgling, gurgling. The bluish oil squeezed from the sabak berries thickens in the den. Kung kung. Growling. From the bottom of the cave the sounds of chattering rang out. A few gnolls rise to the top of the cave only to be sent back down by Min Pin's greatsword. When dozens of barrels were empty, Vikir kicked all the remaining barrels down into the den, and then, grumble, he tossed the torch he was carrying into the depths as well. Boom! A loud booming sound. At the same time the Sobek tree oil, which is highly flammable and has a low boiling point, began to heat up with a loud noise. Washishishishizik jijijik popjik. The sound of the oil frying the gnolls that hadn't yet escaped the den. The boiling oil continues to flow down the hole and the gnolls below are fried alive, unable to escape. Crackle. Kang. Chaying. The gnolls in the upper tier are fried in oil and even the gnolls in the middle tier are choking on soot and dying. The gnolls in the lower levels scramble to escape, leaving the bodies of their comrades behind. However, the entrances to most of the tunnels are already blocked by piles of earth and suffocation is inevitable. Oxygen concentration drops rapidly and smoke and odor rise. The air also heated up rapidly and the survivors steamed to death at the entrances of the blocked tunnels. Min Pin could only agape. Had never seen anyone hunt colony monsters like this before. However, Vikir remained calm under the circumstances. This kind of loud tactic works well to scare away monsters with low intelligence. In fact, pouring boiling oil over the entrance of the upper-level cavern was more of a performance. In reality, it couldn't cause that much damage. The real purpose is to frighten and confuse the prey. Udiug Pududug. The burned gnolls are terrified and scramble to the bottom of the cave. Younger and smaller gnolls and older and slower gnolls are trampled to death by their peers. It's also not uncommon for mates to bite each other to death as they try to get through the narrow tunnel first. When the pack is disrupted, only the strongest and fastest survive. And those who survived ran towards the entrance of the cave on the lowest level. Come out now. Toward where the last hound's eyes shone. There was chaos in the forest that had been quiet just a moment ago. Pajijijig pusisisisig wasisisasa. The screams of frying gnolls tore through the night sky. The foul stench of burning wild beasts wafted out of the den. Even those who had barely survived were covered in hot oil. Growling, crackle, ga. The gnolls scrambled out of the den in agony, each baring their teeth and nails. The wounded beast's vision is narrowed, that means it can't see anything. Although it was only a C-ranked monster, the killing power it unleashed while struggling was comparable to that of a higher rank monster. However, poof, all of its viciousness was meaningless in Vikir's hands. A crude iron skewer quickly pierced the gnoll's neck. The gnoll who was just coming out of the cave felt a stinging sensation on the side of his neck, but he was so helpless that he ran straight ahead without even thinking about looking to the side. But of course he couldn't take more than a few steps before his neck was punctured and he stumbled to a halt. Thud! A fountain of red blood gushes from his neck, and for a few seconds the gnoll lies motionless, blurry-eyed and breathless. Vikir stays close to the side of the cave, continuing to stab the gnolls in the neck as they leap out of the cave. Pug 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 pug. Pug 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 pug. Pug 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 pug. Pug 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 pug. There's not much to stab, just once I strain my arm, extend it, withdraw it. Every time the iron skewer monotonously moves back and forth, the gnolls that jump out of the cave fall down and pile up in front. Soon every single one of the gnolls that jumped out of the cave turned into cold corpses and piled up in the empty space in front of the cave. Vikir roughly wiped the blood from his face and ran a hand through his hair. Looks like we're done here. A grisly scene of slaughter. Min Pin couldn't help but cluck his tongue as he watched the killing spree unfold with such skill and precision. What in the world are you doing? What, you've never seen someone catch a gnoll before? Of course it's my first time seeing you. Where is the person who catches gnolls like this? By the time Min Pin had finished speaking, more than a dozen gnolls had been flipped out of the den. Min Pin collected the bodies of the gnolls that kept piling up in a certain spot and loaded them into the cart. There were so many of them that the cart would never be able to carry them. They would have to ask the local government or guild to help them. And even now Vikir was waiting by the den, dipping a skewer in and out of the throats of leaping gnolls with lightning dexterity. Just then, growling, an unpleasant sound came from the den. As soon as Min Pin heard it, she called out, "Ga, Mr. Boss, dodge, there's something else coming." Next thing you know, something big pops out of the hole. It was a gnoll 3 times larger than a normal gnoll, but unusually it had black-green fur all over its body. Its fur was needle-sharp and sticky oil dripped from its bloodshot eyes like tears. Min Pin cried out in horror. It's a poison gnoll, a variant of gnolls. It's ranked A in danger, and its strength and speed are dozens of times that of normal gnolls, plus its teeth, nails, and fur have a poisonous venom that can drive a person insane. But there was no time for explanations. The poison gnoll suddenly burst out, smashing through the narrow cave entrance. Min Pin raised his greatsword and rushed toward Vikir. He hoped to buy his client time to duck for cover. But a cloud of dust fell from above, stopping Min Pin's life-threatening lunge in his tracks. Min Pin froze in place, dumbfounded. That's because this small lump that looked like a butterfly that fell from the sky immediately rushed to the poison gnoll in front of it as soon as it hit the ground. And what's even more amazing is that as soon as the vicious poison gnoll was bitten on the nape of the neck by the tiny speck of dust, it immediately rolled its eyes, foamed at the mouth, and fainted. Jarrrrrrr. Poison gnoll rolled over on its back, spewing whatever was inside of it out of its mouth and anus, and then stretched out completely. Min Pin looked back and forth between Vikir's and poison gnoll's corpses, dumbfounded. What kind of monster was a poison gnoll? Once it appears a small village in the mountains is wiped out for the day. A named monster that even a few small and medium-sized hunting guilds couldn't defeat with all their might. It even travels around with its minions, so large guilds must mobilize their elite forces to take it down. But, well done, come back. Vikir waved his hand and the dust balls quickly jumped up and crawled into the hem of Vikir's sleeve. Hack hack. The hatchling stuck out its tongue and gave him a look that seemed to ask for praise. Meanwhile, Min Pin was just blinking as if he couldn't believe that the small furball in front of him, which he couldn't even tell was a living thing, had killed the poison gnoll in one bite. Haha, I thought these past few days at the hands of my boss were a nightmare, but now it's more like a dream. Is this even possible? It's real. Just think about the reward money and the sale price of the byproducts. Min Pin nodded at Vikir's natural command, and Min Pin had to hold his tongue as he counted the gnoll and poison gnoll corpses piled up in front of him. If you count the ones that died in the den, the number must be staggering. And I'm afraid I can't even begin to count them. We'll have to go out to the big city and get them appraised by several experts. If there's a reward per head, we'll have to get all the bodies. Yes, the ones that were choked to death or had their throats slit can be skinned and sold, and the ones that were fried in oil should be fine to sell for their bones, but it'll have to go in later when the heat in the den has cooled down. The gnoll's den was still burning hot, so Vikir and Min Pin sat outside the den for a while collecting the gnoll corpses. During this time, a few surviving gnolls sometimes crawled out on notice and were sorted out at the cub madam line. Eventually, when the heat in the den had cooled down enough, Min Pin grabbed a torch and crawled inside. As he dug, he made small incremental steps forward until he saw an amazing sight in the depths of the tunnel. "Sa boss, you have to see this for yourself." Hearing Min Pin's exclamation, Vikir followed suit. What awaited them inside was quite unexpected, even for the ever-calm Vikir. A gold coin, piles and piles of gold coins dipped in oil and glowing with golden light. In the flickering light of the torches, they cast eerie lights and shadows on both sides. It's fitting that a man would freeze when suddenly exposed to so much wealth. "What's all this?" Min Pin looked back at Vikir with a slightly frightened expression. But Vikir remained nonchalant. "Apparently someone's been using this place as a safe." "What, that's a safe, ah?" Min Pin exclaimed, then gasped. "As I've said before, gnolls have a habit of collecting shiny things and hoarding them in their burrows. It was possible that someone had taken advantage of this behavior and was storing black money here. With so many gnolls, it would be hard for anyone to steal it. Their natural safekeepers. But what kind of big man would keep his money in a gnoll's nest? I don't know, but at least one thing is certain. At Vikir's words, Minpin tilts his head, puzzled. Then his face turns white at Vikir's next words. He must be confident enough to kill all these gnolls and retrieve the gold. Someone who could kill all the gnolls in this place as easily as opening a vault door. What's more, this is a large enough colony that even poison gnolls are lurking. Minpin shuddered slightly as he looked at the gold coins in front of him. A huge pile of gold coins. Rattling. Vikir picked up a gold coin lying randomly on the dirt floor. No serial number. A gold coin without a serial number yet. This means that it is an unregistered coin that has been created in a currency-producing country but has not yet been officially distributed to banks. Bourgeois Damien, the director of the Department of Money Manufacturing, enacted a law requiring unique serial numbers to be engraved on banknotes and coins. It looks like these coins were stolen before the law was enacted or just before serial numbers were engraved. Are you saying that these are all the result of a bank robbery? That doesn't explain it. Vikir thought about whether there had been any recent articles about banks being robbed. There had been. A being is said to have been destroying major facilities in the imperial capital as of late. Exclusive the Night Hound and its viciousness. The Night Hound's evil deeds have crossed the line. The Night Hound's assault on the Academy was anti-human and anti-national. Meanwhile, the Night Hound's destruction of key facilities in the system during the festivities was the Imperial Bank. Vikir remembered the article well, as it was written by Vikir himself. The villain had recently raided the Imperial Bank and stripped it of all its riches. A mysterious terrorist who mimicked the crimes of the Night Hound only to commit even greater crimes. A name pops into Vikir's head. It casts an ominous shadow over reality. Vikir and Minpin quickly scrambled out of the cave and something long and large fell in front of them. Quack 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 quack. Vikir stumbled back from the sudden explosion. When the dust settled, he saw a long winding scar on the ground. It looked as if a giant snake had slithered across it. It was a mark made by the strange man who was currently standing on a bare tree branch and looking down. Ho ho ho, rats crawled into my piggy bank. A modulated high-pitched voice is heard through the air hole in the mouth of the mask. The color drains from Minpin's face as he hears the voice. He looked even more horrified than when he'd seen countless gnolls. Miss Ouroboros. He encountered the worst villain who was terrorizing the night of the imperial capital. Vi, Mr. Vikir, that woman is probably the one. Minpin, a skilled graduator, was trembling slightly. This indicates that his senses are just as sensitive and sharp. Skilled people recognize skilled people. The higher the level of skill, the greater the understanding. Vikir's brow furrowed as he looked at the woman in front of him. Ms. Ouroboros. A villain who, despite the onslaught of the Imperial Guard, a group that includes some of the most powerful people in the world, has never been able to reveal her identity. The number of major facilities she has destroyed within the imperial capital is nearly triple digits. But despite this, no one knows who she is, not even her power, skills, or primary weapon. That's because all the witnesses are either dead or insane. Well, at least one guess was right. It's a woman. Vikir's spirits lifted as he realized he had a formidable opponent. Miss Ouroboros had a rather unique appearance. A helmet with two large snake scales sprouting from it like horns and a mask, with eyes twisted and torn like a lightning bolt. She was covered in glossy black tights and wrapped in a long cloak and scarf. Her unusually high heels made her already tall figure appear even taller. In her hand she held a long whip, which might explain the snake-like marks on her skin. Ho ho ho, rats crawled into my piggy bank. A modulated high-pitched voice came through the wind holes in the mask's mouth. Landing on the ground, Miss Ouroboros lifted her masked face to look at Vikir. Miss Ouroboros flinched slightly at the sight of Vikir's face. Vikir squinted, because Miss Ouroboros had changed the momentum she was exuding from the Moment their eyes met. Cuckoo coo cuckoo. The frightening force began to crush the nearby dozen meters. Children who touch other people's piggy banks should be punished right. At the same time a whip flew out. Jag peak. The whip, which sprouted thorns like a rose vine, crushed the hard rock floor. With ease. It was like hitting soft tofu with a club. The aura is dense, at least a graduator, maybe more. Vikir marveled at Miss Ouroboros' unexpected helplessness. Her aura is like boiling asphalt, and if she were to join the Imperial Army, she'd be a high-ranking officer in no time. If he had not reached master level due to his match with Camus recently, Vikir might have also reached a tight tie. I've never pushed my power to its limits since becoming a swordmaster, so maybe this is a good opportunity. But now that he's shown his face, he's Vikir, a first-year academy student. Even if he was in Nighthound mode, he couldn't fight with his face exposed like this, let alone against one of the most dangerous people in the Empire. Just then I heard Minpin call out in a small voice. Boss, there's a government office just down the road from here and it's Imperial Guard patrol time. It's refreshing to see a man who doesn't just run off on his own but sticks by his client to the end. Vikir nodded at Minpin's advice and stepped back. Right then. Where are you going to get out? Miss Ouroboros' whip flashed again. Vikir quickly twisted his head outward. Snap. A sharp gust of wind hits Vikir's left cheek. A vicious snake had once again sliced through the trees beside them. Miss Ouroboros' whip had an awl-like tip that could pierce like a spear or slash like a sword. Even if you dodged the pointed end, the slashing sides curved long and hard, making it very annoying. Even the thorns that sprouted from the whip seemed to be coated with a strong poison. I guess it won't be easy to run away. Vikir grimaced and continued to back away. Miss Ouroboros' momentum grew more and more vicious as Vikir dodged her whips, tightening points by flying up and down a few times. Oh, look at that, you had me believing you've been hiding your skills, you devious thing. Miss Ouroboros' whip aura grew larger and larger. Clap clap whack whack whack. Miss Ouroboros' power was like a one-man army, shattering everything in its path. The aura-loaded whip spun in an infinite trajectory like a serpent and soon formed a sphere around Miss Ouroboros' body. Trapped. Everything that touches the aura sphere is torn apart and shattered. Terrible. Except for one. Miss Ouroboros was puzzled to see her whip suddenly snap in midair and bounce away. A whip is basically an unstable weapon, a terrifying device that can harm even its owner if it loses control. Poof. Miss Ouroboros' whip crashed into nothingness and spun in circles. Miss Ouroboros was nearly struck by her own whip. What is this? She shook her head in confusion. But Vikir quietly brushes his left cuff. You did well, but next time don't do it, it's dangerous. Hack hack hiss. On top of Vikir's wrist the cub was snorting with an angry expression. The area around Miss Ouroboros was now dotted with transparent wires that the cub had put up. At the same time the cub began to emit a dark poisonous aura blocking Miss Ouroboros' vision. What the hell, why is there such an unpleasant fog all of a sudden? Miss Ouroboros waved her hand in front of her eyes in annoyance. Boss now. To his surprise Minpin raised his sword. He summoned all his strength, imbued the sword with aura and slashed with all his might. Even so the blow was so powerful that Miss Ouroboros had no choice but to raise her whip to block it. And then, into the gap Vikir drew his bow. Black bow Anubis. The 5-piece tip bowstring and 5 quivers were drawn taut in unison. It shot out in a black trajectory toward the enemy in front of him. Miss Ouroboros quickly retrieved her whip but was slowed by the web of the Madam Cub that hung over every inch of the forest. Puff puff puck. 4 arrows were deflected by the whip but only one flew off on a proper trajectory. As Vikir put the next arrow to the quiver he noticed something odd. One of the arrows he had just fired had grazed Miss Ouroboros on the left side of her face. A person as skilled as Miss Ouroboros could definitely see and dodge the attack, but for some reason she was a little slow to react to attacks coming from the left. The same thing happened when I alternately shot right and left again. A subtle difference that would have gone unnoticed by anyone less skilled. Is there a blind spot over there? Vikir raised his Anubis and fired a grain toward Miss Uroboros' left side. The arrows curved in a parabola aiming relentlessly for Miss Uroboros' left facial area. Oh no, not this guy again, he even brought a strange bow. And with that, the unexplained rage in Miss Uroboros' eyes grew and grew. Just then, ping ping. The night sky was suddenly bright. Red firecrackers were being set off, creating a bright pillar of light. Min-pin he ran to the wagon and fired the signal flare that hunters used to set off in times of danger. Miss Uroboros gritted her teeth and turned her head. The black fog from earlier, the unidentifiable wires, and Vikir's skill with the strange bow were beyond that of a first-year academy student. Miss Uroboros was furious at Vikir's skill as he ducked and weaved like a hunter who had spent decades in the forest. But then, what is this noise? I thought a hunter was in trouble. It doesn't seem like something out of the ordinary. The ground is shaking hundreds of meters away. Call for backup now. Halt the march. Were in combat formation. The rumblings at the base of the mountain were clearly coming from the direction of the flares. Coincidentally, a unit of Imperial Army troops happened to be marching in the vicinity. Ho ho ho, bad luck. Miss Uroboros retrieved her whip in an annoyed manner. Then she sent a fierce glare at Vikir, who had now closed the distance between them. Well, okay, I guess he'll have another connection to you. She brushed a hand across the left side of her face near her mask. Then in the blink of an eye she stomped off the ground and flew up, crashing through the branches and disappearing. Her departure was as swift as her arrival. Sir, are you all right? Min-pin, who had whistled to alert the Imperial troops to their location, came running toward Vikir, breathless. Vikir only nodded, still in a nonchalant mood. The signal flare, good timing. You're welcome, it's a good thing I had one in the wagon as a backup. After Min-pin's embarrassed laugh, Vikir turned his attention back to the forest. The forest at night, silent as if it had never been noisy, the sound of branches and leaves swaying in the wind. Miss Uroboros had melted into the thick darkness and was no longer visible. The only thing left at the scene were the marks on the ground, as if a large snake had slithered across them. Vikir had gotten satisfying answers from the various appraisers Min-pin had referred to him. Most of them are low-ranked. I see a lot of the bodies have been burned or mangled by boiling oil, but there are quite a few high-grade ones, as there are so many of them. As the price of playing is expensive these days, the total sales price is likely to be quite high. Do you have any distributors in mind? If not, we can introduce you to some good ones. Appraisers appraised the corpses of gnolls piled up like a mountain in an empty lot and set prices based on the condition of their skin, bones, internal organs, meat, etc. 1. The best quality is the one with the skin, meat, internal organs, and bones intact. 2. As long as the skin is in good condition, it is a premium product. 3. Even if the skin is damaged, if the meat or internal organs are intact, it is intermediate grade. For the skin, meat, and internal organs are damaged, but the bones can still be removed. Gnoll corpses are welcomed with open arms by all magic labs in the Imperial City. Even taxidermists sometimes buy them when a large gnoll comes in. This is because they make great teaching tools for beginners. The skin is in high demand for its durability and softness to the touch, and the meat and organs are also used for food, feed, and fertilizer. Some specialty cuts of gnoll meat are prized by gourmets because they taste similar to the finest beef. Scattering gnoll organs in fish ponds and orchards will produce more abundant results than any artificial feed or fertilizer. The bones were also heavily processed for medicinal and spiritual uses, because Vikir fried them with boiling oil. The skin, meat, and internal organs of the dead gnolls were mostly damaged. However, due to their large numbers, many gnolls remained intact, and even the most mangled corpses still had intact bones, teeth, and claws that could be sold for a decent amount of money. Of course, it was a small amount of money compared to the price they would receive once they were processed, but it was quite generous considering that they could skip the process of collecting, transporting, and sorting them all together, as well as dealing with retailers who would try to haggle over the price. What's more, it's even better that the government has even given us a reward. That's awesome. That was the general consensus of Minpin, who had been glued to Vikir's side. Ever since that night, he was so impressed with Vikir's efficiency during the extermination of the Knoll horde that he took care of all the menial tasks, from selling the Knoll corpses to collecting the reward money. Vikir had seen Minpin's loyalty during the battle with Miss Ouroboros, so he knew he could trust him with everything. As Minpin loaded the Knoll skins into Vikir's cart, he said, "You can sell all the Knoll byproducts to the guild, but I suggest you find a market for the skins, especially in the case of the skins of the poison. Knoll's ID, rather you put them up for auction privately though. Then I suppose we'd better take it to the academy." Vikir replied with a nod. The academy in Colossio rents out warehouse space enchanted with preservation magic to students at a low rent, and the bazaar held on the last day of every month held various auctions, so it was the perfect place to sell things. It's a bargain bazaar, not a large-scale auction officially sanctioned by the Empire, so it should be easy to dispose of the Knoll skins. A bazaar in the Colossio sounds like a good idea. Knoll skins have many uses. Its warmth and texture make it a great addition to armor in winter, and its toughness and elasticity make it useful for knots and decorations on scabbards. It could also be used as a reagent because it changes color when it comes into contact with poison. And I belong to a newspaper club, so maybe I can place an ad in the back of the paper. Vikir returned to the academy to sell both the Knoll and poison Knoll skins. Meanwhile, Minpin looked disappointed. "You're going back to the academy." Vikir's skill in this hunt was beyond belief for a first-year undergraduate at the academy. Was that why Minpin must have realized that he wanted to continue working with Vikir? But he had no idea. Vikir had no intention of letting him go. "Hey Minpin." Vikir called to Minpin in a soft voice. When Minpin looked away, Vikir asked bluntly, "Your home doesn't look like it's in very good shape. How are your wife and daughter?" Vikir asked. Minpin's expression darkened slightly at Vikir's words. "That's right, it's actually quite difficult to run a guild these days due to lack of funds, and I can't afford to let go of my longtime family members." "Why would a guild of your caliber have such a problem from the looks of it? There are plenty of skilled guides and porters in the guild. All hunting guilds are like that these days. The big mercenary guilds have a lot to look out for, and it's a shame to be without a backup." After speaking, Minpin smiled bitterly. This is all my fault. If I hadn't made a mistake when I was younger, I wouldn't be in such a tight spot financially." "Mistakes?" Vikir asked, and Minpin hesitated a bit before nodding. "When I was younger, I was pretty ambitious, so I made some contacts with brokers to fulfill my dreams until I got scammed and lost all my savings." "You got scammed by brokers?" "Yes, I'm ashamed to say, but yes, I did, and I put my wife through a lot of trouble, and I still feel guilty about it, and I feel guilty about my daughter. By the way, she's going to school next year, and I'm already worried about the cost of her education." "What was your dream that made you try to get through brokers?" Vikir asked, and Minpin scratched the back of his head and answered in a rueful little voice. "I guess it was actually I wanted to join Baskerville House." Vikir's eyes narrowed slightly at the unexpected words. Minpin continued, "A family that slays monsters on the Western Front, iron-blooded swordsmen. How cool is that? And when you join the Baskervilles, you're taught the invincible Baskerville style of swordsmanship. They give you a house, they give you land, and they give you a wife, so I figured that was the only way to go. Of course, it all went down the drain when I got scammed by the brokers." Yeah." Vikir stroked his chin with a finger. "The thoughts I had from the beginning became even stronger." Vikir asked one last time, "Hey, what? Are you familiar with the ecology of monsters, their habits, the location of their nests?" "Of course, I've traveled all over the continent with the Exploration Guild in the past." "Are you familiar with the monsters of the Western Front?" "Of course, I can recognize every subspecies, variant, subordinate, and superspecies." Vikir nodded in satisfaction at Minpin's answer. "I'm sure he'll need to call on you again sooner or later." Colossio Academy's Admissions Office and Scholarship Foundation. Professor Banshee was filling out some papers with an annoyed look on his face. "It seems like I'm the only one doing all the work for the academy. The mountain of papers in front of him were all related to scholarships and tuition. Then, a knock. There was a knock on the office door.
Come in.
A familiar face appeared at the same time as Professor Banshee's voice. It was Dolores, the student council president. Professor Banshee hated her because she always showed up when it was time to allocate the scholarship budget. What else are you here to nag me about? It's an agenda for students who have been neglected by scholarships. Dolores slid a new set of documents in front of Professor Banshee's eyes. Students who cannot attend next semester due to disadvantaged family circumstances. They were filled with stories of students who had to work part-time to pay their tuition and couldn't keep their grades up, or who couldn't keep their grades up to qualify for scholarships. The students who worked part-time ended up not being able to save up enough money in time, and the students who studied ended up not getting scholarships because their grades weren't good enough. There were also students who had complicated family situations and were actually disadvantaged but were not eligible for scholarships on paper. Dolores says calmly, some of the students who didn't get the scholarships need to be reevaluated. On the other hand, there are students who have received scholarships who need to be reevaluated. The number of people who fraudulently obtained scholarships by pretending to be from poor families on paper when in reality they were from well-to-do families and living well was considerable, Dolores said. She was now reporting this same fact. However, the documents Dolores submitted were all neat and well-presented forms, but to Professor Banshee they were just luggage that needed to be handled while working extra nights. Scholarships are awarded according to school rules, the same ones you're supposed to uphold and defend as student council president. I'm asking you to take a second look at the needy students that those rules. Miss, are you asking me to do my job twice? As a student council president, I have an obligation to be a voice for student grievances. And who's going to take care of my grievances about having to work twice? And you're going to double my salary. Professor Morg Banshee, today is the deadline for tuition payments, please. Listen to your students one more time. What does the school rules say I'm supposed to do about that? Professor Banshee and Dolores continue to argue, neither of them backing down. However, as time passed, Dolores' spirit was gradually weakened by Professor
Banshee ironcla d'attitude.
Just then, bang! The door burst open without a knock. Vikir, he strode into Professor Banshee's office. Naturally, Professor Banshee, who hated Vikir, frowned. Vikirkin, now you're slamming through the door without knocking, I guess. Your father didn't give you a good home education, did he? Yes. It was a defeat for Professor Banshee, who hadn't realized that Vikir had a fairly strong immunity to parent abuse. Professor Banshee crossed his arms in frustration. I know. Did you know that today is the deadline for tuition payments? Deep down he knew Vikir wouldn't be able to come up with the money. Had heard that Vikir had brought back a lot of Knoll skins from somewhere. But Professor Banshee had heard other rumors as well. Two groups of students, one noble and one royal, have declared that they will keep Vikir's arm in check. There are two major factions in the bazaar of the Colossio Academy. The noble faction made up of elites from the nobility, and the royalist faction made up of elites from the royalty. As long as these two groups are determined to keep Vikir in check, there is no way that the goods at the bazaar will fetch a fair price. So Professor Banshee knew deep down that Vikir would have a hard time paying his tuition. I don't know where he got that many skins to play with, but if it's not cash, it's not money if you can't sell it. But Professor Banshee's prediction went spectacularly wrong. Thud. Vikir placed a heavy sack on Professor Banshee's desk. The large sack was surprisingly full of banknotes and gold coins. It was a staggering amount of money, enough to pay for 4 years of tuition in one fell swoop. Professor Banshee and Dolores stared at the pile of gold coins on the desk in amazement. Standing in front of them, Vikir opened his mouth with his characteristic expressionless face. It's for all my friends who couldn't pay their tuition. Colossio Academy's thrifty bazaar boasts a huge scale that belies its cute name. Students auction off their used items at bargain prices, and occasionally some students bring in items they've crafted or foraged, or unidentified antiques. from their respective families. The size of the bazaar is such that it is considered one of the top 10 auctions in the empire, and the fact that people from outside the academy are allowed to bid at the bazaar attracts a lot of attention and foot traffic. It is also one of the largest bazaars in the empire and attracts many people from outside the academy, the aristocracy and the nobility. The aristocracy was formed by students from prominent aristocratic families. The elite, including the 7 families, their relatives, and their families, held real power. On the other hand, the nobility faction, which was formed by elites from noble families, was just as powerful as the aristocracy faction. While the aristocracy was a small elite exclusive league of its own, the nobility was made up of members of the Toho family who were renowned for their agriculture and commerce, the heirs of famous mercenary guilds or the heirs of large mines and shipyards. They were the real power in the academy and continued to grow in size and power by recruiting talented juniors under their wing. This power structure would continue after graduation, becoming a network of connections and systems that would eventually encompass the political and financial circles of the empire. And it was Vikir who was the first year to be predicted by the aristocracy and the nobility, the two groups that secretly dominate the academy. Although it wasn't when he entered academy, he was a talented person who stood out in the midterm exam over time. Since he is a single person with no backbone behind him, he is perfect for flirting. The aristocracy and the nobility had been plotting to take this talented first year under their wing for a very long time. But Vikir has never lived up to their expectations. At best, their letters were chewed up rather than read, and no matter how many times they tried to visit and talk to him, they never saw his face. Even when the 2nd and 3rd years tried to make a show of force by dispatching a group of beautiful girls and a group of fierce fighters, it didn't work, so both the aristocrats and the nobility were left with their heads in the sand. Whoa, Vikir, I think we need to give this cocky junior a good punch in the nose. Let's give him a good slap in the face before he gets under our skin. Ironically, the aristocrats and the nobility joined hands to suppress each other. In the short term, Vikir became a public enemy. Just as the aristocrats and the nobles were plotting to take him down, Vikir showed up at a bazaar. I hear he's trying to raise money for tuition. Null skins, I've been needing it for a while now, so I thought I'd give him a good price. I'm sure he got a good deal from the hunting guild, but I'm not sure he knows the market price. Yeah, I heard they don't take clients from just any hunting guild. The aristocratic and noble students were eager to use the auction to flatten Vikir's nose. And when the auction began, no one really wanted to buy Vikir's null skin. The aristocrats and nobles had outbid the other students. The aristocrats and nobles giggled in the back of the silent auction room, imagining Vikir's soon-to-be dead face. But I thought there would be a lot of people who covet null skin because it is a useful item. It's not as popular as I thought. Vikir shrugged and turned his head to look back at the pile of null hides on the auction house stage. Aha, is it because there are so many? At the same time, Vikir did something that made both the aristocrats and the nobles jump out of their skin. Hiss. As if he was going to light a torch on the spot, he ignited the null skin on the stage. Everyone jumped to their feet in horror, but Vikir continued to burn every null skin in sight. Crackle, crackle, hiss. More than half of the null skins on the stage had burned to nothing. A strange silence descended upon the auction hall. In this frozen atmosphere, Vikir spoke briefly. Is it still too much? At the same time, Vikir pulled on the fire once more. He did not extinguish the flame until the remaining null skins were once again halved. At this point, the students began to get agitated. The students were upset because they needed the null skins for their research. But Vikir was relentless. When no one came forward to buy it, Vikir raised the torch once more. There was no hesitation in his gesture, as if he intended to burn them all to the ground. Instead, the onlookers rushed to stop him. That's for the next class. I want to keep it. I'm not prepared yet. I needed some extra armor for my cold weather performance evaluation too. There's not much left for sale. I'll take it, outbid. I'll buy it, stop burning it. In such a situation, Vikir said firmly, "The minimum bid is 4 times the first auction price." Vikir was determined to get his money's worth. In the end, the students had no choice but to cry and eat mustard to Vikir, blaming the aristocrats and the nobles. Of course, the students of the aristocratic faction and the noble faction were dumbfounded. So that's how the auction ended? Professor Banshee asked in disbelief. Vikir nodded nonchalantly. Yep, I was able to get all of my tuition paid for. I'm afraid those words will end. Thud, thud, thud. The tough leather bag placed on the desk tore with a loud noise. The bills and gold coins inside began to fall to the floor with a loud clatter. Clink, 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 clink. Professor Banshee's desk was quickly covered in money. He looked down at the large sturdy leather sack bursting at the seams and muttered quietly, "You'll need some change." Professor Banshee pulled a pair of reading glasses from his pocket and placed them on the tip of his nose, and with a delicate snap of his fingers he extracted a handful of large gold coins. "That covers your tuition all 4 years at once, all in one lump sum." Professor Banshee just shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't know what to do with the rest of the money. But Vikir didn't seem to be in the mood to collect the change. "The rest is for tuition too. There's too much money left over to be called tuition. Are you planning to buy a lecture hall if you're going to be a professor and not a student? Please use the rest for the students who can't afford tuition." Professor Banshee was stunned by Vikir's words, and even Dolores, who was standing next to him. "Surely I'm not mishearing you." "Yes. Are you saying that you're going to donate all of this money to the foundation in the name of scholarships?" "Yes, but with a condition." At Vikir's words, Professor Banshee's mouth twisted into a "then so be it" expression. It happens often people with deep pockets donate large sums of money to scholarship foundations and then take advantage of them. Usually it's about tax deductions. Donations are far more tax deductible than any other expense, expanding their influence within the academy by creating a positive image or even creating a political group or building power. But Vikir's conditions were again outside of Professor Banshee's expectations. The condition is that in order to receive this money you must fulfill a certain number of volunteer hours at the orphanage. Orphanage. Professor Banshee furrowed his brow as if he didn't understand. "If you can get a scholarship by volunteering at an orphanage, that's a great deal. This is a very grateful offer for a Student Council President Dolores L. Quavades. She had a strange feeling when she heard that the aristocratic and noble factions, which had been the eyesores of the Student Council, had gotten into a lot of trouble due to the recent incident at the bazaar. Unlike the Student Council, which is an official organization and wields power on the positive side of campus, the aristocrats and nobles mainly form their power on the negative side of campus. Whereas the Student Council operated according to legitimate rules and procedures, the aristocrats and nobles were using connections, favors, and insider information to gain power. So student autonomy on campus was divided between the Student Council, the aristocracy, and the nobility, and Dolores didn't like them because they were always enjoying extrajudicial power, avoiding the responsibilities of official organizations, and reaping the benefits of unofficial organizations. However, since it was the Student Council that had to collect public opinion and establish policies, accordingly the aristocratic faction and noble faction that led the flow of public opinion were always annoying opponents that had to be watched closely. And that's when they drank the water to one individual, a first-year student named Vikir. The aristocrats and nobility who had been secretly growing in power to rival the Student Council had lost a lot of face in this one incident, and it had caused a lot of defections. The weakening of the enemy is the same as the strengthening of the enemy. Many of the people who were disappointed with the aristocrats and nobility turned around, and some of them even joined the Student Council. So the executives in the Student Council were smiling all day. "Vikir, why don't you recommend him to our Student Council? Sure, who can resist the golden badge of Student Council? Kia, he's a rising star. I can't believe he's a candidate for Student Council since freshman year." Maybe he could make a run for the youngest student council president. That's a little too much, not student council president, but still. Anyway, we'll have to move fast because the aristocracy and the nobility will be trying to bully him and recruit him at the same time. In the worst-case scenario, Vikir would have been a candidate for an executive position as early as second year. But Dolores didn't think Vikir would accept the invitation to join student council, let alone an executive position. A normal freshman would jump at the opportunity to be a student council member, but he's different. No, actually, it was more than different. Not only did he go out and collect a huge amount of knoll skins, but he also donated all the proceeds to a scholarship foundation for students in academy. What's more, he has the nerve to offend the aristocracy and nobility in the process. Knoll skins may not be incredibly valuable, but they're still quite valuable. And to burn them in front of your enemies and then haggle over the price. That's not the boldness of a first year, no matter how you look at it. Dolores was intrigued by Vikir's character. A junior who had received an unusually high number of detentions since the beginning of the semester, and because of the sincerity shown at orphanage and the kindness shown in resolving the disaster that occurred during a drinking game, I was paying a lot of attention to it now. And as it turns out, he was the top student in both written and practical exams. A student who is good at studying and has good skills, and moreover a very conscientious student. It was a pity that we would have become closer friends if the newspaper club I belonged to had not written a harsh article criticizing the night hound. And now Dolores found herself feeling more than a little fond and curious at Vikir's behavior, which gave a blow to the aristocracy and the nobility. Those feelings had only grown stronger after watching the conversation between Vikir and Professor Banshee last evening. Let's call the prize Nymphet. Professor Banshee didn't understand the meaning of Vikir's words, but Dolores recognized them immediately. Nymphet, the poor child who had been sacrificed in the fight against Dantalion. Vikir still remembered Nymphet. Don't you think you were too hard on her? Did she get a kiss? No. It's not. No, it's can't. She wants to give you a kiss like that. It's embarrassing. Dolores recalled a conversation she had with Vikir during her last volunteer assignment at the orphanage. Vikir had rejected Nymphet's kisses because he was embarrassed. Maybe it's because of the memories of that day that he can't forget the Nymphet even more. If so, Vikir must be hiding a warm heart beneath his blunt outer shell. No, Dolores was sure of that. Jump up. Dolores jumped to her feet. For some reason she felt a rush of urgency now that her thoughts had gone this far. It seemed like something needed to be said to Vikir right now. It was probably out of a sense of responsibility and debt as the one who had watched Nymphet's last moments with the night hound in the fight against Dantalion, and some other unexplained emotion she didn't recognize. Ms. President, where are you going? Is there anything urgent? What's the agenda for today's meeting? The student council executives look over with puzzled expressions. Sorry, everyone, I will handle the agenda even if it means staying up all night. Dolores ducked her head and apologized, then hurried out the door. She left the lecture hall and headed for the dormitories. Most students would be there by this time. But Vikir was not so easy to find. Vikir, he's the last one to get into the dorms. Shouldn't he be in the library by now? He's a study bug. Not in the library, then maybe he's in the gym. He looks like he's working out hard if you look at his body. What, he's not in the library or in the gym? Then maybe. I asked tutor Sancho Sinclair and others who were familiar with Vikir, but I had no idea where he was. The sign-in sheets at the front and back gates didn't say head left, so he must be somewhere at the academy. Where the hell are you? Dolores stood, catching her breath. I've noticed this before at the orphanage, but Vikir is really good at getting around. Come to think of it, he was also missing when the mysterious black mage appeared at the festival. A student who was shrouded in mystery and doubt about everything. Dolores felt her questions about Vikir grow more and more intense. Even when I happened to be nearby and tried to smell the soul, I couldn't find anything. There was no way to tell, as Vikir usually kept his heart far more closed than most people his age. Suddenly Dolores remembered Vikir's record of demerits. I can't believe he's accumulated so many demerits for taking a wrong turn. For such a smart kid. I didn't realize it at the time, but it's strange to think about now. I can't help but think that Vikir must have accumulated those demerits with some sort of intent. Dolores opened the chart recorded on the mana stone and took a closer look at Vikir's penalty points record. Vikir's life attitude score points deduction factors. 1 point for using the emergency exit on the 3rd floor of the dormitory building. 1 point for entering the 4th grade private area of the performance hall. 1 point for using the central staircase on the 1st floor of the deadly poison experiment building. 1 point for entering the smoking area of the experimental monster breeding center. 1 point for using the central staircase on the 6th floor of the faculty research center. 1 point for using the central staircase on the 3rd floor of dedicated training room hot class. 1 point for entering the physical training room outside of normal business hours. 1 point for entering the restricted area next to the food warehouse in the cafeteria. These places I see, they're categorized by date, given the location what will be the route of movement. Dolores decided that it wouldn't be a good idea to find Vikir today anyway, so she decided to follow Vikir's movements so far. Why on earth? The purpose was to understand whether an ordinary first-year student would have received penalty points for going to a place where he would never set foot. And after visiting each of the places listed in the demerit book, Dolores noticed an odd similarity, a dark high place. They all faced the academy's high walls. Dolores looked around. What were you planning on crossing the walls of the academy? Why else would he have picked these places? It was a series of increasingly incomprehensible situations. Just then, ting! A chime sounded from the mana stone. Dolores quickly turned it on. Biker life attitude score deduction points factor. 1 point for using the rooftop emergency exit on the 1st floor of the dormitory building. A notification popped up that Vikir's demerit had been updated. It was only a few seconds ago. This meant that Vikir had climbed onto the roof of the dormitory building and had been caught by the supervisor. There you are. Dolores remembered that the rooftop of the dormitory building was also a very high place. Wondering why anyone would want to go to such a high place, Dolores started running with all her might. She soon reached the roof of the first-year dormitory building. But there was no one there. Neither Vikir nor the supervisor who had penalized him was there. If you were in the dormitory, that means you went to your room, right? Dolores hurriedly climbed down from the fire escape and after getting permission from the supervisor went in search of Vikir's room. But even there he couldn't find Biker. Instead he met Piggy, who was studying in his room. Vikir, did he just come in and then leave again? Well, do you know where he is now? He said he was going to the shower, but why? As soon as Dolores heard Piggy's answer, she was about to leave the door but stopped for a moment. This is because I realized too late that if the place was a shower room, I wouldn't be able to meet him even if I went there. He'll come back to the room when he's done showering, right? I don't know. Vikir wanders around a lot in the evening. Is there ever a time when he doesn't come in? Not really, he always comes in even if it's late. Dolores nodded at Piggy's words. Suddenly her gaze traveled to where Vikir was staying. A worn wooden desk, thin blankets, and a frayed pillowcase, a cheap matrix that looked like it had a few springs out. It's hard to tell that anyone was living here. Piggy's plain bedding above looks as luxurious as the emperor's. Feeling Dolores' gaze, Piggy smirked. Vikir never keeps much stuff in his room, like someone who will always leave. No, it's just a feeling I have, and it's kind of a roommate thing. Dolores' expression grew serious as she listened to Piggy. Around that time, the supervisor in charge of the men's dormitory warned Dolores. He warned her not to spend too much time on the men's floor with underclassmen. Dolores had no choice but to turn and walk away without seeing Vikir. Yeah, anyway, thanks Piggy, I'll see you later. Yeah, when Vikir gets back, I'll let him know you paid a visit. Dolores left the room with a polite bow from Piggy. As I looked back several times, and alone in the room, Peggy muttered to himself after witnessing this incredible turn of events. No way, the student council president Vikir It was an understandable misunderstanding. The next morning, early hours before the first period classes started, Dolores found herself in the newspaper club room. She had dark circles under her eyes from being up all night last night dealing with the student council agenda. I have a lot of work to do for the National Collegiate League next week. Should I hold a vigil again today? Colosio Magic Tower Varangian Themyscira. All of the official organizations of the Colosio Academy were busy as the annual competition between the 4 most prestigious academies in the empire was approaching, including of course the student council of which Dolores was the president. But despite the night's work, her eyes were alight with enthusiasm. I'll finish my club work in the morning, then I'll go to lecture, and then I'll have a free period until afternoon, so in the meantime I'll go find Vikir and get. Dolores pushed open the door to the club room with a flourish. Good morning, everyone. Dolores' usual cheerful greeting. But it's odd how her classmates who would normally greet her with a cheerful smile are so quiet. All of them are looking at her with a strange expression on their faces. Spring is coming to our dear Dolores. A romance with a younger man, that's great. She's younger, our Dolores is in a higher grade, but she's younger. Whatever, my junior and her are a campus couple. I'm jealous. You don't even tell us, it's really too much. Do I need to know about my best friend's love life through a newspaper article? Dolores can only roll her big eyes at the comments from her third-year classmates. Then Dolores saw a newspaper article being held out in front of her. It was a newspaper from outside the academy, and it was the exclusive report of a reporter from another newspaper who had infiltrated the academy. Exclusive springtime for the student council president of the Colosio Academy. Ms. Dolores L. Quavades, known as the student council president of Colosio Academy, has recently been found to be in a relationship. Ms. Dolores has been the center of attention since the beginning of her enrollment, not only for her literary skills but also for her beauty. Her partner, surprisingly, is Mr. V, a freshman 2 years below her. Mr. V, who had attracted attention from the beginning of his enrollment due to his outstanding appearance, grades, and athleticism. The feelings between the two, which are believed to have sprouted during the volunteer work, after an ardent courtship on both sides of Dolores' part, the relationship appears to have been successful. The Quavades family is yet to comment on the matter. Meanwhile, the citizens of the imperial capital, upon learning of Ms. Dolores' love life, reacted to the news with comments such as, "It's nice to see. She's a good girl, and I'm jealous, but as long as she's happy, it's okay." What is this? Dolores' mouth dropped open. I thought there had been a lot of paparazzi coming in from the outside recently, but was it really about me? A group of third-year students gathered around Dolores as she stood, dumbfounded. Hey, race, the guy who's supposed to be student council president and the guy the saint has a crush on, isn't that him from the first year? Naftali, man, why did he dress up as a woman at the festival? If it's Vikir, we can send our own Dolores. He's quiet, sincere, and most of all, he's handsome. What a pity you should have listened to us, then we could have helped you long ago. My dear Dolores, we've always thought you seemed strangely uninterested in men, but it turns out you have high eyes, doesn't it? I heard that a well-behaved cat goes up to the stove first. Ugh, how dare you put this sister aside. The girl talk began. It was a conversation that Dolores was having a hard time adjusting to. It's not that, it's just that there's something about Vikir that's bothering me. There's more than one thing about him that seems suspicious. But Dolores' excuses only served to reinforce the misunderstanding. Yeah, that's how it all starts, with a little something bothering you. I've had enough of the prologue, now for the main story. What is Vikir? A suspicious? I mean, he's suspiciously handsome. I mean, his eyes are suspicious, his nose is suspicious, his mouth is suspicious, his skin is suspicious. I wonder if it's a human being. That's right, I was intimidated by his witch costume at the festival the other day. Even though I'm a girl, we need to be more like Dolores. That's all anyone who's ever seen Vikir dressed as a woman at a festival is still talking about. Realizing that all excuses were useless against this tide, Dolores stormed out of the gathering spot. Ugh, if this happens, it becomes more difficult to find it. It seemed like I would have to refrain from meeting Vikir for a while. I didn't want to spur on the gossip. Just then, as she exited the lecture hall and turned onto the trail, something caught her. Ugh, this crazy dog again. DDD. Ouch, I'm bitten, it hurts. The familiar voices were coming from behind the building. Dolores walked over to where the voices were coming from and saw an amazing sight. U-Sphere, Realbelt, Yellow Love, Aimcom, Redmin, and South Middle. A group of sophomores from the Cold Warriors B class. This group of 3 boys and 3 girls were making a ruckus among themselves. And in the middle of it all, a black puppy. Growling. It was a stray that Dolores called Choco. When they was almost expelled from academy, their family sent a delegation and begged them for it, and she let them go with a memorandum that they would never bully the weak again, but they're causing trouble again. Dolores stepped forward in alarm. You're doing this again, you really need to get expelled from academy for once. But I couldn't finish my sentence. That was because the 6 men and women in front of me were all covered in blood and tattered clothes. Choco, the black puppy, was moving swiftly and viciously, baring its teeth and nails to bite at the 6 individuals. Growl. The way it moves, it looks like a fierce beast. It may have been small in size, but its fighting instincts were jaw-dropping. Its strength and speed were beyond the reach of most fighting dogs. And these 6 bullies who were being scratched and bitten were running away, crying, if it weren't for the promise to the saint, then yeah, but I don't think I can catch it even if I spend mana, so just run. Kayak, what the hell is that dog? It's so fast, why are you so scared? Dolores stood with a dazed expression and watched the bullies disappear into the distance. Heck. The black puppy chased after them for a while, but then turned and walked away. Hey Choco. Dolores called to the black puppy as it walked in the opposite direction. The dog turned his head as if he recognized his name. Dolores took a few steps toward the black dog, who had stopped walking, and reached out her hand. The black puppy slinked back, avoiding her touch, but Dolores persevered and picked him up. Do you have a caring owner? I can smell the scent in your fur. Dolores buried her face in the black puppy's chin and neck and sniffed. The fluffy fur smelled faintly of something good, a familiar scent. Dolores quickly realized what it was. It smells like basic shampoo, an amenity provided in the academies. Dormitories. The owner must be a student. Who is it? If a black dog has ever had a bath, it's probably in the dormitory. Dolores opened her mouth to ask if any of the students in the dormitory had a black puppy. You're tougher than you look, chasing 6 people away, but you still shouldn't fight so recklessly. Those guys were only frozen because your sister gave them a firm warning, and I hope you don't think everyone else attacks like that, because you shouldn't do that. The black puppy just looks away, not sure if he's listening to Dolores or not. When he seemed to ignore her, Dolores spoke up, half joking, half serious. Choco, you keep ignoring your sister and I'm going to have you neutered. At that, the black pup's ears perked up. But it scrambled out of Dolores' arms, pawing the floor and running away. What, Choco, wait. Dolores ran after the black puppy, but it was much faster than she thought and quickly disappeared into the bushes. Well, he's a guy who doesn't give up his side. Like who? Dolores smirked. These days I think there are quite a few cases where I get dumped. Whether it's the night hound Vikir or Choco. Just then, CK. A groan came from the floor behind me. I turned to see the boy who had been chased by the black puppy earlier lying on the floor. U-Sphere, one of the cold class second years. Dolores let out a small sigh and stood in front of him. So why were you bullying the puppy who can't talk again? No offense, Ms. President, but this time that bitch no puppy attacked us first. How can that little guy attack you first? No, Ms. President, you saw it earlier. That thing has really sharp teeth and nails, and how fast it is, even faster than our family's tame wolves. Enough with the excuses. Feeling the disdainful glare Dolores was sending him, U-Sphere really did look resentful. In the past I was attacked by the night hound, but why am I so unlucky these days? Dolores flinches at the passing remark. What did you just mutter? What, I didn't mean no luck, I just meant I don't really have anything going for me these days. Not that before that. Yes, the night hound. U-Sphere hesitated for a moment, then ran a hand through his bangs. and there it was, the faint scar of a sword wound. I got this way because I was walking down the street at night and got grabbed by a masked maniac. A masked maniac. Yeah, but I didn't realize it at the time, but now that I think about it, he looked exactly like the Night Hound or some kind of villain. Yusuf's testimony was remarkable. According to his statement, he and 5 of his bully friends had met the Night Hound in person. This was before the Night Hound's behavior had been reported in the media. Dolores asked with a serious expression. So the date you met the Night Hound was the day of the freshman welcome party? Yeah. And that was before the Night Hound was even called the Night Hound before he went on his terrorist spree in the imperial capital, right? Yes, I remember it clearly. The stork's beak masked the voice that sounded like scraping metal. Yusuf spoke up, clearly intimidated by Dolores' momentum. We tried really hard to find him too. We also hire a criminal investigation agency, but everything failed. I can't seem to get my head around it. No wonder the Imperial Guard and the Imperial Army tracked it and they couldn't catch it. That was back when the Night Hounds weren't that infamous. Will they now accept our request because the crime investigation agencies are crazy? Dolores was troubled by Yusuf's words. Why did the Night Hounds attack them? Dolores had done a detailed investigation into the backgrounds of these 6 bullies in order to expel them. According to the results of the investigation at that time, these 6 bullies were really frogs in a well with no scope of activity other than their own territory and academy. So they don't have any grudges with the outside world, do they? It seems that the Night Hound has some kind of connection to this academy. I had a strong feeling about that. Yusuf shuddered, remembering the nightmare of the day. He knew not only our names but our parents' names and the location of our families. Dolores did some quick math. If he knows that much about the academy, he can't be a freshman. He's at least a sophomore, maybe a senior. It's a theory I've been thinking about for a while. This made it even more likely that the Night Hound's informant was inside the academy. There was even a slim chance that the Night Hound himself could be inside the academy. Dolores turned her head and looked down at the Yusuf. Bah! A white light rose up and healed his wounds. When Yusuf looked up with a dazed expression, Dolores spoke in a stern voice. You guys, I want you to keep what I've just said a secret. What? Don't tell anyone and I'll take care of it from now on. At Dolores' urging, Yusuf nodded dumbly. Perhaps he understood Dolores to be trying to steal the show by reporting their testimony. But the more scoundrels like this are, the weaker they are against the strong. Yusuf would only be released if he promised to keep his friends in line as well as himself. Remember, if anyone else hears about this, you will be expelled. Leaving Dolores' bloody threats behind. There was a strange feeling in the air at the Colosio Academy, the Empire's best university. The reason for this was the approaching date of a tournament for the Empire's top universities, the National University League, an annual event where the 4 leading universities of the Empire come together to determine their supremacy. Colosio Academy had always been the top-ranked institution in the annual evaluations, but the other 3 were formidable opponents. Colosio Academy, Boot Camp Varangian, Magic Tower, Themyscira Women's University. Hot on the heels of the Colosio Academy are 3 other prominent universities: Varangian, Magic Tower, and Themyscira. Varangian is a northern university known for its warrior training center, a specialized college that specializes in cold weapons such as swords, spears, axes, and bows. Magic Tower is another Eastern university known for its law vocational school where those who follow the path of the mage gather to study. They specialize in hot weapons, of course. Themyscira is a southern university with an educational system that most closely resembles the Colosio Academy. Students can choose to specialize in either cold or hot weapons depending on their talents, aptitudes, and tastes, and can pursue other disciplines as minors, majors, or liberal arts. The difference with Colosio Academy is that enrollment is limited to girls only, except in very rare cases. With a showdown between these 2 great rivals on the horizon, there is a sense of tension in the air at Colosio Academy. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair, all first graders at Colosio, were among the first to admit it. It's my first time meeting people from other schools. It's hard to be first because if you do well you win and if you don't you lose. I'm a little nervous. Do you think you'll do well? What's the point? You're doing so well in Colosio. That's right, we're all the same age after all. As new students they were curious about the culture and academic style of other schools. Meanwhile Sinclair and Sancho had taken entrance exams for other schools, so they were getting a lot of stares from other students. By the way, didn't Sancho get first place in the Varangian entrance exam? If those kids see Sancho they'll grind their teeth. Why would they grind their teeth? Of course they will. They ditched their school and went somewhere else. Doesn't that look good? Then Sinclair's in even more trouble because she was first in her entrance exams at Magic Tower and first in her entrance exams at Themyscira. I don't know, but I'm sure there are a lot of kids at other schools who are studying with her. Sinclair was a monster, topping the entrance exams for all the universities, with magical faculties including Magic Tower, Themyscira, and Colosio. I don't know, but it seems certain that she'd get a lot of jealous glances. Then a boy in a black cloak appeared with an arrogant air. Don't worry, foolish friends, I will personally attend the tournament and educate you lesser beings. It was Grenouille Leviathan. He had recently been recruited into the noble faction and had become quite a contributor. Tutor, who usually thought nothing of Grenouille, sneered. Hey Pansy, are you going to the tournament too? What kind of rude thing to say? Don't you know that there are no grade restrictions in this competition? Anyone who hasn't taken the same course more than once, whether they're a paid student, a deferred graduate, or a repeat student, is eligible to compete. Who doesn't know? Tutor quickly lost interest and turned his head away, but Grenouille's admonishing and explanatory temperament seemed to remain. Allow me to explain the nature and rules of the competition to you idiots. 1. The official name of the competition between the 4 university leagues is the Olympiad Survival Contest, otherwise known as Battle Royale Ground. 0. A total of 400 students are dropped into a large randomized area called the Warp, where they are challenged to survive for a limited amount of time. 3. Everyone will compete in an HP suit, and the moment this HP reaches 0, they will be automatically eliminated. For the top 10 people who achieved good results in the survival competition will be awarded a world-class artifact stored in a treasure trove jointly managed by the 4 universities. Now that I've explained it to you in such detail, please refrain from holding me back at the competition site. Grenouille concluded his explanation with a pouting posture. Then, puck, Grenouille's shoulder was hit by something. What the hell? What kind of person dares to touch this jade body? Grenouille turned his head with an annoyed expression. Standing there was a tall male student with black hair and red eyes. What? Highbrow Baskerville. He stared down at Grenouille, the real head of Class B of the Cold Warriors. Grenouille stared up at Highbrow's face, which was at least 2 feet taller than his own, for a moment. The normally arrogant Grenouille knew Highbrow, a member of Class B of the Cold Warriors, could have a hell of a temper. Oh no, you're an asshole. The Highbrow glanced Grenouille up and down once and then walked away. To make matters worse, he was followed by the stares of Midbrow and Lowbrow. Alone, Grenouille began to shake. Those crazy dogs, if there weren't 3 of them I would have kicked their asses. You thugs, you thugs. Everyone was looking at Grenouille with salty eyes. Then, one more boy came walking down the street from where Highbrow, Midbrow, and Lowbrow had passed. When Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair saw the face, they shouted in delight. Vikir, over here. Good morning again, my friend. Good to see you're so excited, Vikir. Is that real or not? I mean, with the real student council president. Ugh, of course not. He said he wasn't interested in a relationship. The friends soon surrounded Vikir and started talking about the competition. But what about the real love story? No, Vikir, it's not, but this time there are no grade restrictions. If there are 100 students from each school, there should be about 20 freshmen. Right? Because the real aces are the juniors, and it's customary for the seniors not to participate. Maybe 50 juniors, 30 sophomores, and 20 freshmen. We had good midterms, so of course we're in. The conversation then turns to Vikir. Tutor asks. So Vikir, what about you? I read that the scores are evaluated individually. But you have to participate in groups. I think it's groups of 5. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, Sinclair, and Vikir. With a group size of 6, it's a little difficult to get everyone in a group. They'd rather split into 3 groups of 3. Yeah, let's make it 3 and 3 and put 2 other kids in each group. Okay, Vikir, you'll be in our group. What's wrong? Why are you taking Vikir? That's right, it's a fair swallow. He'll go with Vikir's group. That's cheating. I want to be in the same group as him this time. Everyone wants to be in the same group as Vikir because they've been divided into 2 groups. But Vikir has a different answer. I'm already in the other group. What again? You said that during the midterms.
Tats a prearrangement im sorry.
Vikir's friends were openly frustrated by his answer. Sinclair was the most obviously upset. I really wanted to be in the same group as you this time. Well, I'm sorry again. This time I have a very clear sense of purpose. Everyone's eyes widened at Vikir's words. Purpose. This was the first time Vikir had ever revealed his true intention, so everyone forgot about their embarrassment and expressed their curiosity. And for some reason Vikir was happy to answer. I heard that if I place in the top 10 in this competition, I'll get one of the treasures stored in a treasure trove jointly managed by the 4 universities. Vikir said with a rare twinkle in his eye. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair all shook their heads in surprise. It was the first time they had ever seen Vikir so blatantly want something. Is there some kind of treasure you're after? Yes. What is it? It's a secret. Oh, come on, I thought you were going to tell me. The impatient tutor is the first to speak up. Sinclair, who is usually secretive, also has a glint in her eyes. I'm guessing you've got your own artifact you're after, and so do I, but you know what? It seems that just because you enter the treasure room doesn't mean you can get the treasure. You have to be chosen by the treasure. Artifacts that can be considered world-class treasures are stored in the treasure troves managed by the 4 major universities. All of these artifacts are said to have spirituality and do not wait for their owners to choose them, but instead choose their owners and come to them. Once an artifact finds its owner, it stays with them for the rest of their lives, after which it is returned to storage. Sinclair smiles broadly. In other words, you have to choose between artifacts that choose you. You can't always have what you want. Apparently, if you go into a warehouse and you're not chosen by any artifacts, you just have to come out empty-handed. But for Vikir, who has memories from before the regression, none of these restrictions mattered. I just need to be able to get into the treasure room. He was right, for Vikir's ultimate purpose was not to possess artifacts but to destroy them. Vikir had an idea of the object he should choose when he entered the treasury. The 7th corpses, it must be sleeping in the treasury. Among the 10 demons, he is the only one that exists in the form of an object. That was the existence of Decorabia, the 7th corpse. Colosio Academy, Varangian Boot Camp, Magic Tower, and Themyscira Women's University. There are only a few days left before the National University League hosted by 4 prestigious academies. Before then, the students of Colosio Academy embarked on a journey to Magic Tower, the venue of the tournament. Ugh, it's been so long since I went out. I'm finally going out of the imperial capital. I thought I would die of frustration because I thought I had to wait until vacation. Although I can't see the wide lake of Usher, I have to be satisfied with this, as it is a shame. Of course, a great archer must have a broad insight before a broad vision. Bianca was humming as she dragged a large suitcase dressed in a colorful floral shirt, shorts, sunglasses, a straw hat, and cool-looking sandals. Judging by her moody, courtly demeanor, she's quite excited. Tutor spotted her and spoke up. If anyone saw you, they'd think you were going on a vacation somewhere, and then you'd fail your grades and lose the tournament. If you're saying that, are you wearing a swimsuit under your skirt? Moo, what are you talking about? Are you crazy? How do you know if I'm wearing a swimsuit or not? Because I saw your skirt flapping in the wind earlier. Hey, you pervert, why are you looking at that? Well, if you look at it that way, you're more of a pervert for wearing a skirt. In our Don Quixote family, men traditionally wear skirts too. Okay, anyway, I didn't want to see it, but you forced me to see it while you We're walking ahead and it's not even panties but a swimsuit is meant to be exposed anyway. I'm going to sue you. What are you going to eat? There's nothing to sue for. I'm going to sue you for insult, asshole. Then I'll sue you for injury too, as if I didn't already lose my eyesight from seeing you in your swimsuit. Tudor and Bianca are still bickering today. Sancho Piggy and Sinclair giggle at their usual behavior. You're both in high spirits again today. I'm going to hate you if you do that. I think I've heard it all before. You two are childhood friends. The University League, the Olympiad Survival Tournament, is usually hosted by 4 universities in a rotating order, and this time it was the turn of Magic Tower, a city in the eastern part of the continent. Magic Tower is located in the Dortmund Smile region in the southeastern part of the continent, which is known for its mild climate and abundant tourist attractions such as deserts, forests, caves, valleys, and the sea. To get to this warm and cozy place, you have to follow a long train track through the imperial capital, which is why the students of Colosio Academy are here at the train station today. The magical train. This is an enormous train that travels around the entire continent. It is a type of gigantic magical tool that uses mana stones placed in furnaces in the front and back carriages to generate firepower. This massive artifact, capable of transporting countless people from one end of the continent to the other, was created by the combined efforts of the Empire's mages and is considered the pinnacle of magecraft. The students of the Colosio Academy are boarding this train today to travel from the capital to the southeastern part of the continent. Capital Station, platform 9 and 34. The train pulls into the platform. Ding 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 ding. The Continental Circulation Train. The Continental Circulation Train is coming in now. This is Imperial Capital Station. The exit door is on the right. Please be careful when exiting the train, as there is a large distance between the platforms at this station. Thank you for traveling with us today. Goodbye. Through the cloudy vapor emitted by the burning mana stones, the giant steel serpent approaches the platform and stops. Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair each say a few words. Wow, this is awesome. I've never been on a magic train before. Woohoo, Tudor, you have a bit of a hillbilly side to you. I rode it once when I came to enroll. Actually, it's my first time too, though I've used the teleportation scroll once before. Don't be such an idiot. When you get on the train, there are students from Varangian and Themyscira inside who have traveled from all over. We're all rivals, so we'll have to buckle up and not look down on each other. The students of the Colosio Academy stiffened their faces to hide their excitement as they boarded the train. The outside of the train, which had traveled a long distance, was hot and hard. The soles of their feet felt warm as they climbed the stairs. But once inside, there was no heat at all. A space that is always at a comfortable temperature thanks to magic. Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair were a little nervous as soon as they stepped onto the train, expecting to see the enemies they would face in the tournament, but unfortunately or fortunately, the train was empty. They've even divided up the platform so that only the students of the Colosio Academy can ride. This compartment is reserved for us. Everyone nodded at Tudor's words. I was glad that an argument hadn't broken out, but also a little disappointed. Then, there they are. Bianca, who had the eyesight of an archer, reached for the window. While the train was stopped, some people had stepped off the platform to buy something or just to look outside. They were divided into 2 groups, one of which was the students, impressive in their thick, solid, heavy armor and the chainmail they wore underneath. 99% of them were well-built men, each carrying a shield axe, great sword, or crossbow on their backs. They are the students of the Varangian boot camp. It's like a bunch of Sanchos. What are you doing not wearing that? Haha, you're right, it's a familiar outfit in the north. Tudor looked over at Sancho next to him and smiled, and Sancho laughed in return. Meanwhile, on the other side of the room were a group of schoolgirls wearing white school uniforms and capes with rows of Sharon on them. 99% of them were sturdy women, each carrying a shield axe, great sword, crossbow, magic wand, or spellbook on their backs. They are the students of the Themyscira Women's University. Does it look scary? I hear the sisters over there are really good at fighting. Bianca and Sinclair swallowed hard. These are the warriors of Varangian and Themyscira who will compete in this tournament. It was clear that it was going to be an uphill battle for them to look so powerful, male, female, and all. And then, pooh! The train set off with the miraculous sound of the mana stones in the furnace. Burning. The giant mass of iron pulsed and stirred with the power of mana. The train raced toward the distant magic tower. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair moved to the seats listed on their tickets and soon found themselves in a chamber-like space sitting in a circle. A round table was placed in the center of the room and the train was divided into individual writing spaces. The students of the Colosio Academy would now sit or lie down on plush sofas. For the long journey ahead, Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair looked out the window and marveled at the rapidly passing landscape of the imperial capital. Wow, that was fast. I guess we don't have to use those expensive teleportation scrolls. They'll go to the canteen and get us some eggs and cider. That's what you're supposed to eat on a train trip. Dang, I already packed them. Oh, Piggy knows what he's doing. Wow, it's like we're going on a school trip. And suddenly the friends remembered one other friend who wasn't here. Vikir. It would have been nice to have him with them, but he wasn't there and it was a bit of a drag. Tutor was the first to speak. Vikir, you traitorous bastard, you've abandoned us again, and this time I'm really sorry. It's a pact, and while it's a shame we couldn't be in the same group, it's nice to see you take your promise seriously. I'm sure Vikir would take our promise just as seriously. Where is Vikir's seat anyway? He's probably in a compartment pretty far away from us, right next to the one the Themyscira kids are in. Humph, you don't think something's going to happen to him? Vikir's current seat was in a train compartment a long way back from here. And in the compartment directly behind him were the contestants from Themyscira Women's University. Don't you think he'll get into a fight with them? Maybe it's not a fight, maybe it's a ride. Yes, Vikir is very handsome and he was already famous outside the capital. I heard that Themyscira is a women's university and they have a very strong desire for handsome men. It's more like Varangian is an ultra-macho university, so the desire for pretty girls is very strong. Vikir's friends, who had been listening to the story, quickly became concerned. By the way, I'm worried about Vikir in a lot of ways. That's right, it's his own people who can make things harder for him than the Themyscira on the outside. I agree, except for Granui. I can't believe he's in the same group as Highbrow, Midbrow, and Lowbrow, the so-called mad dogs of the cold class. They must be trying to pick on my brother. They did it during midterms. Vikir's group was now being referred to as Hell's group. Highbrow less Baskerville. Midbrow less Baskerville. Lowbrow less Baskervilles.
Grenouille des Leviathans.
Vikir. These five are the same group. Grenouille, who is known for his arrogance, and the triplets of the Baskerville family, who are known for their cold-heartedness. His friends are worried that Vikir, a commoner, may be suffering humiliation and disgrace alone. But in the back of the train, a very different scene was unfolding from the worries of his friends.
Grenouille des Leviathans.
As the third son of the extremely venomous house Leviathan, one of the 7 great families of the empire, he has lived his whole life being respected, raised with the praise and expectations of being the greatest genius in his family. He has never allowed himself to be looked down until he entered the Colosio Academy. Second in the entrance exam ranking, something was wrong from the start. There are limits to achieving a mental victory just because the levels of hot and cold class are different. Grenouille looked at the woman who had stepped over him. Sinclair, a commoner without a surname. Grenouille decided to ignore this impossible event as the first and last miracle of a lowly commoner's life. But the midterms didn't change his ranking. Looking at Sinclair, Grenouille was filled with inferiority complex and hatred. But why? The more he struggled, the more strange feelings arose in Grenouille's heart. Or perhaps it had been there since the moment he first laid eyes on her. The white hair that stood out wherever she went, the clear skin, eyes as big as a deer's, a tight nose and lips. Every time he thought of Sinclair, he found himself inwardly cheering for her. It was ridiculous, he thought, but he couldn't help it. From then on, Grenouille diligently hovered around Sinclair, hoping to get one More word in with her. When he did, he kicked himself for not being able to say anything more than the stinging words commoner out of habit. And that's when an unwelcome presence appeared. Vikir, an ordinary guy with nothing special about him. At best he's a good student and has a pretty face, but he acts like every girl in the school wants his body, liver, and gallbladder. Sinclair, who has been watching for a long time, also approaches him with a hint of crush. No way, this can't be happening. Grenouille himself was speechless until now, but they are already in a relationship where they do volunteer work and study together. So Grenouille made a decision. He was determined to be in the same group as Vikir in this competition. And with his superiority, he would make Vikir's inferiority even more obvious. He'll humiliate him in front of Sinclair. Wouldn't that make her look at himself a little differently? Wouldn't she realize who the better, stronger man was? That's what Grenouille thought. Kuhum. Grenouille took a seat at the head of the round table. At the round table were the members of his group for this competition. He handed his luggage to Vikir in front of him and told him to put it in the luggage locker above. Hey commoner, put my stuff on top of your head. But it was a little too much to ask. It wasn't the Vikir that scared him, it was the humans on either side of him. Highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow, the three Baskerville brothers. They occupied the seats on either side of Vikir, and even Grenouille couldn't help but notice them a bit. But Grenouille steeled himself. All right, let's not be scared by these guys. I am the person who will lead this group. The seating arrangement was in a circle: highbrow, midbrow, Vikir, lowbrow, and Grenouille. Grenouille skipped over lowbrow next to him and spoke again to Vikir next to him. Hey commoner, can't you hear me? Take my stuff and keep it above your head. Vikir, his eyes closed and deep in thought, opened one eye. Grenouille's luggage was placed in front of him. What are you doing? You're not taking it. Look at this kid, what a dog. What are you doing believing in your grades? During the midterm exam, a lucky child. Where did you pick up some information about monsters? Then lowbrow, who was standing between Vikir and Grenouille, spoke up. Shut up, you two, it's loud. Grenouille's expression stiffened at the words. Shut up, is that what you're saying to me? I thought. This was the first time Grenouille had ever experienced an argument like this. Even the seniors in the noble faction were frowning at him, and he was the heir to the Leviathan family. What did you just say? Grenouille asked in disbelief. When lowbrow closed his eyes in annoyance and didn't answer, Grenouille became even more confused. No, I don't know if it's highbrow, but now you've got to come crawling up on me. Even the smallest one of the Baskerville triplets, highbrow, is by far the most famous. He's the strongest and he gets the best grades. His two younger siblings, midbrow and lowbrow, feel like they're always following in his footsteps, which is why Grenouille is feeling so much more bewilderment right now. I can't do this. If I'm going to take over this group, I need to show some charisma from the start. He closed his eyes and sighed heavily. I just got on the train and these assholes are pissing me off again. Hey commoner. Grenouille slumped back in his seat and jerked his chin at Vikir once more. Get a bottle of liquor out of my pack. Yes, Grenouille had sneaked a bottle of vodka, a drink that students are not supposed to drink, into his backpack. Grenouille crossed his arms with his eyes closed and sneered inwardly at the silent highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow. What do you think? I'm the kind of bastard who would open a bottle of alcohol in broad daylight on a train to a tournament, and I'm underage. Grenouille flaunted his bravery and bravado by casually committing dangerous levels of deviance. Hey commoner, get it out, there's a bottle of vodka in my bag. But Vikir still didn't respond. Grenouille's eyebrows twitched. If you move here and take out the bottle yourself, everything will be ruined. Even if we drink it, there will be no saving face. So I have to move that commoner somehow to get it. Hey, are you really deaf? Hurry up and get it out. At that moment, lowbrow, who was beside him, spoke up once more. What a noisy bastard, you must have a lark in your mouth. What? If you want to drink alcohol, you can take it out and drink it. This isn't even a joke. Grenouille's face flushed at lowbrow's words. Then, stop. Something stood between them. It was Vikir's hand holding a bottle. Hey, race your drink, stop. Vikir took the vodka out of Grenouille's bag. Grenouille grunted and snatched the bottle away. TSK. Granui assumed the worst posture he could muster, being careful not to encroach too much on the space of his fellow highbrow and lowbrow, and opened his mouth. Ugh, I feel dirty and I need a drink. But no one looks at him or speaks to him. Unable to cool his temper, Granui gritted his teeth and unscrewed the cap of the vodka bottle. Don't you people know how to drink? Ha, that's me. Why are you afraid you'll get caught by the inspector if you drink, or are you just a bunch of nerds and it's no fun? Well, I'm a bit of a drinker, so when I come to a place like this I always wet my throat. Well, it's only 70% alcohol at most, so it's no different than water, but it's good. Granui tilted the vodka bottle and poured a few drops into his mouth, puffing it up with air as if he'd drunk a lot, then gulped a few times. Then he opened his mouth as if he had just remembered something. "Oh right, hey, I'm in charge of this group, no complaints." His tone was casual and nonchalant. But Granui's nerves were extremely focused on everyone's reactions. But no one responds. Their eyes are closed, their arms are crossed, and they are simply meditating. Granui shook his head, not sure if his words had worked or not. Does this mean you recognize me as the leader? Does this mean I can do whatever I want? So I tried to drive the nail in the coffin one more time. Well, it's a formal event anyway, I'll just take care of it. I think my performance in the competition will be good if I lead. I also received this kind of education separately from my family, so I am somewhat specialized, and am from a noble family, so am used to being bossed around. Granui continues to reek of alcohol and stutter. Just then, Kahim. Vikir coughed once. He stood up and walked out of the room. Granui frowned. I look at the way you move when the boss is talking. If you go to the bathroom or anything and you don't come back, I'm gonna give you a stern warning. That was it. Puck. A dull noise was heard. Granui cocked his head. I saw an unbelievable sight. Granui's hand was on the round table. A dagger was deeply embedded in the back of his hand. Flesh splintered, muscles split, bones shattered, and blood flowed freely. Granui stood dumbfounded at the unusual sight before him, feeling no pain for a moment, and then the scream comes a step too late. Granui tried to move his hand, but the dagger had pierced the back of his hand and the palm of his hand, and was now embedded deeply in the round table. The one holding the dagger's handle muttered irritably, "I thought I told you to be quiet." It was a lowbrow. He clicked his tongue and leaned back, picking up the bottle of vodka that Granui had dropped. He then poured the clear vodka over the back of Granui's hand, which was pierced by a dagger. Granui screamed in pain as his hand burned. Next to him, lowbrow suddenly looks as scary as a ghost. I used to think they were funny because they were always in the shadow of the highbrow, but they weren't. In fact, the grades of highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow had always been tied, with only a few points separating them. As Granui sat there with his hands stuck to the table and tears streaming down his face, highbrow and midbrow opened their eyes and began to giggle. "You know, you're actually pretty funny. Hey, do you want to be secret friends with us? Let's go like this without leaving until we reach the magic tower. It's noisy, so try putting something like a sock in your mouth. I've disinfected it, so it shouldn't be a problem. Even if it is, we can call the priest when we get there." It was a moment when Granui's plan to take the lead early on was derailed spectacularly. Vikir gave the Baskerville triplets a quick glance and left the room. Clink. As soon as Vikir left the cabin and closed the door behind him, he heard a commotion inside. The screams cut off unnaturally, as if the hounds had understood the meaning of their master's gesture. Now that the pesky Granui is gone, the group activities should go off without a hitch. Vikir left his cabin and walked out near the seamy passageway that connects compartments to compartments on the train. There were shops and cafes there, and passengers from other compartments were milling around. Suddenly Vikir made eye contact with a small girl. She was staring at a cake in a glass display case with a twinkle in her eye, wondering if she wanted to eat it. Vikir bought the cake along with a bottle of water. The amount of money in his pocket was just right. "I must have bought the wrong one by mistake. Eat it if you don't mind." Vikir bent down to make eye contact with the girl and handed her the wrapped cake, and she beamed with delight. Thank you, mister. The girl accepted the cake and planted a surprise kiss on Vikir's cheek. Of course Vikir was able to dodge it with the swordmaster's body vision. Something about hearing the word Mr. made him feel strange, so he didn't dodge the lips on his cheek. Just, it's not Mr., it's brother. I stretched my back and looked at the distant mountains, trying to close the distance I had closed so long ago. A girl's face flashed in my mind's eye like a puffy cloud outside the car window, and then it was gone. Then, Mr. Surely you're not old enough to be called that. A calm voice came from behind him, where Vikir turned. Dolores stood. Dolores, the student council president, looks stern, stoic, and serious. But in her hands are eggs and cider. Kem. Feeling Vikir's stare, Dolores quickly hid the eggs and cider behind her back. There are participants from the Themyscira Women's University in the wagon. Back there, I want you to avoid contact with them as much as possible before the tournament in case they want to make a scene. Understood. Vikir nodded and Dolores hesitated, as if she had something more to say. Then a familiar face emerged from the opposite aisle. It was Professor Morg. Banshee. Hey, student council president, Professor Sadie is not at the head of the line. Have you seen her? I think I saw her near the compartment with the participants from Varangian. This person can't do anything right. Why does the principal keep her as a professor? Professor Banshee was so angry that he openly insulted his colleague in front of the students. Professor Banshee then left to find Professor Sadie. He dragged Dolores with him, who wanted to talk to Vikir more. Okay, wait a minute, then you can take one more person with you, Dolores said to Professor Banshee just before leaving Cannes. She intended to bring Vikir along on the mission to find Professor Sadie. They would have something to talk about, but Professor Banshee only shook his head. One more who? He's here, huh? Dolores' eyes widened as she turned her head, because the spot where Vikir was standing just a moment ago was empty. It almost got annoying. Vikir stood on top of the moving train facing the wind. As soon as he realized that Dolores was about to launch a maneuver, he opened the window, scaled the wall of the train, and climbed up to the ceiling. All of this was done in the blink of an eye, like the behavior of a ghost, and no one noticed. Vikir walked across the train at a leisurely pace and soon landed at the window of the opposite compartment. Luckily, the passageway between the compartments was empty, making it easy for him to get back inside the train. Halfway between the Colosio Academy and the Themyscira Women's University. This is where the middle section of the train begins, and from here on out, it's all about the Themyscira female student group. One more compartment back and you'd be in the middle of a sea of girls. The compartment at the back had 2 floors and a thin bulkhead blocked the stairs, so it was on the second floor of the cabin that Vikir now entered through the window. The room for Themyscira's female students was generally quiet and smelled of fragrantea. The only sound was elegant heavy metal music, the kind that noble ladies might enjoy. Vikir stood at the window for a moment, considering his next move. First he had to appease Grenouille, who was treating him like a commoner and ignoring him so that he could continue with the group activities. Even though the scores were calculated individually, the initial start was in the form of a group task, so they would have to cry and eat mustard together. Of course Vikir didn't care about any of that, but still had to put together an assortment. Hence the decision to use the Baskerville triplets. Why are you so obsessed with origins? Vikir thought for a moment about Grenouille's attitude. Vikir doesn't know who his mother is. Had heard that she was an actress and dancer who briefly dated Hugo, but that wasn't exactly accurate. Vikir's mind wandered. Come to think of it, I've also heard that there is royalty among the freshmen. In this class of 20. That was also an inaccurate statement. There is a rumor that a royal family member, almost an illegitimate child who does not know what rank he is in the line of succession to the throne, has entered the Colosio Academy. No matter how you slice it, an imperial is an imperial, and many were on high alert. There were even rumors that some of the professors had already noticed. Well, it's none of my business. Vikir closed his eyes and shook off his thoughts. He started to walk back to the first floor of the room. Then, a strange voice called from the stairs. Vikir was about to open the door and head out when he paused and listened to the sounds coming from the first-floor hallway. The voice was all too familiar. Ah, the smell of commoners. You must have gotten that smell all over my clothes. You should be paying for laundry like a human being, not this. More than that, shouldn't the first thing you do is apologize for bumping into me? Oh dear, you're the top dog at the great Colosio Academy, aren't you? That's right, you're too good to know how to apologize. The girls in Themyscirus uniforms glared at the wall with frightening eyes. And in the corner stood a girl. It was Sinclair. Undaunted, she opened her mouth. We're supposed to avoid each other in the hallways, and I didn't, but you didn't either, so it's kind of a double whammy, I guess, although I don't know if you did or didn't. Oh, so you're saying you're the victim now because we both lost different amounts of damage. The girl who had bumped into Sinclair fiddled with the scarf on her shoulder in disbelief. It was an expensive-looking scarf at first glance. My dear, you don't realize you're a commoner. This one would cost you 3 semesters of tuition at your school just to have it cleaned. It's limited edition. Now glaring at Sinclair was Merlini Lovegood, a senior at Themyscira Women's University and president of the student council. The Merlini family was one of the wealthiest and most prominent families in the empire, and they were also members of the House of Bourgeois, distinction that came with a great deal of prestige. As a member of the family, Lovegood was a very proud student. She was also very proud of the fact that she was a student at Themyscira Women's University, which gave her a bit of a hooligan attitude. Maybe that's why. When Lovegood met Sinclair, she confronted her quite openly. You're telling me you topped our Themyscirus entrance exams and then went to another school, you cheeky little bastard. Beyond that, being top of the class at Magic Tower and top of the class at Colosio is something to be frowned upon. In fact, Lovegood had taken the entrance exams for Themyscira Women's University at the same time as she took the entrance exams for Colosio Academy and had failed to make the top of the class. So when she met Sinclair here today, she was happy to see her and tried to argue with her. But, oh, that scarf, I know what it sells for. It's a limited edition, but it's old and it depreciates a lot, so it fetches a really low second-hand price. I'm sure it's not as much as you say. Sinclair opened his mouth to speak in an amused tone. Then Lovegood snapped. That's ridiculous. Sometimes pre-owned items command a premium. This was actually worn by a famous singer. This was actually worn by the actor. G-Pistol, don't you know about celebrity premiums? Well, if it's worth a premium because it was worn by a celebrity of that caliber, then it's worth the original brand value. Sinclair's response was unexpectedly cold and sharp. Her normally smiling face was now dry and cold without a trace of a smile. A line of blood stood on Lovegood's forehead. No, but this little brat has been cheekily talking down to the senior from earlier. Auntie, you're not a senior in our school, are you? Oh, Auntie. Even though you're quite a senior, is it the code of Themyscira to persecute a freshman from another school like this, especially one who entered early? Wow, if this is the way of Themyscira, then I have no comment. Sinclair said softly. I'm glad I didn't go to that school. It was the final blow. Then the girls from Themyscira, including Lovegood, began to surround Sinclair, with stern looks on their faces. You. Lovegood shuddered and drew his wand from his back. It was a clunky iron club with a starburst on the end, and the mana glowed pink and bright. It looked like Lovegood was preparing some kind of magic. And Sinclair's eyes widened, ready to meet Lovegood's attack. And then, pop, the mana from Lovegood's wand was instantly scattered. Enough. A large shadow landed in front of Sinclair. Lovegood took a half-step backward, startled by the black curtain in front of him. Vikir. He stood between Sinclair and Lovegood, gripping the doorknob of the passageway. Hubro. Sinclair looked puzzled. It was a rare occurrence. Vikir looked down at Sinclair wordlessly. He had grown quite a bit since he had entered the school, and now there was quite a height difference between them. Finally, Vikir's mouth opened briefly. Door. For a moment, Sinclair didn't understand what Vikir was saying. And then, oh, get out of the way so I can open the door. Okay, sorry. Sinclair took a large step to the side. Finally Vikir nodded, opened the door, and stepped out across the compartment. And then, Vikir didn't close the door after he crossed the divide but kept it open. Sinclair nodded again. Oh, so you want me to stop arguing with students from other schools and just get over here? At Sinclair's interpretation, Vikir nodded in silence. There are participants from Themyscira Women's University in the carriage back there, and I want you to avoid contact with them as much as possible before the tournament in case they want to challenge you. I can't pretend I didn't see the conflict given Dolores advice earlier. And Sinclair had been a regular source of help with the genealogy and scope of the note test. Just then, Vikir was grabbing Sinclair to take her away. Wait, who are you to interfere in women's affairs? The female students of Themyscira began to protest Vikir. At the forefront of the chorus was Ms. Lovegood, the student council president. She turned to Vikir and said sternly, "This boy has insulted our school, and we need him to play nice with us. If you interfere with that, you will be held accountable. First, give us your class number, your affiliation, and your name in making a formal complaint to the Colosio Academy." Lovegood was just about to declare war on Vikir. Whirring. A gust of wind rushed in from the second-floor window that Vikir had opened. It rushed down the stairs and blew the hair of the people on the first floor all over the place, and Vikir's as well, fluttered. The hem of his black coat fluttered, and soon his tousled black hair fell back as well. Vikir's bare face was exposed. For a moment the faces of the students at Themyscira Women's University went blank. They didn't know what they were seeing or what they were staring at. What is that? Is that a human face? How is it so small? But it's got all the features in it. And it's so clear and deep. Isn't it a painting or a statue? After a moment of silence, I hear a small murmur from behind me. But only Lovegood, the student council president of Themyscira, remained unmoved. Oh, I forgot, in order to resolve this dispute with the university amicably, I need to ask you for some personal information again. First of all, your class number, your affiliation, your name, and Lovegood remained calm, cool, and rational as she asked Vikir for the procedurally necessary information. Year, month, and city of birth, height, weight, blood type, hometown, horoscope, love interests, hobbies, specialties, favorite foods, animals you own. Do you currently have a girlfriend, and if not, do you have a crush? What type of woman do you usually idealize? When was your last relationship? How many relationships have you had so far? When do you plan to get married? What your parents like to receive as gifts? How many children you would like to have? Whether I want a boy or a girl, and whether I'm a good name match. And really, it's necessary. It must have been a bureaucratic procedure to ask. The magic train had finally arrived at the magic tower in the eastern part of the continent. Ding 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 ding. The continental circulation train is now entering this station. Is Magic Tower Station. The exit door is on the left for passengers who are transferring to Dortsmail Station. Please transfer to the inner ring train here. Please be careful when exiting the train, as there is a large distance between the platforms at this station. Thank you for riding our trains today. Goodbye. The train stops for a while. The passengers inside begin to trickle out. Naturally, there were students from the Colosio Academy Varangian boot camp and Themyscira Women's University mixed in with the crowd. They were greeted by a welcoming crowd from Magic Tower who came out to greet them at the station. Meanwhile, Vikir also got off the train and looked around. Behind the masses of people, the city was quiet. Dortsmail City in the southeastern part of the empire is also famous as the area where the Magic Tower exists. The cozy city is bathed in a reddish sunset, making it even more dreamy and idyllic. And in the center of the city I saw a soaring tower that seemed to pierce the sun. That's the Magic Tower. Vikir stared at the tower in the distance, overwhelmed with emotion. At first glance, it is just a narrow and tall building. But inside the tower was filled with so many different rooms that its width and height were endless. The interior space of the tower, said to have been created by a primordial mage, must be nearly infinite. It involved a dimensional distortion of such a high order that even modern mages do not fully understand its principles. I have something similar. Vikir looked down at the ring on his finger. Ring. Finit hic deus off. Finit hic deus, the realm of the gods ends here. It is a relic from Andromalius that can warp dimensions and create subspace. However, once used it is very costly in mana and the time it takes for the power to return is very long, so it should not be abused. Vikir is looking down at his ring thinking about this and that. Hey bro. A hand patted Vikir's back from behind. It was Sinclair. She hesitated for a moment then smiled looking like her usual self. Thanks for your help earlier. Vikir nodded and Sinclair let out a small sigh. Actually, I was very scared. They seem like strong sisters. I was scared too. Ha 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 lie. Sinclair smiled brightly as usual and pulled on Vikir's collar. I know you must have been nervous too. It was Lovegood after all. When Vikir didn't respond, Sinclair spoke up. Oh look, there's the welcome party from Magic Tower meeting the contestants. From Varangian and Themyscira. Sure enough, the contestants from the 4 schools were gathering together. At the head of the line was Dolores L. Covadis, the student council president of Colosio Academy. She led the students with her calm, gentle charisma and soon found herself in the center of the welcoming crowd. It's been a while, everyone. In the direction of Dolores, greeting the student council presidents of the other 3 schools stepped forward. First to step forward was the student council president of Varangian. He was tall with shaggy long hair, muscular and covered in scars. Wahaha, it's been a while, hasn't it been a little less than a year? He was Jurejo Bakaraga, the Varangian student council president. He had been participating in the tournament since his freshman and sophomore years and had consistently placed in the top tier, but this time as the third-year ace he was going for the win in earnest. And his fierce rival was at the forefront of the welcoming crowd at the Magic Tower. His face is clean-shaven, his height is perfect, and he exudes a chilling aura. 11 months and 3 days to be exact, 11 hours 42 minutes and 12 seconds from the time I last laid eyes on you at last year's tournament to the time I spotted your face in the crowd just moments ago. Philippus Aurelius Theophrastus Bombast von Hohenheim, the student council president of Magic Tower. But instead of using the name Hohenheim or the surname Aurelius, he mostly used his baptismal name, which is unique to the Magic Tower. A smartass with a high nose, this was Hohenheim's current name. There is a tradition at Magic Tower where seniors give baptismal names to their juniors, and the students at Magic Tower use these baptismal names more than their real names over the course of 4 years. The talented piglet, the curly broom, the baby bird in the lecture hall, the palm tree in the hallway, the curiosity clogging the toilet, the drunken gorilla, the dwarf in the flask, etc. It was a culture that showed how much pride they had. This is actually why I didn't go to the Magic Tower. I don't know if they call me a fluffy cotton ball or not. Sinclair whispered in Vikir's ear. Meanwhile, Hohenheim and Bakaraga began to exchange glances as soon as they saw each other. Bakaraga spoke first. Ha ha ha, we're the aces this time. Last year we didn't make it to the top 10. Because the seniors played so much, but this year will be different. I've been training like crazy for the past year. The championship is mine. Well, with your ignorant strength you might be able to get a top 10 finish. But no more than that. Our elite will take the 1st through 9th spots and the artifacts are ours. Hohenheim is equally confident. Naturally, a Warriors versus Wizards matchup was forming. Vikir watched the confrontation from the crowd in the distance. Sinclair gave Vikir a quick rundown on the 2 men next to him. Jurejo Bakaraga is a warrior known for his fierceness. Apparently he took over the school when he beat up all the 4th years in a senior freshman assembly. I've heard that the only thing he lacks is experience, and now that he's in his 3rd year he should have some of that. Well, he certainly looks strong. A combination of natural talent and hard work. I suppose rumor has it his grandparents were barbarians who lived in the depth of the red-black mountains, but I'm not sure. Sinclair shifted her gaze to look at the man beside her. Actually, Bakaraga is also a figure of interest, but I'm a mage, so I'm more concerned about that Hohenheim guy. I see. That's right, not even the great President Dolores could beat him in the entire University League, and Hohenheim has already been accepted to graduate. School im told hell automatically be appointed to a professorship at Magic Tower, and I hear he's aiming to become the youngest Magic Tower master ever. A master of the Magic Tower is a position that is comparable to the head of a house of the 7 families. Hohenheim was certainly an ambitious man. Sinclair continued, I'd like to see a first and second place tie between myself Hohenheim and Bacaraga, with a high probability of third place going to our president. Dolores' fourth place would be Lovegood of Themyscira. Now that I think about it, I don't see Themyscira's Lovegood. Sinclair looked up and around. And there it was, Merlini Lovegood and the female warriors of Themyscira who followed her. Their faces, usually solemn, stern, and serious, seemed slightly blank today. For some reason. It wasn't until after the opening ceremony, the welcome ceremony, and other showy events organized by Magic Tower that the students of the Colosio Academy were allowed to go to their dormitories, which were really more for the professors than for the students. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair traveled to their dorms in a group. Man, the headmaster of Magic Tower is a jingle bird. What kind of hostess speech is he giving for over 2 hours? The last time he said he had one more thing to say was over 300 times even. My personal trainer doesn't count like that. I'm exhausted before the competition even starts. You say this is for students, but you don't really care about them. Where's the principal of our school? I haven't seen him in all my years of schooling. I heard he's been away a lot lately, so Professor Banshee, who just got promoted to vice principal, is here as acting principal. Everyone is tired as they walk away. But the sight of the dormitory rejuvenates them. Wow, is this where we're staying? Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, Sinclair, and the rest of the Academy's first years couldn't believe their eyes. Buildings that looked like they'd been carved out of the inside of a giant mushroom dotted the landscape high and low. The walls, which are indeed mushroom-like, are so elastic and soft that you want to rub your cheeks against them. Fireflies dot the narrow winding alleys, and natural lanterns light up the streets, never going out overnight. I felt like I was in a fairy tale village. The interior of the building is also very spacious and cozy. Long tables and chairs carved out of logs, and a buffet of food laid out on them were still warm and steaming, waiting for guests. The smells of grilled silver trout, steamed oysters, roasted pork, and hard cheeses wafted through the air, both sweet and fragrant. A glass of white wine and a glass of red wine, both nearly alcohol-free, greeted the students. Unfortunately, there was no wine buffet. The 21st graders, 32nd graders, and 53rd graders at Colosio Academy sat down at their tables and began to eat. We were divided into tables of 5 people to share the food. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair looked up from their delicious food to see what was going on around them. Where's Vakir? Oh, over there at the table across the way diagonally. He's in a group with the triplets from Baskerville. Do you think he'll be okay? Dude, is he a kid? What are you so worried about? Did you forget his grade on the midterm? He did way better than us. He's not going to take a beating, so stop worrying. He's not the kind of kid to be pushed around. He saved me from the Themyscira kids before, so let's just focus on our job. For now, a thorough analysis of the upcoming competition is in order. We don't know what the venue will be, but the 400 people who will be competing for survival there have already signed up.
20 freshmen, 30 sophomores, 50 seniors en total.
This is how the grades are distributed not only in Colosio Academy but also in Varangian Magic Tower and Themyscira. And out of these 400 students, seniors are usually the highest performers, followed by sophomores and then freshmen. In fact, first-year students are participating for the sake of experience, so participation itself is meaningful, and second-year students are also encouraged to grow further by competing with third-year students from other schools. And it's the seniors who have the obligation to bring honor to their school by performing well. In the history of the competition so far, the top 10 players, including the winner, have always been among third-year students, and in last year's competition, the 4 geniuses who were unusually ranked in the top 20 despite being sophomores were the strongest candidates for the championship. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair each had a word. Let's see, guess who made it to the top 20 last year even though they were Only sophomores. Jirejo Bakaraga from Varangian Hohenheim from Magic Tower Merlini Lovegood. From Themyscira and our school's president Dolores. Our president was a sophomore then too, so now that she's a third year I guess you could say she's a serious contender. Well, sophomores must have made a good save even in the middle. The freshmen will have to mop the floor. But we have to do better than the freshmen at other schools so we can carry that ranking over to next year and the year after that. The unspoken math among seniors is that the ranking you get as a freshman usually carries over into your senior year. So Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair were eager not to lose out to their peers from the other three schools. Were one of the 20 most talented people in the first grade handpicked from the top of the class, and we can't let this opportunity go to waste. First of all, the first mission is a survival competition where the 10 people who survive to the end and get good scores will receive individual tasks, and if they clear them, they can receive legendary artifacts. Right. Let's analyze the key players first. That's right, if we're unfortunate enough to meet third years from other schools, will be eliminated at lightning speed, so we need to be in the top 100. First of all, Bakaraga, Hohenheim, and Lovegood, those three must be avoided at all costs. Sinclair had already had an argument with Lovegood on a train, so she knew her fears. Honestly, I was really scared because I thought I was going to choke to death just from the amount of momentum she was exuding. Soon Sinclair was passing on her analysis to other friends. Jirejo Bakaraga, 25 years old, a fighter who had already beaten all the fourth-year students in his freshman year in last year's tournament. He was defeated by a combination of third-year students from another school due to his lack of experience, and the year before he was stabbed in the back by seniors from the same school, which prevented him from placing in the top 10. Despite this, he was ranked 14th in the overall rankings of last year's tournament. His main weapon is a great sword. Last year's power level was sword expert superlative, and now it's impossible to guess. There are even rumors that it is already on the graduator. Humph, if you were defeated by a group of seniors from your own school, you were defeated by an ally, so your credibility within the school is not strong. Sinclair shook his head at Tutor's question. No, that was in first and second year. Bakaraga is said to be strong for the strong and weak for the weak, so he's very good with his peers and juniors. He can't stand injustice or bad behavior, so he fights for them when they're being victimized. So even though he may not get along with the seniors, he is very close to his peers and juniors. He's a senior now, which is actually the highest grade, and he's the student council president, so he's trusted by everyone. Jirejo Bakaraga leads the men of Varangian with overwhelming force and trust. Now that he has overcome his only two shortcomings, experience and teamwork, he is a stronger candidate for the championship than anyone else. Piggy then spoke up. I've been analyzing the student council president of Magic Tower, Aurelius Hohenheim. He's 22 years old. His baptismal name at Magic Tower is a smart ass with a high nose, and he is without question the strongest student in Magic Tower, and no student in the last 100 years of Magic Tower's history has ever outperformed him. Last year, when he was a sophomore, he ranked 13th in the University League, and everyone else was a junior, even our president. Dolores lost to him in the last two University League games. I suppose it's inevitable since they're different. Monstrous talent, arrogant temper. Hohenheim is a genius who is considered the strongest among his peers in the Empire, let alone the Magic Tower. Despite the university's rankings, Bakaraga and Hohenheim were clearly the next generation of absolute powerhouses. And there's one more dark horse that can't be ignored. Bianca, who has a thing for pretty girls, opens up about who she's been researching. Not to mention my research on the student council president of Themyscira, Merlini Lovegood. Oh right, what have you been researching? She's pretty. Too pretty. I don't know how she can be so pretty, haha, I envy her, I want to be like her. Hearing Bianca's words, Tutor frowned in disbelief. Hey, never mind, I'd rather have more detailed information about what I've been researching. Merlini Lovegood, age 23, mage who specializes in grass, dirt, poison, and bug-type magic. She is the eldest daughter of the Merlini family, a very large and powerful family, and is rumored to have Already reached the 4th class, although this is not confirmed last year's. Tournament result was 16th place, and now that she's in her 3rd year she's hoping to win. She's also known for her beauty. I heard that she is a dancer in a famous theater troupe. As a hobby she might make her debut next year. I'm personally a fan. Sancho added some seemingly useless information to Tutor's description. By now Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair had finished their character analysis and began to share their thoughts on the competition. What do you think President Dolores will place this time? She was 15th in last year's competition. Of course she'll win, I believe in her. But Bacaraga and Hohenheim are too strong, and Lovegood is as good as President Dolores. Well, it's not the 3rd year aces, it's us. Yeah, well, just watch and learn and get ready for the league next year and the year after. Being freshmen, they didn't seem to have high expectations. But there is one position in the competition where you have to finish in the top 10 to win a prize. Don't be too harsh, I should rank within the top 10. It was Vakir. Thinking that his classmates would be horrified if they heard it, Vakir made a plan for the future. The 7th Corps d'Arabia, the only one of the 10 demons to take the form of an object. Demons come in many forms and varieties, including worms, snakes, humans, bats, and trees, but the most unusual of them all is the one that takes the form of an inanimate object. It must be sleeping somewhere in the human realm right now, waiting for someone to wake it up. And Vakir had a vague idea of its location. It is in the treasure vault, which is jointly managed by the 4 universities. This was why the demons had been so relentless in their invasions of the 4 academy before the return. But if Vakir could locate and eliminate Decarabia faster than the demons, could their bleak future would be much different. The students who would otherwise have died unjustly would be spared. With this, the age of destruction will be delayed one step further. With fewer demons, there is less power to feed the gates to the demon world. Vakir was lost in thought, contemplating the distant future. I beg your pardon. A voice caught everyone's attention, including Vakir's. It was the owner of the large inn, and he was looking very troubled and apologetic. There's a problem with the water supply at the inn next door, and I was wondering if I could put the people staying there in the empty rooms here. I'm a bit short on rooms. The owner kept bowing his head and making difficult requests. The inn next door is run by his younger brother, but the water pipe suddenly broke and there was no water, making it impossible to receive guests for the day. The owner wanted to send the guests to the other inn as soon as possible, but the Colosio Academy had already pre-booked all the spare rooms, so it was a difficult situation for the owner. It was the peak vacation season and there were no rooms available at other inns. So the innkeeper bent over backwards to ask for a favor. Since you have booked a total of 120 rooms for students and staff of Colosio Academy with extra rooms, I was wondering if you would be willing to change your reservation to a single room for 2 people and use only 60 rooms in total. In return, I will only charge you 30 of the total accommodation fee and provide breakfast and lunch. It was a good offer. The students weren't too thrilled about the reduced rate, but the professors were. This will save us some money. We could use the money to buy other textbooks. That's great, I was just looking for a new lab specimen to show my students. Professor Banshee nodded. Let's do that, but only if at least 90 of the class approves. A vote was taken. A straw poll was taken and an astounding 93 of the students voted in favor of the double occupancy rooms. Not only are the students at Colosio Academy generally good-natured, but the friendships between students are also strong. A thank you, thank you, thank you. The owner of the inn bowed his head several times and then called the large group of guests waiting outside the door. And then, the Colosio students were faced with a group of people they hadn't expected, and to a certain extent had been anticipating. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair stopped eating and frowned. Ugh, those guests from outside were Varangians. I was hoping it was the Themyscirus. Obviously, if there's a large group of guests besides us at this time of year, they're either Varangians or Themyscira. While the inn seems so cramped now that the Varangians are here, is it because they're all so big? The average height must be about 195 centimeters. Ugh, I'm suffocating, I smell sweat, I feel like it has become 10 times narrower. They must have been training somewhere the way they're sweating. As expected, the people who entered the inn were students from the Varangian Academy. Yikes, thank goodness we found a place to stay. I was already worried about being homeless before the tournament even started. The kids from Colosio Academy are nice, thanks guys. Ha ha ha, I'm more worried about my stomach, so let's eat. Oh Aliocaniat, great, ready for battle. The men of the Varangian made a beeline for the rice as soon as they entered their quarters. The students of the Colosio took up the eastern half of the spacious banquet hall while the Varangians occupied the remaining western half. Now let's scoop up the food. At the head of the line of Varangian students was a man, Jurejo Bakaraga. His massive frame and the scars all over his body made him look like a giant beast. He stretched his pincers towards the meat on the large platter in front of him. As he helped himself to the food, the students of the Colosio Academy stared, secretly wondering how much meat he would devour. But this should fill me up. With a single movement of his pincers, Bakaraga picked up a few pieces of meat and placed them on a small plate. The Colosio students gave him a surprised look. They were surprised that Bakaraga, who looked like he could eat an entire cow by himself, only ate the average portion of a girl's meal. The Varangian students, however, had a different reaction. Oh, Mr. President, you're eating a lot today. You're eating 15 times more than usual. That's not good for your stomach. Well, maybe he's going to work off some of that sweat with a personal training session later. What is this response? Does this mean that Bakaraga usually eats a little more here? The looks on the faces of the students in the Colosio became even more puzzled. Boom! Bakaraga suddenly placed the meat on the small plate down on the buffet table. Then he said, "He'll eat well then." He lifted all the remaining meat from the huge buffet plate. With what seemed like dozens of kilograms of meat at his disposal, Bakaraga devoured them all in the blink of an eye. A strange silence fell over the students of the Colosio. They were speechless with the fact that Bakaraga could consume what seemed like a month's worth of food in a matter of minutes. With that, the Varangian students began to raid the buffet in earnest. Food is all about turnover, so keep the meat coming. The first 5 minutes of the meal is the most crucial time to eat as much as possible, otherwise you can't eat much. We are quantity over quality. Meat after marching is the elixir of immortality. As the muscular hulks come and go, the food melts like ice cubes thrown in the sun. Meanwhile, Vikir watches Bakaraga eating at the table across from him. Vikir's attention was drawn to the choker stuffed around his neck. Did you say your grandparents were from the Red and Black Mountains? The barbarian aura emanating from Bakaraga's body was indeed vaguely familiar. Perhaps there is some connection. Vikir fiddled with the choker around his neck. Just then, "Hey, what are we supposed to eat when you guys are done? Is this dirty bastard crazy?" The sound of arguing came from the center of the room. 2 boys were arguing in the center of the room. A student from the Colossio's cold class and another student from Varangian were arguing over the line at the buffet. "Why do you cut in and take the food and sweep it all away?" "It's because I'm sick to my stomach at the sight of you carrying your food with tongs, and you're not going to eat it all anyway. That doesn't mean you can ignore the line. There's no line at the buffet. When you're in a long line at a buffet and the person in front of you is munching away and you want to eat something other than the food in front of you push past him or her to get ahead. This is a long-standing debate that goes back to ancient times. Eventually, the 2 schoolboys from Colosio and Varangian began to confront each other in a harsh manner. "Oh, you meatball, your argument is nonsensical. Is your brain all muscle?" "I was gonna let it slide because I'm afraid it'll lose muscle if I get angry, but I guess it'll just have to chew on more anchovies." Their accusations weren't directed at the other person individually but at each other's group respectively, so naturally their friends joined in. This is why we shouldn't have let those muscle fools in. We were being kind by turning a single occupancy room into a double occupancy room, and now they are not even thanking us for it. What do you care? We paid our tuition and came here to the inn we booked. Had a problem and the owner sent us here, so why should we care about you? We're customers too. If we didn't make concessions, you guys would have to sleep outside. Haha, you made concessions, your professors and our professors know each other, and we agreed not to fight. We voted on whether or not to let you in. 93 voted in favor, and you dare betray that favor. Then you must be the 7 who voted against it. Haha, we're mercenaries in the first place, so we're used to sleeping outside. Vote again. If you want, we can leave. At this point, a burly schoolboy from the Varangian side stepped forward. Bali Balason, he was from a mercenary guild in the north and was currently a first-year student at the Varangian Academy. At 217 centimeters tall and 150 kilograms, he was not far behind Bakaraga. As Balason stepped forward, the boys from Colosio Academy flinched and took a half-step back. What's all the excitement about? Are these anchovies flapping around too much? Balason purposely holds his head high and looks around, pretending to see no one. The boys from the Colosio are all looking at him with annoyance because of the huge height difference. But there's one who's not too far out of his league. Can't we have a quieter meal? It was Sancho Barataria stepping to the front of his cowering friends. With the big Sancho stepping up to the front, Bolarson couldn't help but feel a little smug. But that didn't end the argument. Oh, who is this? Balason recognized Sancho's face. Isn't this the coward who ran away after Varangian's entrance exam? House Colosio Academy, is it as cozy as a cradle? Are the people kind enough to be nice to a runaway coward? Apparently he was unhappy that Sancho had gone to the Colosio Academy even though he had ranked first in the Varangian's entrance exam. What's more, Sancho had ranked first in Varangian Academy but only ranked 5th in the Colosio Academy, and he had taken the risk of going to Colosio Academy. The fact that a talented freshman chose Colosio Academy over Varangian made it seem like there was a clear distinction between the two schools. The Varangians were understandably unhappy. I guess you were in good shape when you took the Varangian entrance exam. And you weren't in good shape when you took the Colosio entrance exam. Sancho nonchalantly replied to Balason's prodding. No, it was the other way around. What? I was in the best shape when I took the Colosio entrance exam, and I was in the worst shape when I took the Varangian entrance exam, and I still got those scores. At that, the fists of several Varangian hooligans, including Balason, began to shake. Where did this bastard sell his northern pride? Are you crazy, Sancho? Do you think you won't come back to the north after you graduate? If you come from a mercenary family, have the pride of a mercenary family. At least you shouldn't be ashamed of it. You're such a dumbass after eating something warm and sleeping in the imperial capital, haha. But Sancho had friends who wouldn't stand by and let him be criticized alone. Is there a barn around here where you can just hear the pigs squealing? Tutor cut the personal attacks. Personal attacks, my foot, he's right, the inn has been smelling like a barn since they came in. It's fine to be proud of your group, but don't demean other groups. Tutor Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair were now standing in front of Sancho. Look at these anchovies, are their heads well? Balason opened his mouth in disbelief. Anchovies' head, is that what you are calling us? An eerie low voice sounded from the side. Across the table from Balason, who flinched and backed away, stood the 3 brothers, Highbrow, Midbrow, and Lowbrow. With the National University League just around the corner, rumors of the 3 mad dogs of Baskerville were well known to the Varangian students. This made even the most confident Balason nervous. Among the Varangian first-year students, there were not many who could meet the gaze of Highbrow, Midbrow, and Lowbrow with a straight face. Are those the tridents of the Baskervilles? They're assholes, just like I heard. Look at that murderous look in there. They're the ones who got into a fight with that Varangian third-year student at the last festival. Yeah, he was a senior in our sports team, and he got beaten up and was pretty beat up. I heard on the train that they were giggling and laughing with a dagger in the back of one of the guy's hands. Rumors of the personality and skills of the Trident of Baskerville were already widespread among all schools, so most people see them as the top powers of Colosio. Granui, who is secretly standing next to Sinclair, may not agree with what they say. Meanwhile, Balason was annoyed that he had been pushed back from his confrontation. He blurted out, not wanting to admit he was momentarily overwhelmed. I am Bali Balason, a first-year Varangian student. I challenge Colossio's strongest first year to a showdown. Let's fight like warriors. Balason scanned the room and glowered at tutor Bianca, Sancho Sinclair, and the Baskerville's triplets, his fighting spirit blazing. But no one answered him. The brave aspiring knight tutor, the always noble Bianca, the smart genius Sinclair, and even the foul-tempered three brothers of the Baskerville family. Then the Varangian students, including Balason, turned their heads. Their eyes first followed those of the Colossio students, who were all looking at the same spot. And there it was. There was a boy eating in silence, not paying any attention to the commotion. It was Vikir. Bali Balason, the first-year representative from Varangian. He declared a showdown with the Colossio Academy. The strongest guy here come out, something like that. The provocation was obvious, as the area he was in was a dining area for first-year students from both schools. It would be embarrassing for the second- and third-year students of the school to come out against the first-year students of the other school, so only a first-year student will step up. Okay, we've come this far, there's no way they won't come out. Bali Balason blew out a hot snort and crossed his arms. He was confident that he could beat whoever came out. That Sancho in front of him was once stronger than him, but not now. This is because while Sancho neglected his training in the peacefulness of the imperial capital, he had trained tirelessly in the harsh conditions of the north. Tutors from the Don Quixote family was said to be strong, but only in sports, friendly competitions, and other formal events with strict rules and regulations. He'd only be slightly better than brats with little experience in spontaneous street battles. The Baskerville's three brothers were honestly overwhelming, but in a known fight he was confident he wouldn't lose. Grenouille, that sneaky little bastard with his poison, wasn't even a contender, and the presence of Sinclair and Bianca only served to fuel Balason's fierce resolve. I'm definitely not jealous of coeducational schools, never. Now this hostility doesn't involve any personal feelings of jealousy or envy of all boys' schools. At least that's what Balason could say with confidence. Everyone's eyes shifted elsewhere. The eyes of the students at Colossio Academy bounced from one to the next as Balason demanded that the strongest man come out, but when they finally settled on one, it wasn't on Tutor, it wasn't on Sancho, it wasn't on the Baskervilles, it wasn't on Grenouille, it wasn't on Sinclair, it wasn't on Bianca. Vikir, a boy sitting off to one side eating quietly. He was completely indifferent to what was going on around him, lost in thought. I have now mastered the 7th form of Baskerville ever since I became a swordmaster. My 7th tooth has grown to rival my 6th, so I wonder if it's time for the 8th tooth. He was ruminating on how to leap beyond the current level of swordmaster. The 8th tooth grows at the threshold of death, which means I must fight to the death. Vikir had heard it all before. Crossing the line of death was something he feels relatively confident about. The smell of blood, the countless karma, and the experience gained would serve as fertilizer as he broke through the wall of 8. But Vikir's thoughts were interrupted. Vikir's thoughts were interrupted by Balason walking in front of him and opening his mouth. Hey buddy, are you the strongest first year in Colossio? Vikir paused and looked away. Then something large and thick was placed in front of him. Bang! It was Balason's forearm. Balason spoke in a low, short voice. How about an arm wrestling match? No mana. Students of a prestigious academy shouldn't be fighting in the streets. If they were to formally challenge each other to a duel, there would be a lot of hassle if there were casualties before the tournament. Therefore, the favorite forms of combat among Varangian warriors were wrestling and arm wrestling. If the space was large and there were sandpits around, they would wrestle. If the space was small and the terrain didn't allow for it, they would arm wrestle. Vikir crossed his arms and looked down. Balason's large hand was there, taunting him, inviting him to take the plunge. Why, you look like a little shit. If you're scared, you can just say you're scared. I don't despise losers. Though it does give me a new appreciation for the standard of Colossio Academy with a guy like you at the top of the class, ha ha ha. Balason continued to taunt. Then, enough of that. A voice intervened. Dolores stepped down from the second-floor staircase and looked down at the first years. Dolores, a saint of the Colosio, was revered by the warriors of Varangian. So Balason bowed respectfully. Dolores cut to the chase. I will not allow any disturbances between the schools before the tournament. So let's end this nerve war and get everyone to bed early for the tournament. Wait. Just then another voice interrupted Dolores. Jurejo Bacaraga, the top of the Varangian. He looked up at Dolores with a smirk on his face. I think it's more appropriate to look at this as a little prank between a bunch of hot-headed newcomers than an interschool feud, right? Mr. Bacaraga, I understand what you're trying to say, but seriously, how are they supposed to get along without all the fuss they say? Children grow up fighting. If they can't, they shouldn't. But my junior is on a mission to prove his strength right now, and that seems to be the case with the students of Colosio as well. At that, Dolores turned her head away. She could already see Tutor Sancho and the others sulking at having their friend insulted in front of them. She could use the authority of the student council president to order them to back off, but that would hurt their feelings a lot. Bacaraga frowned at Dolores, who let out a small sigh. Instead of that, how about we become witnesses and observe? How about arm wrestling? I think it could be a little entertainment to boost the competitive spirit before the competition. At this point, Dolores could only nod in agreement. Anything less would have killed the morale of the Colosio freshmen before the tournament. If there's any sign of trouble, I'll step in and stop it. Me too, I might even call a halt to it. First, I'm more cautious than I look. Especially when it comes to the health of my juniors. The presidents of the two schools came to an agreement. Immediately seats were cleared and a place set. Vikir and Balason sat across from each other at a stone round table. Those are some slender arms you've got there. I'll believe you if you say they're the arms of a noble. I'm not sure if I should hold them or not. I might break them. Vikir didn't argue but held out his hand with a grim expression. Soon the two men's hands were locked together. The moment their hands connected, Balason's expression changed. What the hell, it's quite. Vikir was still speechless. Then Piggy, the referee, blew his whistle hard. At the same time, Balason began to roar with terrifying force. Hueas. The sound rattled the glasses around him. The men in Varangian burst out laughing and started cheering for Balason. Oh, go freshman boy. Show us how you can strangle a bear. Just smash it. The crowd's cheers erupted. But, ha. Balason's cheers were louder than before, but nothing had changed on the board. Vikir's arm and Balason's arm are still in the same place, unmoving. Only the veins on Balason's forearm continued to flutter and twitch like a snake thrown onto a grill. Hey, why can't I move this guy's arm? Balason continued to pound his fist into the man's forearm. But Vikir was still staring straight ahead, expressionless and unmoving. Humph. Balason's eyes were now completely strained open. His gaunt face was covered in spit, snot, and sweat. Despite this, Vikir did not release his grip, so their hands remained firmly planted in the center of the arm wrestling board. Vikir was quietly looking at Balason, who was sweating profusely with a red face right in front of him. Balason gritted his teeth as he saw that despite the effort it took to free his hand, it still remained in the center. He couldn't push, he couldn't pull, his arms won't move at all. He couldn't even take his hand away because Vikir won't let go. Vikir had no intention of winning in the first place, so he kept his arm in the center and didn't move. At this point, Balason can't help but feel like he's pushing a giant mountain with his hands. Tutor and Sancho, who were watching, giggled in amusement. That's how I felt the first time I played football with Vikir. Right, that was my first experience with his power. It was beyond common sense. And then, with all the focused attention of the Varangian and Colosio students, I lost. After a long pause, Balason finally admitted defeat. The Varangian students who had been cheering him on could only stare at each other in disbelief. What the hell did Balason lose? He didn't fall. Why did he lose? It was tight. Balason, you spineless bastard, it's a tie, you can't just forfeit. You didn't pass it, but he didn't pass it either. If you had held on a little Longer you could have won. Then Balason, who was booed, clenched his teeth. They don't know anything. On the surface it looks like a draw, but it's not. Vikir had no intention of winning, so he was letting him off the hook. And it's possible to be generous in arm wrestling. How strong are you? Balason's face turned white. In arm wrestling it's much harder to keep a draw than it is to win. Only an overwhelming difference in strength will allow you to keep your arms centered depending on your opponent's strength. When Balason broke out in a cold sweat and was lost in thought. Get out of the way, I challenge you. If it's just strength, I'm better than Balason. If it's just arm wrestling, I'm stronger. Me too, I'll take the challenge. If I beat him here, I'll be certified as stronger than Balason, right? Do you accept second graders? I'm a third grader, but that's a bit much, isn't it? The other students of Varangian, angered by Balason's hollow declaration of defeat, began to crowd around and line up. Vikir graciously accepted their challenge. This reminds me of the old days. By all accounts, it was a small entertainment. The reactions of those around him to Vikir's victory over Balason were quite mixed. Oh, that's a shame, they were so close. But he had a blank expression and Balason whined a lot, so didn't he actually lose? Maybe he was just better at managing his facial expressions. I think they were about equal in strength, so neither of their hands moved. Off this center. Maybe he has lost his strength now, I should give him a try. However, some people saw this situation clearly. Tutor Sancho, Piggy, Bianca, and Sinclair, for example, knew of Vikir's power. Vikir has been very generous. That's how you win. But do you think even Vikir can beat all those people? When I think about Vikir's archery skills, I think he has really strong arms. But even then, facing that many challengers is too unreasonable. I'm worried about my brother, he has really provoked the fighting spirit of the Varangian boot camp boys. Meanwhile, with all eyes on them, Vikir was reminiscing about the past. It's like the old times. Vikir was reminiscing about his time in the military before his regression. When the Age of Destruction first started, the Humanity Alliance Army Internal Affairs Division had attracted all kinds of people. Many among them were rough mercenaries from the north, most of whom were masters in arm wrestling. Arm wrestling tournaments were a daily occurrence in the Internal Affairs Division. Vikir had seen many skinny and lightweight men took down men who were much more muscular and heavier than them. Sometimes comrades weighing less than 50 kilograms would go toe-to-toe with famous strongmen in their squad or platoon. In arm wrestling, strength is important, but technique is more important. Or more precisely, the skill of focusing strength only where it's needed. Of course, Vikir's pure strength was also very strong, and he was able to overwhelm the Varangian boot camp students without using mana. Clatter. In front of him, another muscular hulk grunted and twisted. Vikir hadn't even moved his arm, still pinned to his center. He's got a weak lower body, he'll never be able to use the full strength of his arms. Even though Vikir could turn over, he kept his arm in place and didn't move. The big man squirmed as he held onto Vikir's arm and eventually gave up. This time, just before the draw, it was the same scene as with Balason. What the hell, man, why do you keep pulling out in tense situations? The power was the same, his arm was stuck in the center. These matches keep ending in nothing. Yeah, that's what happened with Balason, but it wasn't fun. These were the initial reactions of the students from Varangian boot camp. But forfeit. Ha, he won't budge at all. What is this power? Geez, I'm forfeiting, let go of my hand.
Ito forfeit.
All eyes were fixed on Vikir as one after another strong men challenged him. Is that guy the real deal? Are you forfeiting to him on purpose? That's ridiculous. How can he hold on like that right in the center without being pushed or pulled? It doesn't make sense. Get out of the way, let me try. But when they tried their hand at it, all of them were unable to push Vikir's arm back even a millimeter and had to call it off. When the number of forfeits exceeded 30, a strange feeling began to rise. In the room, all the first years were annihilated. What kind of power is that? How is that possible at his weight class? The sophomores are out too. It's like pushing a boulder, I can't even move. Oh my God, even the third-year seniors lost. A clash of strength and power, but Vikir remained expressionless, taking them all in. A mountain they couldn't overcome no matter how hard they tried, no matter how fast they ran. That was Vikir. Vikir even tightened his grip and wouldn't let go even if they wanted to. Which is why the number of Varangians who struggled with all their might and then gave up in frustration was growing. Oh my God! Dolores' mouth was half open as she watched. It was an unbelievable sight to behold. To be able to fight on equal footing with the warriors of Varangian boot camp, without using any mana, and to be able to overpower them. As the student council president, she couldn't help but chuckle as she watched the Varangian boot camp students, who she had secretly thought of as muscle brains, get beaten one after another.
Eweum.
Dolores cleared her throat, covering her mouth, and glanced to the side. Sure enough, there stood a stern-faced Bakaraga. However, it was not humiliation that shone in Bakaraga's eyes, but curiosity. And then, the massive grizzly bear stepped forward, shooing away the tiny puppies. Hey freshman. Bakaraga stood in front of Vikir. You look like you've got a lot of energy. Do you want to have a fight with me? At his words, the mood in the room shifted drastically. Every student from the Colosio Academy and Varangian boot camp swallowed hard and turned to look at Vikir. Even Dolores, the student council president. But, Vikir's reply was short. A question mark appeared in Bakaraga's head and in the heads of all the spectators. After a few seconds of silence, Bakaraga realized the meaning of Vikir's words. You want me to get in line? He nodded. When Vikir nodded, Bakaraga stood for a moment with a dazed look on his face. Then scratched the back of his head and said, Yeah, I'll get to the back of the line. Bakaraga turned on his heel and walked to the back of the line of Varangian boot camp students who were standing in front of Vikir. Everyone watching had to swallow hard. The pinnacle of the Varangian boot camp, Bakaraga was told to stand in line. How confident does one have to be to say something like that? There were still a half-dozen Varangian boot camp students lined up in front of Vikir, but they all backed away when Bakaraga got to the back of the line. Bakaraga chuckled and sat down in front of Vikir. Our school is a bit militant, like a giant mercenary army. There was a strict hierarchy and a lot of people abused their power. People below a certain grade are almost treated like servants. But since I became student council president, we've gotten rid of the power abusers and their bad practices, but the hierarchy is still strict. So when Bakaraga stepped forward, the other students fell back in unison, like wolves following their alpha. And the trust the Varangian boot camp students had in their student council president was overwhelming. Can you imagine that person losing? He's a monster. He's already beaten the third graders as a freshman. Our president will win no matter what.
Gol Juragiu Bakiraga Gol.
Riding high on the cheers, Bakaraga smirked. Do you really think you can face me when you have taken on so many Varangian warriors before me? Do you really have that much strength left? Vikir did not answer. He merely rested his arms wordlessly on the stone table. Bakaraga was still smiling. Bakaraga's smile faded a bit as he took Vikir's hand. TSK. He could already feel Vikir's strength and weight. Sensing that Vikir's strength had gone far beyond the level of just pushing, Bakaraga gripped the table with his other hand. It was the first time since Head entered Varangian boot camp that Head been surprised by another strength. And then, poof, kukugukuk, the arm wrestling began. Ho ho ho. Cheers from all around. Everyone from Colosio Academy and Varangian boot camp cheered in unison. Bakaraga and Vikir's arms were locked together in the center of the table. Only Bakaraga is not giddy like the other Varangian boot camp students. Vikir's arms were twitching in a different way. Their arms just swayed slightly in the center of the table at first glance. It looked like they weren't exerting any pressure on each other. But in reality, between their grasping hands, great power and strength, grip and grip were fiercely clashing and mixing together. A trickle of cold sweat ran down Bakaraga's cheeks. This bastard, he's strong. And Vikir was still glaring at Bakaraga. At least it's not at the student level. Vikir had a high opinion of Bakaraga too. In terms of pure strength, Bakaraga's side was superior. But Vikir had technique. The angle of his arms and shoulders forced his opponent to use his arm Strength and not his shoulder strength, the shape of his grip maximized the strength of his forearms and the strategic placement of his fingers maximized the weight transfer through his triceps and shoulders. Furthermore, the protection of the Styx River and the karma he had accumulated from slaying countless demons had made Vikir's muscles even harder and sturdier. Vikir's delicate wrists hold up without even flinching despite Bakaraga's enormous strength and weight. Seeing this, Bakaraga smirked in admiration. You seem like a veteran who has seen it all, calm and perceptive like my father. Who are you really? But the smile vanished from Bakaraga's face at Vikir's next words. Tick. Vikir unbuttoned his collar. He showed off the choker around his neck and spoke in a low voice. Hunting grounds. Bakaraga's eyes widened to the point of tears at Vikir's words. At that moment, boom, the table where Vikir and Bakaraga's elbows touched cracked with a loud crack. The heavy table that was made of thick stone was not a match for their strength and shattered into pieces. Looking at the shattered stone table, the innkeeper muttered to himself, "My God, this table was carved out of the rock that was originally on this spot when the inn was built. A rock that had been there since the beginning of time, and it had been smashed to pieces by two boys." No one could speak in front of this amazing sight. Then, ha 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 ha, a cool laugh burst out. It was Bakaraga. He was covered in stone dust and was looking this way, loosening his stiff grip. His gaze was fixed on Vikir's neck. Then his mouth opened. Words that were too fast to understand, words that were not even a language in the first place. But Vikir understood it. You are the pride of depth, do not forget your roots. It was Balak's language. Vikir remembered the information Sinclair had told him about Bakaraga. Did you say his grandparents were from the depth? The choker Ian had filled Vikir with was a mark of the hunting grounds. Something only the best hunters in the tribe could have. Vikir remembered Jirejo Bakaraga, one of the great heroes of the human alliance before his regression. He said that he had been discriminated against since the first grade because of his barbarian blood. Did he feel a sense of kinship with me? It made sense why Bakaraga had fought with the fourth graders in freshman year. And then Bakaraga patted Vikir on the shoulder with a smirk on his face. That was a lot of strength, rookie. It's getting late, so we'll have to save our best power for tomorrow's tournament, ha ha ha. He leaned his head toward Vikir and spoke in a low whisper. I can't even ask for a rematch with your girlfriend over there glaring at me with her angry eyes. At that, Vikir turned his head with a puzzled expression. There Dolores stood glaring at Bakaraga. What on earth did you see that made you furious? Locking eyes with Dolores, Vikir shook his head. While Dolores was still trying to figure out what they were talking about, Bakaraga turned around with a smile on his face. That was a good fight, Colassio. This first year's strength contest was our defeat, but we will not lose easily in tomorrow's tournament, for strength is not the only thing that makes a warrior. Bakaraga called out as he walked towards his quarters, the Varangian boot camp. Students following him like a pack of wolves following their alpha. Tutor Sancho Piggy and the others stood in awe at the scene. Wow, so this is a battle between men. There's something about Bakaraga too, he's a fine man. This is exciting, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's match. And Bianca spoke up, a little distant from all the enthusiasm. They're all gone. The students from the Colassio Academy turned their heads in surprise. The food on the buffet tables had all but disappeared. The day of the University League has arrived. Participants from Colassio Academy, Varangian Boot Camp, and Themyscira Academies knocked on the Magic Tower school gate. The main gate of the tower opened by itself as soon as they knocked. It was like a creature opening its mouth. Wah! Once inside, the students couldn't help but gasp. From the outside, the tower looked like a tall, narrow structure, but when they stepped inside, it was truly a spectacular view. There were countless floors, all furnished with vast forests, lakes, oceans, deserts, lava fields, canyons, and snowy mountains. In the skies, countless stars gathered to form constellations which together form the Milky Way. The serene sound of a waterfall echoed through the majestic walls. Water dews formed melodious tunes as they fell on mushrooms scattered around the ground, and glowing fireflies flew into the air. As the students climbed the stairs, trickling streams of water ran coolly between their toes. The water slowly rose to their knees, waists, shoulders, then the top of their heads, swallowing up all the space. The students who at first panicked, wondering if they were going to drown, gradually regained their composure and began to enjoy the phenomenon. The magic water is also one of the artifacts awarded for winning the competition. They could drink this mysterious water and dip their hands and feet in it. However, even if they were completely submerged in the water, they wouldn't get wet and they would still be able to breathe. Wow, look, none of my clothes are wet, they're still fluffy and dry. I can breathe and I can hear you clearly, it's amazing. And yet it sure feels like I'm underwater. The students swam upward in this mysterious space through forests and mountains, deserts and volcanoes, oceans and deserts, canyons and the Milky Way. And the higher they go, the more new spaces, unusual terrains and mysterious natural phenomena are revealed to them. This was the essence of magic, which distorted the laws of space, fusing different terrains together. Before the survival competition, there was a meeting for the representatives of each school to gather and discuss. First and foremost, the map on which the competition would take place was chosen. Lava Field, Inferno, Hell, Volcano, Charpiro, Crater, Desert, Uni, Jungle, Red and Black Mountains, Snow Mountain, Fort Tochka, Sea, Harsh Sea, Abandoned Mine, Forgotten Land. Various terrains were presented as competition locations. The representatives of each school had their own favorite terrain. Bakaraga, a representative of Varangian, wanted a snowy mountain covered with snow and ice. Northerners are used to the cold, to us ice is our food and snow is our quilt. Lovegood, representing Themyscira, wanted an ocean. Southerners are used to the sea, there's no second choice. Hohenheim, representing the Magic Tower, wanted a lava field. Because my specialty is fire and lava magic, hoo hoo hoo. And then it was Dolores' turn, representing Colosio. Dolores was lost in thought. She was thinking about what happened yesterday at the inn. About Vikir. It's weird, no matter how much I think about it. How could he be so strong? Is there something special about him? But there was such a huge weight difference. Dolores had experienced 3 university leagues so far in her school years. And this was the first time she witnessed another man compete in strength with Bakaraga. And it was just his first year at Colosio. His grades on the midterms, his knowledge that rivals Professor Banshee's, and his suspension record. Suddenly a thought flashed through Dolores' mind. Could he be the Imperial family member who's been hiding their identity at the academy? What if this rumor, which everyone dismissed as just a hoax, was true? It would make some sense. But there's no evidence of that, and I doubt there will be. Dolores was lost in thought as she recalled Vikir's face. Hey Saint. Bakaraga called out to Dolores from beside her. What are you thinking about so much? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking about yesterday's arm wrestling match. Dolores straightened her posture and Bakaraga smirked. Why did you like the fact that your boyfriend was unexpectedly so strong? Well, I thought you were single for 3 years in school, so I thought you weren't interested in guys. Turns out you're really picky about guys, so yeah. He's probably a pretty good pass. What? No, that's not what. What a secret love affair, ha ha ha, I didn't realize that campus couples do. That heh heh, good times. Bakaraga chuckled and turned away. Dolores momentarily realized what he meant and was about to correct the misunderstanding. She couldn't because the spinning wheel of map selection had begun to spin. And then, poof, the spinner stopped. The arrow in the center pointed to the map where today's competition would take place. And then, Bakaraga from Varangian Boot Camp, Hohenheim from Magic Tower, Lovegood from Themyscira, and Dolores from Colosio Academy. All 4 student representatives frowned in unison. Jungle, Red and Black Mountain. The map that was equally the worst choice for everyone was chosen as the map for today's competition. Meanwhile, the competition staff from each school gathered in one place. North of the round table there sat a muscular man with a bushy beard and a helmet decorated with water buffalo horns. To the south there was a woman with a bow and sword strapped to her back and waist respectively, sitting with her legs crossed elegantly. To the east sat an impossibly large man with graying hair, white eyebrows, and a long flowing white beard. They were respectively Vasilius, the deputy director of the Varangian Boot Camp, Hippolyte, the principal of Themyscira Academy, and Whitebeard, Whale, the master of the Magic Tower. And on the west side of the round table a middle-aged man with long black hair, a stern expression, and a pair of deep eyes sat silently. He was Professor Banshee, the vice principal of the Colosio Academy. The master of the Magic Tower, the Whitebeard Whale, spoke up. It is an honor to hold this year's tournament in our Magic Tower. I express my gratitude to the people involved who have journeyed far here. He looked back and forth between the representatives from Varangian Boot Camp and Colosio Academy. By the way, for some reason only the deputy director and vice principal came. Are the director and principal unavailable? The question was, why did the second in command come and not the head? At this, deputy director Vasilius became agitated. The director is still recovering from the unfortunate incident that happened last time. Oh no, was it because of that Miss Ouroboros villain? Master Whitebeard stretched out his fingers and snapped it in the air. A newspaper clipping popped up in front of him. Breaking news: the night hound whose evil deeds know no bounds. This article has been corrected. The worst villain of all time, night hound Miss Ouroboros, showed her fangs again. Last night a group of students from the Varangian Boot Camp on a school trip to the imperial capital were attacked by the night hound Miss Ouroboros and caused great damage. There were 0 minor injuries and 0 serious injuries. Among them was the director of the Varangians Boot Camp. Meanwhile, no fingerprints were found on the only piece of evidence left at the scene, a broken vodka bottle. It was a newspaper published by Ryukian, the newspaper department of the Colosio Academy. According to the article, Varangian Boot Camp had been attacked by a mysterious assailant once before, and the aftermath of the attack still lingered. Later investigations revealed that it was not the night hound but Miss Ouroboros who had attacked Varangian Boot Camp, and that the attack was the work of a grudge fight. In this fight, the director of Varangian's Boot Camp was gravely wounded, which is why Deputy Director Vasilius is here today as acting director. Meanwhile, the reason why the principal of this school could not come is because Professor Banshee was just about to open his mouth to say something. Bam! The spinning wheel spins and the map is finalized. This is the terrain where 400 students from 4 schools will compete for survival today. The conversation naturally shifted when all the headmasters saw that the map had been chosen for the competition. They swallowed hard. So this is the map that everyone is most afraid of. That's right, in places like volcanic areas and snowy mountains, food and water are hard to come by, but once you get them you can preserve them by drying them in the wind or burying them in the ground. But in the jungle it's hot and humid, so everything rots quickly. Many things are also contaminated or poisonous, so food and water are hard to come by. Next, a large mirror floated above the round table reflecting the faces of 400 students. The mirror was the legendary Extra Eyes, a magical tool that can see the status of anyone from 1,000 miles away, and was once awarded to the tower master Whitebeard Whale for winning the University League. Everyone was in awe of Whitebeard's artifact. Wow, the Extra Eyes is always so magical. I can see all the students from here. I can see what 400 people are doing right in front of me. 400 students were dropped in the jungle, despite the fact that they were separated by a wide distance from each other. It wasn't long after the competition started that they were dropped one after another. Ugh, my stomach hurts so much. Wasn't I supposed to eat that fruit earlier? Yuck, yuck, yuck. I drank some stagnant water from the trough earlier and it made me vomit. Ouch, ouch, I've been bitten by something. My eye is tingling. The competition's map, the red and black mountains of jungle, was a harsh place in itself. Poisonous mushrooms and fruits, contaminated water, insects armed with venomous bites, sweltering air and heavy humidity, vines and leaves that cut, sting, and the sheer density of it all was enough to keep them going for hours on end. Sweat poured down their faces even when they stood still. Simply holding on to the barrels of poisonous insects was a struggle. Add to that the rapid dehydration, fatigue and hunger, and if you eat something you're immediately poisoned or get food poisoning. HP was melting like butter on a hot frying pan. The HP stored in the specially designed suit increases and decreases with the wearer's physical fitness and stress levels. This means that the students must do their best to keep the HP in their suits from reaching zero in order to survive. If it does, they will be forcibly teleported back to the waiting room. Meanwhile, Grenouille de Leviathans, the vice head of the Colossio Academy's hot class, and a member of the aristocratic faction, was now sweating profusely and breathing heavily. The reading on his HP suit read 74. Even though Grenouille hadn't fought anyone since falling into this forest, 26 of his HP had already evaporated. This is insane. This jungle is hell. Are jungles like this really real? But no matter how much he complained, nothing changed. Grenouille stared at the rainwater pooling in the hollows of the trees. At first glance it looked like drinkable water, but when Grenouille put his nose to it, he smelled a foul odor. Straining his eyes, he saw tiny thread worms squirming and floating beneath the surface. Grenouille stepped back, suppressing nausea. If I drink something like that for thirst, my stomach would immediately give a signal, and I will lose a ton of water through diarrhea. If I do that, I'll have 0 HP and I'll be eliminated before I can do anything. Grenouille turned away wearily. He looks down at his waist and sees the fish he caught earlier. As soon as I caught it, I scooped it up and dried it myself, but the humidity was so high that it didn't dry quickly. I put my nose and smelled it, and it smelled like it was already spoiled. Ugh, I can't drink water and my food is spoiled. What can I do? Grenouille thought he could see why his seniors considered the jungle of the Red and Black Mountains to be the worst of the maps. The real wilderness was terrifying enough to make Grenouille the heir to the Leviathan shudder. Every poisonous mushroom or poisonous plant in the book looked a little different in real life. They can be larger or smaller than they appear in the book, dusty, torn, upside down, dried in the dark or in the light. And there are tons of variant subspecies and new species that aren't even listed in the book. Yeah, if this body, which has mastered all sorts of poisons, can't do this, I wonder what other lesser things it can do. Grenouille wiped the sweat from his brow and turned his head to see how his teammates were struggling. But, oh, this is delicious. 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 Over a roaring campfire, the highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow are huddled over a bowl of white fish fillets, cooked in boiling water on the trunk of a halved coconut. And in the center of it all, a schoolboy sits with an expressionless face. Vakir. He was so nonchalantly, as if he were in his own home, adjusting himself to the Red and Black Mountain. It's been a while. Vakir was feeling at home after all these years. The jungle of the Red and Black Mountains were familiar to him both as a Balak hunting ground and as a Baskerville hound. The blade of a leaf cutting into flesh, the sting of an insect that made the bite swell, the heat and humidity that clenched his throat, all were familiar and nostalgic. With a familiar gesture, Vakir found a flint and built a fire, soon warming the surroundings with a glow and not much smoke. The sticky humidity was removed with spicy ash, and meals were made by roasting fish from the nearby river, mushrooms and berries from the trees. Water was purified with charcoal dust and baked earth, then boiled over an open fire for drinking. The high, mid, and low brothers also reported to Vakir and sought his approval before making their move. Hey Vakir, can we drink this water? No. Can you tell us why it looks clear to me? When I went upstream earlier, there were dead elk lying around. I see, so even though the water looks clear, it's full of microorganisms. What about these berries? Are they edible? You can eat them if you steam them to evaporate the poison. If you just eat, you'll go blind. The group centered around Vakir. Grenouille was amazed that those Baskerville triplets were following Vakir's instructions so obediently. That one, he's a little more than I thought. Grenouille's gaze drifted to the fish stew Vakir was stirring. The reddish broth was boiling hot, with all sorts of vegetables and white fish floating around. I can't help but salivate under my chin as I stare at the spicy-looking soup. Oh no, I can't beg a commoner for food. Grenouille fiddled with the spoiled fish wrappers in his pocket. The thought of relying on a commoner now hurt his pride in being a member of the 7 great families. In the end, though, there was no business before hunger. Hey! At Vikir's call, Granui turned his head, his eyes wide open. A bowl of hot and spicy soup in a coconut bowl was held out in front of Granui. Eat as you want, I don't know what you're doing. Granui felt tears well up in his eyes as he listened to Vikir's words. This commoner bastard, maybe he's a little nicer than I thought. And then Granui brought the spicy soup to his lips. His eyes widened to tears. Delicious. Granui felt a shiver run down his spine at the shock of the tongue melting flavor. Anything tastes better when you're camped outdoors. Was it because I was so dehydrated and hungry? Vikir's spicy soup tasted better than anything I'd ever had from a top chef in the Leviathan family's mansion. I must ask him if he'd like to work in my kitchen someday. Granui gulped down the entire bowl of spicy soup on the spot. Vikir stared at it, then threw some more mushrooms, fish, and dried worms into the pot and let it simmer for a while longer. Granui stared at it, drooling, as if having forgotten what he had just eaten, and then spoke shyly. There. Eat more, there's plenty. Coo, come hm, thank you. Granui coughed a few more times, avoiding eye contact, then tilted the coconut bowl to scoop up the broth. Granui gulped down another 15 bowls before letting out a long burp as if to say thank you. His HP, which had dropped to 41, was now 92 full. Granui patted his bulging belly. Even with all the food he'd eaten, there was still a lot of spicy soup left in the big coconut. Granui scratched his head and turned to Vikir. Hey, commoner Vikir. When Vikir turned his head, Granui cautiously asked Vikir what he wanted to know. What is this fishy red stew? Why did you make so much of it? From the looks of it, you didn't even eat much. Suddenly highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow turned to look at Vikir. They didn't say anything, but they must have been wondering. Vikir was silent for a moment and closed his eyes. Then, stirring the coconut pot slowly with a broad leaf, he answered. Fishing. Everyone's heads tilted, including Granui. Vikir making spicy soup with the fish he caught, and he's going fishing again. Vikir, in an unusual act of kindness, offers an explanation. I'm waiting for the prey to bite the bait. Even now, the leaf that Vikir is slowly stirring has become a fan spreading the spicy and savory smell of hot stew. It was slowly spreading across the jungle, accompanied by the faint glow from the residual fire. And then, rustle. The prey, drawn to the warmth and delicious smell, had been trapped. The sound of their approach to the bait grew louder and louder. Thwack. Highbrow, midbrow, and lowbrow half-sheathed their swords at their hips. Even Granui, who has removed his grimoire and staff, has a tense expression on his face. Only Vikir remains calm, hiding behind a clump of bushes and watching the bonfire. And then, crisp, a figure emerges from the bushes, drawn by the smell. He looks exhausted and troubled, his tattered clothes covered in leaves and ashes. The faces of highbrow, midbrow, lowbrow, and Granui turned in horror as they recognized the visitor. And then, Vikir was just as surprised. The voice from beyond the bushes was tired but still clear as day. Whoa, what's that smell? It was dolorous. The sun sets quickly in the jungle. The day was slowly turning dark and the hot air was cooling down. Whoa, what's that smell? Dolores emerged from the bushes, exhausted. Her clothes were riddled with tears and stained with twigs, leaves, and dirt. She had only 38 HP left. Then, what? Dolores recognized the smell and the light that had been luring her. A roaring fire covered in ashes and emitting only warmth, and a red stew bubbling over it made her mouth water. Hey, why is this here? In her head she knew it was strange, but her feet uncontrollably lead her to the source of smell. The smell of the stew was too strong to ignore. There are signs of human occupancy, there's no sign of anyone lurking around. So it's not like they're preparing for an ambush, so someone made it to eat and then left. Someone prepared the food for a meal, but then had to leave for something urgent or just abandoned the area. That's all she could think of. Normally Dolores wouldn't have touched anything that belonged to anyone else. But I just have to stay alive, that's the rule of survival. If that's the case, I might be excused. Dolores slowly reached for the stew. Then, pass a sec. Someone stood up from the grass some distance away. Wait, it was Vikir. Far enough away for a surprise but close enough for Vikir, whose primary skill is the bow. Dolores, however, was prepared for the archer's surprise. Was there an ambush again? She quickly drew back, preparing her divine shield. Vikir raised his bow and pointed it in her direction. Vikir and Dolores faced each other. Even if they were from the same school, the rules of the tournament made them enemies. However, it would be inefficient for them to fight each other when the tournament was only halfway through. So Dolores didn't make a move. The boy and girl, neither perfect allies nor perfect enemies, stared at each other in a strange silence. And it was Dolores, or more accurately her stomach, that broke the silence. Gurgle. Dolores' stomach, which hasn't eaten in days, screams. Dolores' face immediately turned bright red. Why did she feel so embarrassed when she got caught feeling hungry? Especially when the one who caught her was a guy. But the impassive Vikir didn't care if Dolores' stomach was singing opera or heavy metal. The thirsty person digs a well. Eventually Dolores, in a sorry state, raised her hand. I think we should join hands for a while since we're from the same school. It's still a long way from the end of the competition. Do as you please. Dolores' brow furrowed once at Vikir's lukewarm words as he drew back his bow. With that, the atmosphere settled into a lull. But there was more to Dolores than simply avoiding a fight. Hey, do you have any of that stew left, and if so, could you share some with me? She said with difficulty. It was a pity that Dolores of all people had to beg for leftovers. Dolores spoke quickly. Of course, I'm not asking for free. I can heal and buff you. In such a harsh environment, the presence of a healer would be essential. So Vikir replied coldly. I don't need one. Okay, win-win, what? Hearing Vikir's answer, Dolores doubted her ears. As it turns out, common sense doesn't work for Vikir. Hadn't he burned more than half of the knoll hides at the last bazaar because he found the alliance of aristocrats and nobles to be a nuisance? Dolores looked at Vikir with a blank expression. Then she realized why he didn't need heals or buffs. 100 HP. Vikir was in perfect condition, no fatigue, no damage. In this jungle inferno. How the hell is this possible? Dolores' mind was spinning again. Hey, look, common Vikir. Grenouille poked his head out of the bushes beside Vikir. He gave Vikir a puzzled look. Have you forgotten who she is? She's a saint from Quo Vadis. And she's the student council president of the academy. As if that wasn't enough, what? Leaving all that aside, how can you refuse to help such a beautiful lady when she asks for help? Grenouille's words were ones that any normal person could relate to. But Vikir was not an ordinary person. Vikir twitched his ears once as if he was annoyed, and 3 strong hands shot out from behind Grenouille to cover his mouth. Hey bestie, let's have some bonding time together. Let's go. Let's go. Highbrow, midbrow, lowbrow. Vikir's trident dragged Grenouille, who couldn't even let out a squeak, and disappeared into the bushes. The silent confrontation between Vikir and Dolores began again. Then, Dolores sighed lightly and raised her hands. I am not a saint of Quo Vadis, nor am I the student council president of the academy. I'm just a hungry lamb. It was a declaration of surrender. Dolores remembered the words she had once heard. Who are you, and why have you come to me at this late hour? I'm just a lost lamb. The first conversation with the night hound. Deeply impressed with the night hound's answer, Dolores had borrowed his words. Here. And Vikir understood. Vikir showed his approval by lowering his bow and stepping aside, and Dolores sat down at the campfire to eat the stew. Thank you. The stew that Vikir had prepared with his own hands had a pleasant smell. Dolores' nose twitched. The oddly meaty smell of the stew must have come from the small garnish of mushrooms that Vikir had added as he handed her the bowl. Gulp. Dolores took a sip of the stew, and her face lit up with surprise and delight. Delicious. How could something taste so amazing in such a harsh environment? It was the most delicious food she had ever eaten in her life. Maybe it was the difference between a sweet fish and a snail fish, but that's what it tasted like right now. Dolores frantically emptied her bowl, oblivious to the red marks at the corners of her mouth. A whopping 13 times. All this time Vikir had been sitting next to Dolores without saying a word. Finally, when Dolores was somewhat full, she turned to Vikir and said with a shrug, "I'm afraid I'm in this condition because I was attacked by Hohenheim of the Magic Tower right at the beginning of the tournament." Hohenheim's nickname Smartass with high nose was indeed a fitting one. Dolores' comrades rallied around her and fought to the end. The death of a healer in a party would truly be catastrophic. And as a result, Dolores lost all of her team members and survived alone. Hohenheim, an excellent flame mage, was able to slaughter several groups on his own. Dolores fought back by healing and buffing her allies around her, but she was ultimately defeated in a guerrilla war against Hohenheim, who was able to move in and out quickly on his own. 4 of my team members were eliminated because we were just chasing Hohenheim around and getting picked off one by one. It was a one-man show. They hadn't asked, but it was valuable information nonetheless. Grenouille and the Baskerville triplets' eyes lit up as they listened carefully to Dolores. It was not every day that they happened to meet a third-year ace in the middle of a tournament and getting her advice, so it was not surprising. But, is that so? Vikir only nodded, his expression still blank, not showing any hint of his feelings. The blank stare left Dolores speechless. She began to observe Vikir carefully. Why is he so nonchalant in the midst of this terrible jungle? How does he know how to cook this, and where does he get the ingredients? Vikir looks as comfortable as if he were in his own backyard and kitchen. It was as if he was at home among the red and black mountains. Of course, Dolores didn't know that Vikir had been going in and out of the red and black mountains for the past several decades, and that he lived there as his home for 2 years, or the fact that he had stored fresh ingredients in his ring with a space magic comparable to the subspace magic of the magic tower. There was no way to know that ingredients and spices were being used. Little by little. Meanwhile, fadak. Vikir continued to simmer the fish stew from earlier, fanning it with a broad leaf over the top. The warmth and smell wafted across the jungle on the breeze. On a dark night like this, the lights and smells would be even more intense. Dolores scratched her head and asked, "But who are you going to lure with the smell of this food? What if it's a very strong one like Hohenheim of Magic Tower, or Bacaraga of Varangian, or Lovegood of Themyscira?" Baiting prey with food was a good idea, but if the prey was too strong, the hunter could become the prey. Dolores was inwardly worried that Hohenheim or Bacaraga would come. "Well then," with a plop, Vikir replied, tossing an unseen mushroom into the coconut pot, "I don't care who comes." And then, as if waiting for those words, boom! The grass in the front area was engulfed in huge flames and burned down. Zap 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 zap. There was a louse walking out into the middle of the space where everything had been reduced to ash. What is this smell? A highly acclaimed genius produced by the Magic Tower. The strongest contender at this point. The top predator who had just single-handedly wiped out over 50 enemies. A smartass with a high nose. That was Hohenheim. Vasilius, vice director of Varangian, Hippolyte, principal of Themyscira Blue. Whale master of the Magic Tower, and Banshee, vice principal of Colassio. They were keeping an eye on the current situation of the tournament through a large artifact called the Extra Eyes. Colassio 23. Magic Tower 35. Varangian 45. Themyscira 46. Deputy Director Vasilius and Principal Hippolyte stroked their chins. "Looks like Mr. Hohenheim has found another prey. I guess it wasn't enough that he eliminated a bunch of students from the Colassio just a moment ago. Ho ho ho, be brave too. Just a moment ago the genius Hohenheim had unleashed an enormous amount of magic power, causing a sea of fire to erupt around him, killing about 30 Colassio students. Most of those who had already been defeated or were almost defeated were third-year aces, and even Dolores, Colassio's favorite to win, was included. Among them, the shock of the Colassio students was even greater because the student council president almost suffered elimination from the beginning of the competition. Afterwards, Hohenheim moved through the jungle as if there was nothing to worry about. Another 24 or so students from Varangian and Themyscira were swept away by his tsunami of fire. All of them were third-year aces who had the strength and experience to win. Hohenheim of 1,000 Buddhas, I think the nickname that has spread throughout the world is truly accurate. He was on a wild ride as if he was going to eliminate all the aces from the start. Watching him in the mirror, the tower's master, the white-bearded whale, smiled wryly. He, our smartass with high nose, is finally showing his true colors. Oh dear, here we go again with the Colossio students. What else do you run into when you're having dinner? I'm seeing Miss Dolores again, the woman who barely escaped with her life earlier. I guess the Colossio isn't having any of this, he. The master Whitebeard was unexpectedly talkative for such a huge beast. However, Professor Banshee Colossio's vice principal did not respond to his words. A look of mild displeasure, but one that didn't seem to bother him. But his gaze never left the mirror. In the mirror where Vikir and Dolores were holding hands. Crackle. The curtain of fire is torn. The mud dried and crumbled into sand, and the sand melted into bubbling lava. Splat, 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 splat. Hohenheim walked over it. Hoo-hoo, wormy Colossio bastards. His face is a 180-degree change from when he was leading the welcoming procession. Perhaps this is his true color. It's time to turn the university rankings upside down. The best university in this empire is the Magic Tower, and I will be its greatest genius. Hohenheim has always resented the fact that Magic Tower is second only to Colossio in the university hierarchy. And now, with all of his annoying seniors gone, he planned to take matters into his own hands and make his university the best it could be. Hohenheim's eyes narrowed. Bubbling, bubbling, bubbling. A large pot of coconut boiling in front of him and the red stew within. It gave off a delicious smell that caught the attention of Hohenheim, a picky eater. He may be a genius, but he's not comfortable with the harsh conditions of the Red and Black Mountains. Hohenheim was hungry and thirsty too. Is this a trap? Hohenheim looked around. There were deep prints in the dry straw around him, as if someone had stayed nearby earlier. Judging by their carefully constructed huts, pits, and bonfires, they had planned to stay here for a long time. Foo-foo, and then I came along and you abandoned everything and fled in a hurry. There's no sign of the ambushers around. All they could see was a hasty evacuation. What's more, in their haste, they dropped the grade markers on their suits. It marked them as first-year students. Hohenheim let his guard down. If he was a first year, he wasn't worth fighting. He'd probably run away with his ass anyway, let alone ambush him. So he was going to eat the stew in front of him. Still, he'll have to be prepared for archer fire just in case. In a jungle like this, archers are the most annoying opponents. With that in mind, Hohenheim took a step forward. Just then, quack, the thick log on the other side shattered and fell down. Ha 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 ha, I came here because I smelled something delicious, and this is what happened. Hohenheim frowned at the familiar voice that rang out. Long spiky wild hair and a build like a giant beast. It was Jirejo Bakaraga, the student council president of the Varangian boot camp. Hohenheim quietly stretched out his hands forward. Kerr. The mud around him began to boil and emit steam, huffing and puffing. With a crimson glow, the mud around them turned to lava. However, Bakaraga smirked and stepped forward with one foot. Quack. The ground flipped over and the lava rose upside down. The mud underneath was still intact, and Bakaraga ran over it, swinging the great sword on his back forward. A pale aura of blue light emanated from him, thick as water vapor. Hohenheim's eyes widened at the sight. Sword expert supreme, or is it graduator? Ha ha ha, you just became a fourth-class mage, how can I leave you behind? Even the elites of Magic Tower usually don't reach class 4 until they are in their 30s. Similarly, the elite of Varangian don't step onto the threshold of the graduator until their 30s. Here, however, geniuses outside of these two standards were fiercely battling it out right now, with accomplishments years ahead of the average genius. Dragon and tiger throw the universe. It was a clash of the next generation of geniuses who would represent sword and magic. Boom, boom, boom. Bakaraga's greatsword sliced through the rocks and trees in front of him. Hohenheim stepped back hastily, dodging the falling debris at diagonal angles. "Give the mage time and he will give you a headache." Bakaraga charged, swinging his greatsword like a feather. Even if it was low-level graduator, its power was absolute. The aura spun at high speed along the edges of the sword, cutting through everything it touched. Even Hohenheim would lose all his HP in an instant if hit by it. Damn it, shields! Several translucent shields appeared in front of Hohenheim's eyes. But crack, 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 crack. The shields scraped and shattered with a loud crack. Through the shards, Bakaraga's aura pushed in like the teeth and nails of a monster. "It's over, Hohenheim." Bakaraga's voice echoes out, terrifying. Pow thud. Hohenheim had to roll around on the ground to avoid a slash that cut off a chunk of his hair. But Hohenheim is not so easily pushed aside. Swoosh. He rolled on the ground and stretched out his palms, burying them in the mud. Bubbling, bubbling, bubbling. The mud, heated by his mana, began to bubble and boil. Soon a thick vapor shrouded Hohenheim's body. At the same time, the mud dried out, baked, and began to crack. Flames leapt from the cracks. The odds were increasingly stacked against the Bakaraga. Bakaraga couldn't see well enough through the blinding dust, smoke, and steam. In the midst of it all, grumble, puff, pop, pop. Fireballs shot out from beyond the barrier of fire, and what's more, lava, created by melting mud, creates a whirlpool on the ground. All around is a dense forest. The humid, muggy atmosphere was being dried out by the firestorm. As the hot, pungent smoke spread in all directions, the humidity gave way to dryness. And then, pop, fujijijijic, grumble. Even the trees, which had been merely blackened when exposed to fire because they contained a lot of moisture, began to catch fire. Hohenheim's flame magic was so terrifying that it had enough firepower to force a forest fire in a humid and hot jungle. As the jungle atmosphere changed drastically, an abnormal climate was created. The locally heated atmosphere combined with the surrounding moist air to form a giant vortex, and Hohenheim's fiery flames streaked fiercely through the current. Colossio Varangian Magic Tower Themyscira. All students from all schools spread out across the jungle could feel Hohenheim's absolute power as soon as they saw the presence of that huge pillar of fire. Then a huge firestorm erupted and engulfed Bakaraga. Bakaraga let out a long stream of aura from his sword, cutting off all the wind-driven flames, but there was nothing he could do about it as the oxygen in the air disappeared and soot took its place. Thud. In the end, Bakaraga was forced to fall to one knee. And in front of him, Hohenheim stepped forward with an air of uncertainty. No matter how hard a genius tries, he cannot beat a genius. That's why a genius is called a genius. At the same time, bam! Hohenheim crushed Bakaraga's neck and struck the staff in his hand. That's the end of Varangian, though he was quite good for a lowly barbarian. Hohenheim looked down at his feet with a sickening smile. Then he turned his attention to the Bakaraga at his feet. There he seized the pot still sitting on the campfire. Hohenheim reached out and scooped the distant pot into the palm of his hand. What a pity, the food looks pretty delicious. What should I do if I can't eat? Kill it quickly, don't think this is the end. Bakaraga frowned and spoke as if chewing and spitting out. But Hohenheim laughed sardonically as if he had no intention of doing so. Come on, this is our last competition of the school year, let's make it count. Hohenheim wanted to show as much composure as a winner could show. That was the performance of leisurely eating stew after the battle. Soon the red broth was in Hohenheim's mouth. A leisurely smile spread across his face. This is really delicious. But Hohenheim's leisure didn't last long. Gulp. As soon as the spicy soup went down my throat and reached my stomach, I felt a strange signal in my stomach. Aurelius Hohenheim, who is he? When it comes to the study of magic, it is not inferior to the Morg family. Known as the head of the magic family, when it comes to astrology, it is not inferior to the emperor of the empire, and when it comes to alchemy, Aurelius, who prides himself on being the best in the empire, is not inferior to the empire's emperor. He is the eldest son of Aurelius' family. He has attended all of MGIC Tower's prestigious higher education programs with distinction and is now the student council president of his junior year with an early graduation on the horizon and a solid path to graduate school and then to a professorship at Magic Tower. In addition to the title of the youngest professor, there is even talk that he will become the next Tower Master of Magic Tower. Such an unattainable ultra-elite genius began to moan so miserably and desperately that no one could open their ears and listen. He didn't say it was a blowjob. Soon the moans that made one break out in a cold sweat just listening to it were followed by screams. Pisisig plop pusis pow. This time it didn't come from his mouth. Kerkerer. Hohenheim clutched his stomach and began to stumble backwards. His whole body twisted, his body began to curl like a shrimp thrown onto a hot plate of salt. A damp cold sensation already drenched in sweat. The internal organs in my stomach were fluttering and running wild so that I couldn't control them even with magic. I need to use cure magic. However, cure magic is a high circle magic that cannot be cast in such a chaotic situation. Besides, he had been fighting too many battles with Bakaraga, so it was hard to manage his mana properly. Poison, poison. Hohenheim turned his head in disbelief. A red stew was dripping from the coconut shell on the floor. Boo, I've checked the ingredients and there's nothing poisonous in there. But why? Suddenly something flashed through his mind. A combination. His genius brain quickly realized the situation. It exists sometimes. Things that are harmless to humans when eaten separately but turn deadly when mixed. For example, honey and black tea or eel and peach. Other food combinations that are bad for the body and usually induce excretion include beer and peanuts, crab and red yeast, spinach and tofu, carrots and cucumbers, cheese and beans and nori and salt. Hohenheim desperately scanned the contents of the red stew. In general, it was all okay, but why were these things included? There were also things I wanted to do. Soon enough, Hohenheim singled out two ingredients that were extremely suspicious. Chaka chaka catfish, a man-eating fish native to the Red and Black Mountains, and the bark of a sabak tree. One by one they are harmless enough, but together they cause a violent stomach ache. Who the hell knows how to mix these things? What kind of son of a bitch? Hohenheim's bloodshot eyes dart around the area, and then his eyes catch sight of a familiar face. There was a guy making a stupid expression beyond the bushes. It's just a kid from another school, a first grader who doesn't look like much, but Hohenheim's genius memory recognizes him. Grenouille des Leviathans, the heir to a family of extreme poisoners. Although he is quite talented in his own way, he is still young and is a childish person who just wanders around laughing here and there. Yuck. Hohenheim is convinced that it must be Grenouille who's been messing with the stew. Who else could have created such a poisonous stew? Grenouille, meanwhile, is in a daze. Why are you looking at me like you're gonna kill me? What did I do? Then, tuck. A hand gripped Grenouille's shoulder. It was Vakir. Congratulations, boss, thanks to your poison I'm catching magic towers. Third-year ace. Hummy, my poison. Yes, you and your poison. Grenouille can only shake his head, not quite understanding. Unaware that behind him Hohenheim's gaze is growing ever more ferocious. Whatever. Thud. Hohenheim falls to the ground in an odd position, clutching his stomach. Plop la plop la plop. Vomit and diarrhea, fierce wailing from top to bottom. Hohenheim trembles with his face buried in the ground. 10-9-8-7-6-5-4-3-2. His HP was gradually dropping towards zero. And in front of him stood Bakaraga of the Varangian with a bewildered look on his face. Hey, are you okay? Okay, I get it. Bakaraga raised his hand, hesitated, and then moved it carefully again. Thud. Bakaraga laid a hand on Hohenheim's fallen shoulder. Blow it, and it will go away. Squeeze it, and it will break. A very careful and
Délibéré encouragement.
But in spite of Bakaraga's care, 1. Hohenheim's HP had just been knocked down by 1 with that blow. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Yes, I see. Bakaraga hastily dropped his hand from Hohenheim's shoulder, and at the same time a drop of dew fell from Hohenheim's eye. As if they were longtime enemies, Bakaraga understood Hohenheim's feelings. No, it was something every human being could understand and empathize with. We've all pooped our pants at some point in our childhood. TCH. Bakaraga scratched his head and turned away, disappearing behind the bushes. He didn't know that the final duel he was looking forward to during his school days with his rival would end in vain like this, so he looked quite absurd and lonely. And a rustle. A figure emerged from the bushes and stood in front of Hohenheim. You. Hohenheim's eyes lit up with life. Vikir's face was expressionless. Vikir stared at Hohenheim, who collapsed in front of him, holding his stomach. Hohenheim's eyes drooped and he smirked. What's there to be afraid of when everything has already shown its ugly face? Yes, in the end, the luck of catching me belongs to some unheard-of first year from the Colosio. Bastard. Yeah, well, when will you ever have the chance in your lowly life to take on a genius like me? Here, take my neck, and try to break the Hohenheim of Magic Tower with the weapons and special moves you are most confident in. Even in his final moments, he held on to his lofty pride and embraced death with arrogance. Swords, axes, bows, any weapon you wish. You may break my body, but you will never break my pride and my heart. HP 1. Only a handful of lives left. Hohenheim glared at Vikir, his eyes narrowed in determination. But Vikir drew no weapon. Just empty-handed, that was all he had. Hohenheim's brow furrowed slightly. The instincts of genius, those keen senses, warned him frantically. Some terrible weapon is being pointed at him. But as he looked around, he saw no sword, no spear, no arrow, no magic. What is it? This unexplained anxiety is. A cold sweat breaks out, drenching my lower back. My eyeballs were spinning. For the first time in his life, Hohenheim was feeling a vague sense of anxiety and fear at the same time, and at the sight of a mysterious new student from another school. And then a small change occurred in Vikir's expressionless face. His lips twitched and his tongue moved for a moment. And then the moment, the coldest, sharpest word in the world stabbed Hohenheim right through the heart. You shit. Violence, and the most heinous violence of all. It was verbal violence, but it was also factual violence. It was Hohenheim's pride, heart, and soul that could not be broken by sword, axe, spear, bow, magic, or any other weapon. Ticks, it is being cut away with sound. 0. Due to the extreme stress and anger, Hohenheim's mental no HP has been depleted by 1 again. That was the end of it. The end of Hohenheim, the ace of the Magic Tower. It made everyone who was fighting for survival in the jungle of the Red and Black Mountains anxious. Dolores stared at Vikir, who had just killed Hohenheim, with a single word. Vikir. Yeah. By any chance was the spicy catfish soup I ate the same as the one Hohenheim? Yes. At Vikir's words, Dolores felt the back of her neck break out in a cold sweat. You were going to send me to like that? Yes. Vikir nodded again, this time in agreement. Competitors, even if they were from the same school, they were still enemies. To be fought over rankings. Innocent Dolores' face went white. But the reason she was freaking out wasn't because she was being eliminated from the competition or because she felt betrayed by her junior. The original reason, that's it. Oh no, you can't do that, please, please, please. I've already caused a similar kind of trouble to Vikir. If it was a small thing before, would it be a big thing now? I'd rather kill myself. Dolores lurches backwards, covering her back with one hand and her front with the other. Vikir thought it was as if he was seeing her before the regression in the days of the Age of Destruction, when she was waging a desperate fight against countless demons during the Age of Destruction. So he decided to make a quick correction. Vikir pulled out a handful of dried mushrooms from his pocket and said, if you steam this and eat it together, you can neutralize the poison created by mixing the flesh of the chaka-chaka catfish and the outer bark of the sabak tree. Dolores gulped as she remembered Vikir tossing a few mushrooms on top of the bowl when he handed her the stew. Well, what about what you said just now? Just kidding. Considering that Dolores' HP had evaporated by about 10 from what had just happened, it was possible to get some idea of how serious her mental damage was. The long college league is over.
University League ranking.
1 Dolores L. Quavades. 2 Merlini Lovegood. 3 Jurejo Bacaraga. Dolores and Lovegood, who were expected to finish in the top 3, finished first and second respectively, and Hohenheim, the ace representative of Magic Tower, performed surprisingly poorly. But even these were not the biggest issues.
University League ranking.
4 Highbrow less Baskervilles. 5 Midbrow less Baskerville. 6 Lowbrow less Baskerville. 7 Vikir. 8 Sinclair.
9 Grenouille.
10 Hohenheim. The fact that there were first-year students in the top 10 and that there were as many as 6 of them caused a great stir. Up until now, the perception of first-years was that they were there for the experience and not really for the purpose of paving the way for upperclassmen. But this has completely shattered that stereotype. The group that included Vikir fought hard and combined with Dolores to finish in the top 10. Meanwhile, Grenouille was blamed for Hohenheim's elimination and was relentlessly pursued by Hohenheim's followers, eventually becoming the first member of the group to be eliminated. Grenouille was quite resentful, but he was also proud of himself for eliminating Hohenheim. Then there's the first year, who surprisingly single-handedly carried the team to a high score. Sinclair, a commoner with no family name. Her entire background is shrouded in mystery, and she managed to place 8th on her own, completely unrelated to Vikir, considering that her teammates Tudor, Sancho, Piggy, and Bianca were all outside the top 20, which is actually quite a feat for a first year. It was truly an amazing achievement. Colossio's first and second years rode this momentum to a number of high rankings, beating out third years from other schools, with Dolores also taking the top spot. Meanwhile, despite the tournament being hosted by Magic Tower, none of their students made it into the top 10 except for their top ace Hohenheim. And Hohenheim barely made it to the top 10. He was eliminated quickly, but only because his previous battle performance was so good. However, there was no way that such results would be noticeable to Hohenheim, who were aiming for the championship. Moreover, following the tradition of recording the scene at the time of elimination on video and permanently recording it in the video box, Hohenheim's final appearance was forever preserved in the tournament's Hall of Fame. Shit. Hohenheim would suffer forever even after the tournament was over. After the first round of the tournament, there was a brief afterparty at the inn. The students of Varangian had been relocated because the water pipes in the inn they had originally booked had been repaired, so it was only the students of the Colossio Academy who were celebrating. Cheers to President Dolores, the number 1 ranked student this time. Cheers. Cheers. All the students raised their glasses high in celebration. Amidst all the noise, Tudor raised his glass and looked over at Vikir next to him. Congratulations, buddy, I can't believe you're 7th in the first year. It's amazing that there's a guy like this among my friends. That's the 100th time you've said that, Tudor. Sancho next to him smirked. Piggy, who was in the front, continued. By the way, Vikir, how did you end up in the same group as the Baskerville triplets this time? It was a question everyone wanted to know. But Vikir's answer was simple. We teamed up once before for a Naftali game and the midterm exam, and it worked out surprisingly well. After that, they often asked me to lend them a hand. Hearing that, Bianca said nonchalantly, and since you're a commoner, they might have felt there was no pressure. Hey, Bianca. No, I'm not saying that. I guess that's what they would do. Sorry if it sounded bad. I didn't mean to. Bianca was slightly taken aback by Tudor's point, but Vikir waved it off. You're right, I suppose children of high-ranking noble families can get on each other's nerves. Being from a commoner's family isn't really a flaw, so who cares? But Vikir isn't the only commoner in the group. Sinclair, an honor student who finished 8th in her freshman year despite being a commoner. For some reason, this girl, who usually joins in whenever there's a topic about Vikir, is quiet today. With her personality, it would be natural for her to say something cheerful. Like, what? Why do you look down on commoners? You're better than them? Or, brother Vikir, let's support each other like us commoners. So while everyone was thinking something strange, come on. Vikir was the first to say something encouraging. Go for it, go for it. Sinclair seemed to come to her senses and waved both her fists at Vikir. His friends were quick to change the subject, as Sinclair tends to be a little less talkative when the subject of his origins comes up. Well, that concludes the first round. The second round is only for those who finished in the top 10 in the first round. Piggy explained the rest of the competition. Survival of the first round. From there, the top 10 will be assigned individual tasks for the second round. If you successfully solve the quest given here, you will finally be awarded a peerless artifact jointly managed by Colosio Magic Tower Varangian and Themyscira. Tutor Sancho. Piggy and Bianca explained the rules and format of the second round for Vikir and Sinclair, who advanced to the second round. The second round is about adapting to the apprenticeship system. Everyone nodded as Piggy explained. The 10 people who survive the first round will each go outside the school and visit higher-ranking working groups to fulfill their requests. The working groups are the 7 great families of the Empire and the Imperial family, and the idea is that the students at the Academy will be working for them after graduation, so they should get some hands-on experience beforehand. In other words, the 10 survivors of the first round will each go to Baskerville, the Iron Blood Swordsman, Morgue, the Mage Sect, Coavades, the Faithful Usher, the Divine Archer, Don Quixote, the Creative Spear, Leviathan, the Extremely Poisonous Bourgeois, the Tycoon, and the Imperial family, to receive different quests from each of these houses, solve them, and receive a certificate with the seal of the house stamped on it to show that they were actually helpful and their work is done. The content and difficulty of the quests varied from house to house, ranging from the basic quests such as hunting down a dangerous high-ranking monster or collecting a specific object to the abstract such as solving poverty in a particular region, answering a deep philosophical question, or designing a political system or method of diplomacy. If the student undertaking the quest is a member of a certain house, it is customary to avoid them. It's not a rule that must be followed, but still. Everyone nodded at Piggy's words. For example, Dolores, who would be taking on the second round of quests this time, would not be able to take on the quests of the faithful Coavades. It would raise questions of objectivity. Piggy continued. As for Vikir and Sinclair, neither of them belong to any of the houses, so it shouldn't matter, but if they do, they'd better take the easy quests from the 7 houses, as they all have their own difficulty levels. For example, quests from the faithful Coavades family are generally rated at 3.5 stars. This means it's an average difficulty level. However, quests from the House of Morgue the Mage are typically rated 4.5 stars. This is because on average tasks of that difficulty are required. Soon the friends were debating which house's quests would be most advantageous. I think you should avoid House Morgue's quests. They're really tough now that they've had a change of leadership. Personally, I don't mind the Don Quixote quest as long as you like the sea and adventure. I think your family will give you a task like found a desert island. Well, if you look at the tasks in the second round of the tournament so far, the task from the bourgeois family was the easiest. That's right, I think it's a good idea to pick a bourgeois task. That's going to be competitive. Just then Sinclair shyly raised her hand. You know, I already have a family in mind. Everyone's eyes widened. It was rare for Sinclair to state his opinion so clearly. Personally, I'm thinking of taking a quest from either the Imperials or the
Faithful Coavades.
Puzzlement flashed across her friends' faces. This was because both the Imperials and the Coavades had relatively difficult tasks compared to the other houses. Why the Imperials and the Coavades? Bianca asked, scratching her head, and Sinclair smirked. Because, while her friends' eyes were glued to Sinclair, with a swipe, Vikir stood up from his seat. He made his way to the terrace away from the crowds. It's a task for the second round. All that remains is to cross the final gateway and retrieve the artifact from a treasure trove shared by the 4 universities. The 7th Corps d'Arabia, which will finally allow him to eliminate the 4th 10th Corps. Vikir is sitting on the railing of a terrace in the dusk, contemplating what to do next. From out of nowhere, he hears a voice calling his name in a calm, even tone. Vikir. In the midst of the noisy party lights, the ghost-like curtain is lifted and a Blank face is revealed. Dolores, the winner of the first round of the University League, had come to visit. Vikir. Quite secretly. Vikir. Dolores called Vikir in a low voice as she drew the curtains and went out onto the terrace. Vikir's response was always short. Yes. Dolores watched Vikir's face for a moment in silence. Then she stepped up beside Vikir, who was leaning against the railing. Thank you. For what? Just everything. Strictly speaking, the reason Dolores was able to take first place in the rankings this time is thanks to Vikir. During the early to mid-game of the tournament, Vikir lured Hohenheim and Baskerville to a single location and forced them to face off against each other, draining their power and finally catching Hohenheim. Even if Vikir hadn't been betrayed by the triplets late in the tournament, he would have been in position of top 5. Dolores said, if it wasn't for the Baskerville triplets, your ranking would have been much higher. What's done is done, Vikir replied. You're always so stoic, you don't seem to have any regrets. Dolores stared into Vikir's eyes for a moment. Dolores wondered what it was, the feeling of being so familiar with him, as if she had known Vikir for years, even though he was only a new student. She spoke again. When I said thank you earlier, I wasn't just talking about this tournament. Isn't that right? Yes. Dolores bent down, resting her chin in her hand. She leaned against the railing and looked up at Vikir at an angle. I wonder where this junior came from. Just an ordinary freshman. An ordinary freshman who have the skills of an advanced sword expert and have grades comparable to professors and beat third years in a tournament even. Though you're only a freshman. I got lucky. Dolores was silent for a moment at Vikir's nonchalant reply. Colosio Academy is a huge community of about 20,000 people, including students, professors, and staff. It's a place where all the supposed geniuses of the world gather, so it's not surprising that there are a lot of talented people and a lot of geniuses. Vikir's accomplishments were truly remarkable, but compared to other famous figures in the academy, they didn't really stand out. Dolores alone has accomplished as much as Vikir has since her freshman year. In addition, Dolores' longtime rivals Hohenheim, Baskerville, Lovegood, and others had even more spectacular freshman years. Moreover, the sophomores' third and fourth-year seniors who received her as a freshman were now achieving even greater achievements in higher positions. Vikir focused on that point. The people I've met in this competition, like Baskerville, Hohenheim, and Lovegood, have been amazing too. It's definitely called the legendary student for a reason, and I'm learning a lot. To some extent, this admiration was genuine. It's not easy to be a graduator, or even a fourth class in the 20s. Of course, the world would react quite differently if it were known that Vikir had become a swordmaster at the age of 18. Meanwhile, Dolores stared at Vikir. I don't know why you sound like you're making excuses to hide your extraordinary nature and disguise it as ordinary. Dolores narrowed her eyes. The rest of the world is busy showing off their abilities, but you're so unusual. You're busy hiding what you have. You don't want anyone to recognize you. I don't know what you're talking about. You sound like a soldier. Dolores' words were heavy with curiosity about Vikir's origins and identity. You're quite skilled with a bow. I've seen you take out other kids in tournaments, though the numbers don't reflect it because most of your shots were from stray arrow. I was just lucky. I guess it was pretty dark in the jungle and there aren't many archers in the world who can bounce off rocks and logs and still hit their mark, but luck is skill too. You were the one who gave Tutor Sancho and Piggy stealthy backup cover shots, weren't you? Yes, because they did a good job. You mean the Baskerville triplets, right? They're the biggest stars of this tournament. Dolores turned and looked at Vikir. But why? Why do I think you're hiding behind the Baskerville triplets? Vikir's expression hardened for a moment. If you watch just one person with them, it's bound to look unusual. No, you are special, otherwise there is no way you would catch my eye like that anytime, anywhere. Dolores said strongly again. I see you everywhere I go these days, and there's no way you're an ordinary person. Tell me, what are you hiding? Vikir was silent for a moment. On his left wrist, the baby madam was looking at Vikir with a worried expression, as if to say, shall I remove it, master? Vikir sighed, pressing down on his wrist. He was about to open his mouth. Dolores came closer to Vikir and whispered in a low voice, "You the crown prince, right?" Vikir was stunned for a moment. What was he talking about? When Vikir remained still, Dolores spoke once more. "The current emperor of the empire has no children, they all died in accidents. However, it is rumored that a single illegitimate child survives and that this child has been admitted to the Colosio Academy here. Isn't that you?" Vikir had heard the rumor too, but it was a rumor that had circulated before his regression and had never been proven to be true, so he had tuned it out. Dolores, unaware of Vikir's thoughts, continued, "The emperor has the mystical power to foretell the future. If you are of his blood, you may possess similar abilities if you are able to foresee future exams and events. It explains your current accomplishments." "Enough," Vikir interrupted Dolores, rambling. Then in a low voice he proclaimed his innocence. "I have nothing to do with the imperial family. You lie." "I swear on my father's honor and before the almighty rune." Dolores' gaze wavered at Vikir's firm words. There was no way Dolores could say no to that. Of course Vikir didn't care about his father Hugo's honor, so he could hang it anywhere. Dolores meanwhile seemed to wince at Vikir's response. "Then open your heart and let me know who you are." Dolores wanted to read Vikir's soul. Most people kept the doors of their hearts open to some degree, but there are not many people who close and lock that door as tightly as Vikir did. Of course, from Vikir's point of view, this was not an option. Even if it didn't matter that Osiris had deposed all of Set's minions from the House of Baskerville, revealing the identity of the Baskervilles would. Then the identity of the Knight's Hound would be revealed. I didn't think I'd be able to hide forever. It was still a bit early for the plan he had in mind. It won't be long now. The Hound of Baskerville, the Night Hound, the moment his true identity is revealed, it will be catastrophic. Vikir closed his eyes in silence. Dolores watched him, her mouth open in unexplained impatience. "Say something. Just then. Open up, open up. Give me the right. Freedom." The shouts came from the fence outside the inn where the students of the Colosio Academy were staying. A large group of people seemed to be protesting in unison. Dolores looked away for a moment, hoping to see something. And there it was, a stunning sight. The professors of the Colosio were scrambling to keep the crowd at bay. In fact, there was a huge crowd of people trying to get into the inn. They were all carrying glow sticks and wearing red bands around their heads. And at the front of the line is a face Dolores recognizes. Merlini Lovegood, the student council president of Themyscira Women's Academy. And she's leading a group of students, all of them from the Themyscira Women's Academy. They've been fighting back against the professors of the Colosio Academy. "We will take our freedom. Come on, everyone, unite. Humans unite for a noble cause. That's what makes us different from animals." They had become fighters for justice and were literally clashing with the professors. Dolores gripped the terrace railing and listened more closely. Themyscira Women's Academy. It was completely different from the school culture that pursues something archaic and static. The sight of them running towards us with their hair down was like an angry beast. "What's going on?" Dolores shook her head as Vikir casually turned the conversation outward. "I can't hear very well." The sounds of so many people shouting overlapped each other and sounded like a muffled sound. The words Dolores could make out were humanitarian values like freedom, love, opportunity, and equality. Dolores had no choice but to use her holy power to open her ears. Then one by one the noise that had been pouring in began to separate. At the same time their passionate emotions began to come through, like listening to a lamb's confession. "Please allow us to join the Colosio Academy's after-party." "There's no need for it, just show us Vikir." "We want to congratulate Vikir too. Colosio Academy should open up the after-party to students from other schools. Open it up. Let's have an after-school party, Vikirnum. They say joy is double when it's shared. I fell in love with your sexy appearance on the magic train. Big brother, I don't want to break up like this." "What do you mean? He's 5 years younger than us." "I don't know, all good-looking guys are big brothers." The students of Themyscira Women's Academy seem to want to join the Colosio Academy's party. I don't know how long they've had this goal, but it's pretty blatant. Do you know what it says? Dolores struggled to turn away, releasing her grip on the railing. Dolores quickly stood up and replied, "Oh, they say there's no hot water. I've got to go. It's getting late. You should go to bed." With that, she hurriedly ran off somewhere. The next day, Vikir attended the announcement ceremony for the rankings of the first round. It was a remarkable feat for the freshmen of Colosio Academy to beat out the sophomores and seniors of other schools to make it into the top 30. And 6 of them, Vikir, Sinclair, Highbrow, Midbrow, Lowbrow, and Granui, made it to the top 10. Now, if the top 10 can successfully complete the second round of individual tasks, 1 per person, they will be rewarded with a rare artifact from a treasure trove jointly managed by the 4 schools. The talking spear, the time-stopping hourglass, the money-eating hat, the love shield, the sanity orb, the arrow with eyeballs, and more are all treasures of the century that could not be bought for 1,000 gold coins, and they are all sleeping in the treasure trove waiting for their owners. The top 10 rankers who have completed their assigned tasks will be able to enter the treasure trove and choose an artifact, and they too must be chosen by the artifacts. But first I have a quest to complete, Vikir thought as he walked to the stage of the awards ceremony. Meanwhile, cheers erupted from below as the 7-ranked Vikir appeared. It's Vikir. Brother, please take a look here. I love you." The cheers came from the side of the Themyscira Women's Academy. There were no such cheers when Lovegood, the 2nd-ranked student and student council president of Themyscira, came out. But Lovegood didn't express any disappointment for Themyscira students. Because, "Oh my God, Vikirnum, to see you up close like this, I must be a saint." Because she's a self-described successful nerd. Lovegood smiled, even though she was right next to Vikir on the podium. The professor's speeches would soon be over, and then the students would be called up to the stage to receive their awards. In the midst of all the excitement, Lovegood turned to Vikir. "By the way, Vikir, I started a fan club for you yesterday. The name of the fan club is Lu, aka Re. Because Vikir's hotness has passed the due mark and is about to hit the me mark." Vikir was a little taken aback by this young lattice bravado. But Lovegood looks at Vikir with love in her eyes, as if she's just dying to look at him. The fact that her eyes were heart-shaped made it even more so. Then a shout came from behind them. It was the female students of Themyscira, who started booing. "Woo-woo, down with the president's monopoly. We condemn the dictator." Share Vikir. Shouldn't the president prioritize the public interest over self-interest? Pay the price, you old lady. Impeach her, impeach her. Then Lovegood frowned arrogantly, looked back at her supporters and spoke. "Shut up, bitches, let me have some love. Don't you feel sorry for your sister? Woo-woo, you're the only one who can't get a relationship. It's hard for us too. We're a women's academy. If you're going to do this, make it a coeducational school." Lovegood's non-explanation only added fuel to the fire. Eventually Lovegood sighed and turned to Vikir. "Vikir Nim, do you think you'd like to dating after this league with Colosio and Themyscira?" Dating refers to selecting candidates from each university department and having them meet men and women, but this was not an area of interest for Vikir in the first place. But it was apparently a topic of interest to everyone else but Vikir.
I am Vikirs Reithand-Mann.
Tudor was the first to raise his hand. "Then the left arm is me. And Sancho too. And the left leg is me." Piggy raised his hand too. The other boys followed suit, crowding around Vikir. "Vikir's right leg is me. Then Vikir's left eye is me. It'll be the right eye. In the left ear. Is there any right ear left? I am Vikir's heart. I am the stomach. I am the lungs. I am the spine. I am Vikir's stomach. I am the chest. I am the waist. Then I am the ass. I can't tell you which part one am, but it's the most important part we can all agree on." Vikir was being dismantled and shattered in real time. Then, enough of that. After the professor's speeches, it's time for the awards ceremony. I have to go on stage, so ill forbid any more disturbances. Dolores appeared and waved the crowd back. As the students of Colosio retreated, so did those of Themyscira. But, Giles, Lovegood was somehow casting a checking gaze towards Dolores. Dolores, who had never been on bad terms with her, looked puzzled then. Lovegood spoke. I can give you the #1 ranking in the University League, but I can't give you Vikir, so don't let your guard down just because you go to the same school. Dolores shook her head and Lovegood shouted. Don't be silly, I heard everything you said on the terrace yesterday. Dolores is at a loss for words. Lovegood then recited a series of lines that Dolores had said to Vikir. Yesterday. You are special, otherwise there is no way you would catch my eye like that. Anytime, anywhere. You're the only thing I see everywhere these days. Open up to me. Dolores' face turns white. Did she really say those words yesterday? I think I did. But I didn't mean it in that nuance. I think you're misunderstanding something. Dolores turned quickly and the eyes of the Colassio students narrowed. Dolores stammered, embarrassed. Oh, it's a misunderstanding that's only a small part of the conversation. You have to look at the whole context, not just that line. However, timing didn't help her. Professor Banshee's stern voice came through. Their noisy winners come forward. The professors finished their speeches and the awards ceremony began. The 10 students with the highest scores in the University League this year came up to the podium. First place Dolores L. Quavadis, second place Merlini Lovegood, third place Jurejo.
Bakiraga 4th place Igbro le Baskerville, 5th place Midbro le Baskerville.
6th place Lobro Lou Baskerville, 7th place Vikir, 8th place Sinclair, 9th place Granui, and 10th place Hohenheim. The deans were represented by Professor Banshee from Colassio Academy, who had the highest ranking. Despite the outstanding performance of Colassio students, Professor Banshee was not in a good mood for some reason. Congratulations, and now it's time for individualized assignments. Professor Banshee's congratulatory speech was extremely dry and short, but it was a good thing for the students. Then it was time to choose their assignments. The apprenticeship system of the 7 great houses and academy trains talented individuals with the capabilities needed to enter the employment of this massive group. The University League was an extension of this process. Several scrolls were placed in front of the 10 students. They had to choose different tasks, and Vikir too reached for the scrolls in front of him. This brings us one step closer to the 7th Corps d'Arabia. Now all they had to do was go to the houses listed on the scrolls and fulfill the quests they were requested to do. The 10 students opened the scrolls. Sinclair, ranked 8th, chose House of Quavadis as previously mentioned. On the outside of the scroll, the name of the house and the difficulty level of the quest are listed to help students make their choice. 3.5 stars of difficulty. Upon opening the scroll, Sinclair found a brief description of the task. House of Faithful Quavadis, difficulty. The empire is currently groaning under the weight of a growing number of heresies and cults. Put yourself in the role of the Quavadis Inquisition and suggest ways to eradicate these cults and raise the prestige of the Rune Order. Tasks related to the Inquisition of the Quavadis family. There is a high possibility that Sinclair will work under the Archbishop and Inquisitor Mozgus
El Quavadi.
Now all Sinclair has to do is travel to the Quavadis household to fulfill the request. I knew this would come up. Sinclair smiled as if she had a good trick up her sleeve. It seemed to be a very complicated plan, as Tutor Sancho, Piggy Bianca, etc. were curious and asked questions, but she said it would be too long to answer in words. Meanwhile, Dolores, the first-ranked student, also picked up a scroll. 4-star difficulty. Dolores knew this was going to be a tough task even before she opened the scroll. Tycoon family difficulty. The Mint has recently issued high-denomination banknotes and has been suffering from the increasing number of counterfeit banknotes. From the perspective of bourgeois family, choose a product that would benefit from a currency reform and suggest a new product or an improvement to an existing product. Count Bourgeois Damien is the director of the Imperial Mint. It was a task that required the use of the head rather than the body. In addition to that, everyone opened the scroll with the task written on it. In the case of Highbrow, the task was related to the national maritime domain of Don Quixote, a spearman called slaying a sea monster. The difficulty level was an easy task that required slaughtering a large Number of monsters. Midbro was given a rather brutal task of chase down escaped experimental monsters by the extremely poisonous Leviathan family. The difficulty was which can be quite a challenge if you have poison resistance. In Lobro's case, the Imperial Guard was assigned the arduous task of helping the Usher family with their civil works to prevent the mansion from flooding. The difficulty was a somewhat easy but very time-consuming and tedious difficulty. There were also several multiple tasks assigned by the Imperial family which were evenly distributed among everyone. In the first place, the number of scrolls was more than 10, so everyone was able to choose the task they liked. But there was one incident that shocked everyone. Tud. A hand rose above the dark red scroll. Without hesitation, Vikir reached for the scroll in the farthest corner. It was Iron-Blooded Swordsman difficulty. Iron-Blooded Baskerville. It was the worst house, the worst difficulty, the worst quest that everyone avoided. Tien Du Rimi in Korean re sounds like Lu.